the gravy, please.
8 minutes past the hour. Welcome into another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. We're off and running. We thank you for being with us. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us in about 1 hour from now for the main show. Alapuka is our intern today. He's pulling show prep, getting things ready. If you call 866-WE-BE-BIG, he will be the one that answers the phone, so you can always join in on the conversation. What's eating Scott Gorosky today? In a couple of hours from now, he'll make another appearance here in the Rick and Bubba studio, Lord willing. He'll be here, and you never know what's eating old Scott Gorosky. But it's gold when he comes in, so we look forward to that. Over to my left, let's bring everybody in. It is Greg Burgess. To my right, it's Michael Helms. What's up, boys?
What's up, boys?
What's up, boys?
Boys.
Got a little investigation going on. Personal investigation.
Here?
And it happens, just something that's happened to me today, and it's happened to both of you before.
Uh-oh.
And it makes you feel weird. And that's when the main alarm doesn't go off, the backup alarm does its job, and so you spend the rest of the morning figuring out what happened. How did that happen? Because I know the main was on. Was I so out of it and so asleep?
You turned it off.
I turned it off and don't remember. It had to have happened.
I've done that.
That's the only thing I can think. But I have the backup alarm set to where I can still wake up, get here in time.
How many minutes separate those two?
About 40 to 45.
Between alarms?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, because the last one is like, hey, get your butt up, worst case scenario. Because what I don't want the backup going off if I've hit snooze a couple of times or whatever. So the backup, it goes off at 4, and that is worst case scenario. I mean, it's gone off in the truck where I've just forgot to turn it off. Normally, if I get up, turn the main off, turn the backup off because I'm up and I'm rolling.
How about I don't have a backup alarm?
I got one. It's about 10 minutes after I want to go.
No, when I host the best of, I do a backup.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'm back up every morning, and I'm glad I do because if I don't have the backup, then there's no telling. Y'all might be going, where's Speedy right now?
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
hey, let's call him, and y'all might be my backup alarm.
Wake you up.
But isn't that it's just a weird feeling? Everything's fine. Everybody's good.
The unknown. You don't know what happened.
Got here in plenty of time because the backup alarm did its job. But it's just that, hey, what happened? How did that happen? Woke Terry up because my standard alarm has the sound that it kind of it fades in. So I'm able to turn it off or hit snooze before it ever makes a loud noise. Yeah. My backup, I mean, it's loud.
Yeah,
Terry, and so Terry was like, what's going on? Because we never get to that point. But today,
speaking of waking,
I don't know what. But the whole way here, I was wondering what happened.
Well, I think I woke my spouse and probably a couple kids up this morning. Didn't know this feature. I want to know if y'all have this on your truck. So I need to put a little air in one of the tires.
Okay.
And so I left the door open. I cranked the car and I cranked the truck and I thought, you know what? Put a couple pounds of air in your truck.
Okay.
Before you head off to Jacksonville today. And so I just left it running and I opened the door and walked around to the corner and we got a little air pump that's plugged in. I just started pumping. In like a couple minutes, it's going. All of a sudden, my horn starts going off.
That lets you know you're at the
and
pressure.
the flashers, and I'm like, what in the world?
Yeah.
So is it that? Is it the pressure?
You know your pressure's right.
Yeah. See, you know what I thought it was? I thought it was, hey, dummy, your door's open and you're on the side of the highway or something. That's what I thought it was.
No, it's just that your tire pressure's where it needs to be.
Did not know that it would honk at you.
Yeah.
How about that?
Helps a little bit when you can't see it or if you don't have on the pressure, you don't have
and the pressure gauge was different than the horn.
Oh, was it?
Because the pressure gauge was saying you don't have enough yet, and the horn was going off, and it did it twice, and I was thinking, so you've just woke everybody up in the house blowing the horn in the garage.
Oh boy! I bet
everybody's like,
loud.
what was that?
And then I got to thinking because nobody came down. I got to thinking, what if something was wrong with me? What if I was having a heart attack? And I was honking the horn. Nobody was coming. Save me.
You got it there.
Well, that's where I took it from.
Maybe that won't happen.
Well, you know what's going to happen is you're gonna talk to your family, and one of them goes, man, I had the weirdest dream. I was I was in my dream. We were driving, and this person kept honking at me in my dream. We were driving.
Did not know that was a thing.
Why did the flashers? That was me, honey. I needed you.
So the flashers came on too.
Yeah,
it'll
let you know.
That's something else. Didn't know that.
Didn't know it.
How about I got a
First
high-tech
time,
truck?
Now I will say this: the first time it happens, it would, to your
Yeah,
point, it
scared me.
it'll
Yeah.
spook you a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you're bent down, in the back tire and you can't see the pressure because you don't have a readout, that's very helpful.
It is.
Oh, it is. When I discovered that, I said, "Oh, okay,
Oh,
got a little
okay.
something here."
Well, I'm just going to go to it honks at me.
Do a little flash.
All right. So anyway, I'm sorry. It's just a little personal investigation of what happened, and I guess I won't find out.
Probably not.
I was probably still asleep and didn't know, and instead of hitting snooze, I hit off, I guess.
I've done that before. I do that
Yeah.
sometimes.
I have.
I'll snooze one time each day. I snooze one time.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what's funny about it: I never go the 9-10 minutes I'm snoozing.
Mm-hmm.
Like I always grab my phone and it's like 2 minutes left, and I'm
Yeah.
like, well, just
Yeah.
get on up.
To your point, sometimes I'll hit snooze to kind of just sit there,
Yeah.
deep breath, just kind of wake up a little bit and gather myself.
Kind of
and then
talk to
get
myself
up.
a little bit.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, when that backup went off, I jumped up because I'm like, oh, crap. And your mind's trying to process because it's a different sound. What's going on? And then you see the time and you're like, oh, whoa, I'm way behind. And so you jump up, and I'll tell you, I was a little out of it. I must have been sleeping pretty hard.
Yeah.
And then sometimes on Saturdays, I'll jump up and think I've overslept.
Yeah.
And I realize it's Saturday.
Isn't that a great
Because
feeling,
you
Well,
wake up and you can feel
Well, it's
this
light
later.
outside,
Yeah.
number one.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But isn't that a good
panic.
feeling being able to go back to sleep?
Yeah, it
though?
is.
You're like, ooh.
Ooh, I'm back.
Then if it's raining, too.
If it's raining, I'm down for a couple more hours.
I got a question for Greg when we come back.
And
And,
I'm
I'm
not
gonna-
gonna answer.
and Speedy, I'm going to need your help on this.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Not going to answer it.
Not going to answer it. All right, we'll take a
This
break.
is a friend-to-friend question.
Oh, wow. I love my little
And
friend.
I need him to be open and honest
Oh,
right
really?
on the air.
They're my friends.
We'll see.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep does it again with an innovative kids mattress made to flip. Why? Well, the firmer side is great for younger kids when they need more spinal support to aid proper development of their growing bodies. You simply flip it over when they're a little older, around 8 to 12 years old, when they want the softer side for sleep. Handcrafted and assembled right here in the USA, Helix is offering 20% off all mattress orders, including the kids mattress. Go to helixsleep.com/Bubba. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is my second time my doctor has danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thank you, Field of Greens. Field of Greens can't promise your doc will dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BUBBA for 15% off, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. In this economy, we're officially entering a dupe session where we're looking for products that do the same thing at a better price. Our favorite dupe? Raycon wireless earbuds. With Raycon, you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound and essential smart tech listening features. Raycon also offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. Right now, get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. Once again, buyraycon.com/Bubba. They say you are what you eat, so why not be a tomato ricotta flatbread or a chicken cutlet with creamy cheesy zucchini, or maybe a vegan curried chickpea lettuce wrap? At the very least, be well and eat well too, with wholesome and delicious seasonal recipes delivered to your door from HelloFresh, America's #1 meal kit. Join today and take 50% off plus free shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. That's the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Looking for peace of mind when it comes to your car's performance? Look no further than our friends at CarShield. With plans for every budget, CarShield offers protection plans that cover more parts than ever before. Whether your car has 5,000 miles or 150,000 miles, plus they offer plans that come with roadside assistance 24/7, courtesy towing, and rental car options. Call CarShield today at 800-465-6550 to save 20% on your plan. 800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently named Best Home Security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably resting on their laurels, right? Definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's hazard detection. It distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so you get fewer false alarms. Get 20% off at simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com for 20% off your new system, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
The folks at MyPillow have launched MyPillow 2.0. This new innovative MyPillow has a brand new temperature regulating technology to keep you comfortable throughout the night. Now, core body temperature plays a big role in how you sleep, and this new fabric technology helps regulate your body temp by creating a lower surface temperature for a more restful sleep. Available in 4 loft levels with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. Head to MyPillow.com/Bubba to buy one, get one free on the new MyPillow 2.0.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
20 minutes past the hour, kickoff hour, off and running. We thank you for being with us. Alapuka, our intern, he's got show prep and phones handled. We thank all of you for tuning in today, either via YouTube video portion or through all of the streaming options, terrestrial radio, whatever the case. Thank you so much for being a part of the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick, Bubba, Adler, all join us in an hour from now. Don't forget What's Eating Scott Gorosky, scheduled for today. Looking forward to him being back in studio. All right, so as we went to break.
My friends.
They're my friends, that's right. Helmsy said he has a friend question to ask Greg.
All right. So
I think I know where this is going.
I got to know rules of engagement.
I know what this is going.
And because obviously we've been discussing this over the last few weeks about me being in Jacksonville more because of the coaching position.
Yeah.
And I got to know what I can and can't do as far as coming by and seeing you.
When do you have
Come
time?
by and see me? How you got time for that?
Yeah,
well,
really.
I do. And so like the other day, perfect example. I let's see, when was it? What's today? Wednesday? Monday.
Let me clear my throat.
Monday, I got there probably around 11:20 and was just jam-packed the rest of the day. And I got finished around, I really kind of got things cleaned up about 4:45, 5 o'clock, and had a stopping point where I could go home. And I was like, well, you know what? I got like 10 or 15 minutes. Before I really want to time there's some traffic timing too that I'm having to do as far as like once I get back in Birmingham. So I'm trying to think that through as well. So I had like 15 minutes and I thought, you know what? This is a moment where I could ride by and just honk at Greg, say hello, see Mr. Buddy.
Yeah.
And I thought, no, don't be that guy. Don't be the guy that just shows up. Nobody knows he's there. You know, not even, you don't even know he's in Jacksonville. He's showing up at your house. And then I got to thinking about, you know, it'd just be nice to come by and say, just nothing, just 2 minutes. Hello, just to see you and say hello. But I don't want to be that guy because I know that that's a thing.
Well,
I mean, it's real for me too when I'm sitting around
day,
at the house.
But right now, I mean, on a normal day, when
y'all got all that
you'd
construction.
have come up and they'd have been a bunch of people in there painting, and I probably weren't there.
That's a no.
We weren't there. I'm just saying,
this is where I need
currently.
you. Like, for instance,
today. This is a part of Greg where he doesn't come out and say how he feels. He's
That's
just
not
going to give
true.
you hints and suggestions of what's going on in his life, which in a roundabout way gives you the answer.
Yeah, I think so. I
So
think you're right.
the
That's
answer
not
is
true.
no.
That's not true at all.
I
That's
mean,
not what I'm saying.
I
mean, we just got a lot going on. I mean, there's just there's
No, I'm just saying
stuff
like,
everywhere. We
like,
got painters going on. We got some
one day
cabinets
you was in
coming
town,
in.
and I wasn't even home because they were in there sanding everything and all that.
That's what I'm
yeah, that's and it won't happen much, Greg. But there'll be times. Here's another perfect example.
He's gonna start hiding his truck around the back of the house.
There will be days where I don't even try to go home till 7:30, 8 o'clock at night.
Why?
Okay, just because of things to do, or maybe I may stay and watch a little bit of basketball practice or a game, or go watch something football or whatever. But in the midst of all that, I may have a meeting that's late or something I got to go speak at or all that. There's going to be times where I have like 2 and 3 hour gaps where I will fill them, obviously, with stuff that I need to do, but I may want to come see Greg.
Yeah. You know what's coming. Hey, man, hate to bother you, but did Lisa cook?
Well, no, here's what I'd like to do. Hey, you'll meet me at
You know how
Struts?
women are. Yeah, no,
like
you know
today.
how women are. If somebody shows up and they're not all dutied up, oh my God, that's like the worst thing that ever happened. You know,
That's another. See, did you hear
'cause
that?
I don't care. It don't bother me at all.
A lot of
See,
times.
this is how he does
Well,
it.
and see,
and it's brilliant.
No, I'm just telling you the truth.
And here's
You know how
another-
they are.
I mean, it's okay with me.
I don't need to come and look at the way I look. You know how they are.
Yeah, but I mean, it's okay with me. But you know, I mean,
Well, I don't care.
and I don't
how
ever
they-
have to. Hey,
You think I care how I look?
Greg, I don't even have to come in the house. Like I can meet you like halfway in the driveway.
Halfway in the drive.
I mean, seriously.
What if
Me,
you're
you,
out,
and Buddy.
What if you're out running, doing better, and you see him? He might want to join you.
And the way our schedule runs, there will be. I probably won't eat lunch a lot of times when other people eat lunch. So, like for instance, like today, for instance, I'm meeting a buddy to eat lunch at Struts. Okay.
Yeah, good stuff.
And we'll do it a little later than normal. But there'll be days like perfect example, Greg. We'll get rained out at our practice time. We're supposed to practice from 1:30 to 1 to 4:30, or I'm sorry, 1:30 to 4. Well, sometime that might rain. It may be a rain all day, and all we're doing is strength and conditioning for an hour, and we're done.
Yeah.
Well, I may need to come see Greg.
You don't go home then?
I don't, Greg. You sound like my wife right now. There's a lot of stuff that I have to do. The timing of it sometimes doesn't work. So, like, if I've got a meeting at 5, I can't go home and come back to the meeting.
No,
but I
no,
may
I get
have an
that.
hour.
I get
I may
that,
have
yeah.
an hour to kill
I see
here
what
or
you're
there.
I see what you're saying.
And instead of killing it doing nonsense, I'd like to see my buddy.
Well, but you know where
Greg,
I live.
this is like. Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
You know where I live.
Yeah.
This is like a 1 in a 50 thing. You know, it's not going to happen.
Yes,
You just need to know the
I
playing
just
field.
need to know, like, if I ever free up, it may never. Hey, listen, the reality is I may never have this opportunity. But I know Monday I did.
I'll have to think about it. But
and what if something
You
happened?
see how long you've had to explain it,
I know.
and he
It's
still hasn't come
yeah.
out and said, "Yeah, man,
no,
come
I
on
get
by."
It now. I was thinking like,
I
well,
just
if you're
want you to
done,
know-
I'd go to the house.
Hey, don't
But
get
I
your
get what
feelings
you're
hurt.
saying now. I thought if you're done, well, if you're done, go home.
Greg
I mean,
acts like I don't have
yeah.
time to come see him for 5 minutes.
I mean, just saying.
I
We
mean,
can
you
sit
know.
around, scratch old buddy.
Greg, I'm pretty efficient
I
with
wish
my
I still
time.
had the puppy.
Hey, I'm pretty
Ooh.
efficient
Come
with
play
my
with him.
time, and I'll give you 5 minutes if you'll allow it.
You gonna drive out there to the valley.
I go by there all the time. There's going to be times where I'm just going to my parents' house and hanging out for a minute.
Greg, maybe he wants you to stand there and kick the tires a little bit.
That's all
You
I'm
know?
wanting to do.
Huh?
Well, that just depends on if I'm awake. I'm just kidding.
Did you get your answer, bud?
I did, loud and clear.
No, I'm just kidding.
I don't care where you go, but whatever you do, don't go there.
That's not
Is
true.
it? Hey, is that clear, Helms? Crystal.
Crystal? Yeah, got it.
Look,
got
I
it.
mean,
Hey, stop by Greg's.
If I can work you
Check.
in, I mean,
If I can work you in.
Well, look, you know me. I mean, I don't care, but you know how the wives are, man. If they don't know, you know,
no,
they,
it's ridiculous. It
the
really
house is a mess. No, it's not.
Yeah, I
actually,
know.
it's really not.
I
Well, yeah,
know.
but I mean, it is because we're painting and getting counters
No,
put
even
in.
if everything was
Right,
perfect, they
right.
claim it's a mess.
Yeah, Terry has done that, and I've looked around. And I was like,
Oh, listen.
I mean, I know I'm a dude here,
wait
but
a
I'm not
minute.
really seeing a mess.
I ain't either. You don't know what it looked like that semester I was in college. Now that was a mess when when we lived in a trailer
Yeah,
together.
she was frantic the other day. I'm talking about just picking stuff up, throwing it all over the place. Through my bag, my work bag where I normally put it, it was off in the bedroom behind some chair. And the next, later that day when I was getting ready for the show, just kind of getting things organized, I was like, where's my backpack? And she's like, oh, I threw it back there. And I was like, why? so-and-so was coming by to pick up a couple of dresses that she might borrow and wear to some event, and I just couldn't have the house looking this way. And I was like, my backpack.
And I'm sure she would have been just offended if she said
Right.
You know. No. I deal with that every day.
It was a disaster in here. What? A disaster?
I don't look like I need company.
You know.
But we gotta dress up for company.
I know. But you know what I did? I stopped myself because I'm not a rookie.
Yeah.
I wasn't willing to die on that hill. I was just like, okay.
You know what I think I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to reach out to Riley and Chandler and see if they'll be my buddies.
They'll let you come swim.
Yeah.
I think I got a better shot with them.
Do you have an office?
We'll go swimming.
Yeah.
Do you have an office?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear me? I'll meet you there and we'll go swimming.
Oh, look now. Yeah. Well, you pull in the grandkids.
Yeah.
He's all in there.
Yeah. I'll have to be strategic if I want
I'm
to
just
see him.
sorry you didn't get the answer you wanted.
I know.
I'm sorry, buddy.
I was kind of expecting it. I went into it kind of thinking he'd shut me down.
Right.
I mean, I get it.
Right.
But
no, it's fine. I mean, you come every now
this is what he follows up.
You know, every now and then, twice a year. Quarterly.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're gonna see a black. Lisa's going to come in and go, you know, if this is weird, I keep seeing a black truck slow down and you know, go in front of the house, and it won't ever come in. Who do you think that is?
We'll start going by and honking.
It's Helmsy. You're just looking at your little friend that won't let you come play.
That's not true.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
These days, every new potential hire can feel like a high-stakes wager for your small business. You want to be 100% certain that you have access to the best qualified candidates available. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. LinkedIn Jobs helps find the right people for your team faster and for free. Add your job and the purple hashtag hiring frame to your LinkedIn profile to spread the word that you are hiring. Simple tools like screening questions make it easy to focus on candidates with just the right skills and experience so you can quickly prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. It's why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus leading competitors. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing. Did you know every week nearly 50 million job seekers visit LinkedIn per week? Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba, or find a link at rickandbubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Let's face it, prices are up, our bank accounts are down. We're officially entering a dupe session. We know most products do the same thing but are priced differently solely based on the brand name. So we're here to tell you about a duplicate or dupe. You don't want to sleep on this one. Raycon wireless earbuds. Raycon's mission is to prove to you you don't have to pay an arm and a leg for quality sound. You also get essential smart tech listening features like noise isolation, water resistance, and 3 customizable sound profiles. In this economy, every purchase needs to be perfect. So Raycon offers buy now, pay later options and an easy and free return guarantee. And check out their website. They have over 50,000 5-star reviews. Plus, you can get a pair of Raycons and a spare and still pay less than you would with some of those other big-name tech brands out there. Right now, you can get an additional 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's 15% off at buyraycon.com/Bubba. You think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh. HelloFresh delivers everything you need to whip up delicious meals right to your door, complete with pre-portioned ingredients and foolproof step-by-step instructions. They take care of the meal planning so you can spend more time having fun and less time stressing about dinner. With 40 options to choose from every week, you'll always find recipes that suit your lifestyle and your schedule, including fast and fresh recipes ready in just 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like a crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst bar or tangy key lime pies. You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today and take 50% off plus shipping with the code BUBBA at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who order the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link.
If you're a frequent listener, well, then you've probably heard us talk about Simply Safe. You know they were named the best home security of 2023 by U.S. News and World Report. So they're probably sitting around resting on their laurels, right? No, definitely not. They're always innovating, like their new 2-in-1 smoke and CO detector. It's next generation hazard detection that distinguishes between fire and cooking smoke, so your home is protected and you get fewer false alarms. With Simply Safe's 24/7 professional monitoring service, trained agents stand ready to respond to an emergency. Monitoring service costs under $1 a day. Simply Safe is easy to set up yourself, or you can have a certified technician install it for you. Financing through a firm, you can secure your home today and pay over time in installments that fit your budget. Right now, get 20% off when you sign up for interactive monitoring. Visit simplysafebubba.com. That's simplysafebubba.com, or visit rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other.
Rick and Bubba.
Wait.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. They join us in about 30 minutes or so for the main show. What's Eating Scott Gorosky scheduled for today, so look forward to having him in studio. Again, the number 866-WE-BE-BIG, and right now, Intern Alapuka is on the phones. Very interesting conversations in the commercial break as, Greg was trying to back out of just being honest. Buddy, get on the right mic, okay? I think, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Helm got me messed up.
Heck, I don't know what that was.
Helm's got me all nervous.
Night alive. All right.
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Entertainment question.
Here we go.
If you're a rapper.
Here's the feature. What's Greg looking at?
Listen, if you're a rapper and you go by Fat Joe and then you lose 200 pounds, are you still Fat Joe?
That's a good question because,
Joe. You remember Fat Joe?
Yeah, I do.
He's lost 200 pounds.
Wow.
So, but how do you get up on stage and go, ladies and gentlemen, Fat Joe, and he's not fat?
That's a great question.
Career suicide.
I guess you just stay.
Or
with
do you
it.
just stay fat? I have to because I'm Fat Joe. That's what I would have done.
I think you just stay with Fat Joe even if you've lost weight.
Yeah, but the crowd.
I think he's wanting to stay alive, though.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying that's why you just, even though you lose weight, you stay with him.
I could lose weight, but then I wouldn't be known as Fat Joe.
That's right.
And that's how I make my money. No, but good for Fat Joe.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had any Ozempic or any of that because there's an article here about it paralyzing people's stomachs.
Yeah, let's give an update on Ozempic. It's paralyzing people's stomach.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying a large majority.
That's really good.
Just some people are reporting that in this article.
Did Rick just walk in with a beach towel?
I don't know. I know he was strutting. I know that. He normally gives us a little, what's up?
Like he was holding a beach towel.
I don't know.
Maybe it was a shirt, but I could have sworn it was a towel.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And again, they're just saying it's like everything else.
Back to
I'm
Ozempic.
sure a lot lot of people not having these problems.
Is this
but there's some people
Wegovy?
anything? Yeah, which basically it's the same thing. It's just they call Wegovy. They say there's no difference, but it's geared for weight loss and those.
It's the way it's marketing.
Yeah, it's geared for people with high blood sugar.
Yeah,
but they're the exact same thing.
Yeah, and people are losing a lot of weight.
Yeah.
a lot of weight.
Well,
And
doing
again,
that.
you
But
just gotta
when it
wait.
tears up your intestines, you will.
Well, yeah. If you're constantly,
But if you're taking
Nah, I don't know
because
how that
it's
works.
the
I
same
just said that.
you
because
can't
it's,
touch it with a powder puff.
because it's the same drug, medicate, whatever. If you're taking it for diabetes, do you also losing weight at the same time, or if you don't
They
have
say,
if
well,
you don't
they're-
have the sugar, but you're just taking it for weight loss, you losing weight. Of course, I mean they're saying up to 15% of your body weight.
Well, it seems
Or
to
body-
me like the commercials that came out early. It said you lose 10 to 15 pounds. You remember?
Yeah.
Evidently, I don't know.
And that was with I say the 15%. That was within the first month or
Yeah,
two
who
or something.
knows?
I don't know. It
But
was
anyway, it's
some
really
crazy
popular.
stat or whatever.
But there are some people but that's with anything, I guess. I don't know. I was just making a point because everybody's talking about it all the time.
Yeah.
And Fat Joe lost 200. I was wondering, did Fat Joe do that?
He could have.
I didn't
he
really read the
could've.
Fat Joe article. I don't know if he had like the sleeve or any help,
Right.
or did he just?
And hopefully
get,
he's not sick.
no, he might. No, he looked. No,
He
he,
looked
he
good?
said it was
He-
for his health.
okay,
He said
okay,
you got to
good.
be healthy.
Well, good for Fat
I mean,
Joe.
I'm Fat
I think
Joe.
we just stay with Fat Joe.
Yeah.
Fat Joe.
I think so.
Even though he's lost weight, that's what he was known for.
Yeah.
I mean, look at how much
Well, that's
weight
like,
Rick's lost, and they're still the two sexiest fat men alive.
and like the two 600-pound sisters. I mean, they've
Yeah.
lost weight.
Have they?
They're below 600, I think.
Okay.
1,000-pound sisters. I forget what their number was now.
They're big.
You're saying it's under that
But,
number.
yeah, they've
and
dropped.
They
it. I mean, they're still
keep
huge.
the name.
They're
Yeah.
still huge, but you know.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg, for
Oh, they're huge.
telling us that.
Anyway,
See, these are the things y'all could talk about if you went by
I
and
know.
saw him.
I know. See, I picture us.
Y'all could lean up against a truck and just talk.
Speedy, I picture us sitting on the back porch in a rocking chair,
Oh yeah,
just for a few minutes. And I don't want to overstay my welcome.
throwing a stick, and Mr. Buddy going
just
and
kind
getting
of let me breathe. I've had a long day, and we're just going to kind of breathe with my buddy before I get back on the road. You know what I mean? That's all I want.
well, come on. No, I mean, I may not be there, but
it. Right, I mean, you know,
I would always text.
yeah.
But the problem with him is he doesn't look at his phone
Well, I don't
until later on, and so you
I'll lay
you
it down and
text
lose it.
and
I lose
say,
it a lot.
Hey, I got about 30 minutes, and I'd like to swing by and say hello. And then I don't hear him for like 6 hours, and I think he uses that to go.
No,
oh,
really.
yeah,
I,
well,
I promise.
Well, there's
I'll
one
set
thing
it
that he
down.
doesn't
I
think-
lose it all the time at home. I can't find my phone.
well, there's one thing he doesn't think we know, but we know, and that is that he doesn't respond. And then when it's too late, he responds because, "Oh man, I just
That's
saw
not
that."
true. That is
I know.
that's
Yeah,
not true.
yeah,
By the way,
yeah. That's okay.
That's
buddy.
not true.
we've all done that, Greg.
I ain't saying I
It's
ain't never
okay.
done that, but that's not. It's not a habit.
Yeah.
Doesn't
So,
happen a
somebody,
lot.
hey, back to Fat Joe. Somebody said just put "not so" in front of it.
That's
Yeah.
true. Not so fat, Joe.
Yeah.
I mean, he ain't skinny as a rail by no means.
Right, but he's lost a lot.
He's lost a lot. Good for Fat Joe.
Yeah. Another story that's in the news has to do with college football. Hey, it's about here. And Michigan head coach Jim Harbaugh is set to be handed down a punishment stemming from his reported violations that came to light earlier this year. He is likely to be suspended for 4 games, which seems to be an agreement number between him and the NCAA, according to ESPN. The negotiated resolution is tied to recruiting investigations where Harbaugh was hit with a level 1 violation, the most serious for not cooperating with the NCAA enforcement
Which means lying.
group. Yep. And Harbaugh, I guess, what it spoke to the press after Michigan State Spartans game on October 29th of 2022, and the Athletic originally reported that Harbaugh also committed level 2 violations. The school was not able to confirm the suspension, but ESPN's reporting that through the negotiations, it looks like it's going to be the first 4 games, I guess. They opened the season against East Carolina, UNLV, Bowling Green, and then Rutgers, with all 4 games being home
So it
games.
won't, well,
That's 4 you can miss. 4 games is a lot, though.
Yeah. If the 4-game suspension is upheld, he'll be
is
eligible to return on September the 30th at Nebraska.
Let me ask you this: it may not. You may have already said it, and I was looking up their schedule as well. Does he have to miss practice during
That
this
was
time
what
too?
I'm
Well, that's what it doesn't
They
say
don't.
because that's a big deal.
if he doesn't have to miss
It's not a big deal at all.
It's not that big. a deal.
No. They're saying that he I guess provided false or misleading information to investigators regarding impermissible contact with recruits during NCAA mandated dead periods. It says here Harbaugh will be forced to miss practice as well.
Okay, that's a big deal.
No, that is a big deal.
Yeah, that's
so-
a month without your team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. So anyway, that hasn't been official yet, but according to ESPN and a few other sources, that's the word coming out of Michigan that he will face 4-game suspension. And in the article, it says he'll be forced to miss practice as well. It says it. So we'll see, But that's big news.
That is big news.
It's big news.
Yeah.
And when does the Big Ten get reshaped? I know the SEC. You got Texas and Oklahoma joining, and so I guess at the same time the Big Ten.
Yeah, that's
will
when
shift.
you get USC, UCLA.
Yeah, which is going to look really bizarre.
It really is. That's weird.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing's weird.
But the Pac is that's just going to be a mess out there.
It is. It's not going to be.
Of course, Deion's going to be in it with Colorado.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We're going to see what he can do.
Yeah. That boy, I tell you, it's about to be here. Now, when we did the sports czars, we would always be upset when it started because that means it's about to be over.
Yeah, once it happens, all of a sudden you look and you go, wow.
Yeah, everybody's excited because it's about to start. Then it starts and it's like, wow, so it's November. It's over.
Unreal how fast it goes.
It really is. Also, the NFL, everybody's trying to redo and restructure contracts. That's coming up. It looks like old Justin Herbert with the Chargers, he's going to be doing all right.
Yeah.
He's agreed to a 5-year extension. According to reports, the quarterback and the team agreed to a 5-year extension worth $262.5 million, which comes with guarantees too. It's a multi-year extension, and so he's going to be doing just fine.
Now Burrow, isn't his up? He's negotiating currently.
Yeah,
he'll get a big one.
Yeah, he will. But I mean, so far there's no news, and the I guess it was the owner. There's a story out today that he was like, well, you got the salary cap, we got things we're trying to work out, but I guess
it's going to take, especially when you see if Herbert got that, he'll go, well, I want a little more than that.
Oh yeah.
But the thing that's been amazing is how the running back position, they're just basically going, look, we're not paying y'all ridiculous money because you don't last long, and they're all sticking together. Mm-hmm. And if you play that, you remember that used to be Premier.
Oh sure.
And they're like Josh Jacobs and all these guys are holding out, and they have no leverage.
Right. That's true.
So.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you all for being with us. Alapuka is your intern. If you holler at us, that will be who calls, or answers, I should say, if you do call. He's got show prep covered as well. Rick Bubba are here. Adler will join us shortly for the main show. And today on the schedule, What's Eating Scott Gorowski? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I can't wait for what's next, even with higher stroke risk due to atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Eliquis, the Pixaban tablets, reduces stroke risk. It's the #1 cardiologist-prescribed blood thinner.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without talking to your doctor, as this may increase your risk of stroke. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or have antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding or unusual bruising, or if you have tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. It may increase your bleeding risk if you take medicines, such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
The $5 Cravings Box is back at Taco Bell, and it's the real thing. We're talking a Chalupa Supreme, a cheesy, beefy 5-layer burrito, a crunchy taco, cinnamon twist, and a medium drink, all for just $5. That's a lot of food for not a lot of dollars. In other words, a wise business deal, like greeting clients with a firm handshake and a delicious 3-course meal. That's only $5. Order your $5 Cravings Box on the Taco Bell app today. At limited participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only while supplies last. Contact local store for price and participation which vary. Drinks exclude freezes. Price excludes tax.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to RickandBubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Indulge me for a minute. Our friends at Field of Greens just got one of the best testimonials. Listen to this testimonial from a customer. I've been taking Field of Greens, and this is the second time my doctor has practically danced into the room praising my blood results. Credit where credit's due. Thanks, Field of Greens. Each fruit and vegetable of Field of Greens was medically selected for specific health benefits. Some support vital organs like the heart, lungs, and kidneys. Others, metabolism for healthy energy and weight loss. If you're busy, don't get enough exercise, or you eat too much fast food, take Field of Greens. Look, Field of Greens can't promise your doc's going to dance into the room, but they can promise your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. We trust it's helping our health, so let's get you started with 15% off. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code Bubba, and get 15% off. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com. There is a link under the sponsors button. That's fieldofgreens.com, the code Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
All right, we got 10 minutes, leaning on 9 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the Kickoff Hour. This portion of the Kickoff Hour brought to you by HelloFresh.com/Bubba. Think there's no time to cook this summer? Think again and think HelloFresh.com/Bubba. There's nothing worse than scrambling, trying to figure out what we're eating, what's for dinner. Hey, what's up? Look, these meals, it really saves a lot of time and saves a lot of money, too, including fast and fresh recipes ready in about 15 minutes or less. And summer entertaining is, a cinch with mouth-watering selections from HelloFresh Market, like crowd-pleasing backyard bratwurst. Is that how you say it? Bratwurst, excuse me.
Yeah.
Bar. I knew that didn't sound good. I knew it didn't sound right.
We know some brats.
Yeah, bratwurst. Yeah, and tangy key lime pies. How y'all on that?
Love it.
You like key lime?
Yep, I like that and lemon ice box.
You can even skip an extra grocery store trip and choose from over 100 sides, snacks, and more delivered with your order. Sign up for America's #1 meal kit today, 50% off. Take 50% off plus free shipping with code Bubba at HelloFresh.com/Bubba. I know a lot of talk at our house, even though JC will have a meal plan and all this kind of stuff, just going back to school. I know you experienced it, Greg, to some extent. I know yours were working through school as well, but Helmsy, just get ready. You know, outside of the meal kit, you got the grocery store runs, and a lot of times it's convenient to run through drive-throughs, and the bill can go on up. But getting HelloFresh for your college student that is running up bills every month on fast food and going to the grocery store and all this kind of stuff, having that delivered right to their door would help if they don't mind cooking. And because it's right there,
they got it laid out.
It's right there for you.
Cook it, eat it.
Come on. 7 minutes until top of the hour. What's eating Scott Gorosky on the table for today? Adler will join us shortly. Rick Bubba here. Alapuka, your intern today. We've hit a number of different things. Just kind of been hopping all over the place as far as the stories go for the day. Helmsy's still dealing with the disappointment of Greg saying don't come by.
You're completely making this
kind of sad.
I didn't say that at all.
But
making stuff
that's
up.
there for you.
Fine. Let's go if you want to make stuff up.
Right. Yeah.
That's with you.
You know, we talked.
We're eating at 6 o'clock now. That's a little late. It'll be earlier than that.
We talked yesterday about the serial killer that has been captured and the stories that go behind that, and just good night. You got his wife and filing for divorce, and she didn't know, and how many are out there. There's a new story today, and this is what I talked about there every day. There's just a new story, and it's so confusing. But it says that Atlantic City's eastbound strangler.
Didn't know about an eastbound strangler.
That probe is revived after this arrest because they've realized that
they never tied anybody to those, is what you're saying?
Correct. And now it looks like there's Jersey Shore ties with Rex, and so they're like, okay, could he be? Yeah. Could he be the eastbound strangler? I mean, how far does this reach? Yeah. And we talked about that yesterday. Yeah. About his different ties to different cities and what he did for a living. How far does it go? It's already gone too far, but
you think he'll ever come clean and go, okay, y'all got me?
No.
And admit he did it?
No.
Because, the BTK guy, he did. When they got him, he said, yep, it was me. And he broke down in details on what he did.
It may be years and years from now, but not anytime soon.
Yeah.
So you know him
how? Well,
yeah.
Well, what it's done is it has prompted investigators across the country to re-examine similar cold cases, including a nearby oceanfront, establishment where 4 sex workers were found lined up dead in a sewage ditch in 2006. 2 women walking in a marsh behind the row of hotels just west of Atlantic City stumbled across this gruesome scene about 50 yards behind the now since demolished motel in November 21st of 2006. And so now
they think maybe.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just, you never know.
Yeah.
And it's just got investigators across the country trying to figure it out and go, well, maybe now that we've got this guy, and this was kind of This was kind of a lot of times
similar to what
he'd
been doing.
Yeah, and it just I just thought it jumped out at me because we had discussed that yesterday about how far will this branch out? That's there for you. All right, like
I said, that's a movie in the making.
Yeah, I know. The other update, just real quick, we're flying by this. Obama's chef that drowned, and he's the White House chef, and he drowned. I guess was it Sunday while paddleboarding near the former president's home at Martha's Vineyard, was not wearing a life vest, investigators have revealed, and no foul play is suspected in his death, according to the state police.
He just fell in the water, I guess.
Yeah, he was 45 years old, discovered Monday morning after an extensive search. Nobody, I guess, knew where he was, and a paddleboarder who was with him told investigators they had seen him standing on his paddleboard, lose his balance before falling into the water. I don't know. He said Campbell struggled to stay afloat before submerging. And everybody was like, hey, man, he should have been wearing a life jacket, of course, but they're like, hey, he couldn't swim. But then there was video that emerged of him swimming up and down the pool.
Get out in the ocean on the
I don't think that's the case because there was video of him swimming. So
no life
I don't know. He could have been hurt when he fell or something.
Yeah, maybe.
Who knows?
Got a cramp.
It's just a couple updates.
He may not have waited 30 minutes after he ate to get in the water like my grandmother used to make us do.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, she was adamant about it.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Oh. We'd be at the river.
Yeah.
And if we eat lunch, she'd make us sit there for 30 minutes.
For 30
We'd
minutes.
be so mad. That's the longest 30 minutes ever.
Just wanting to get in there so bad.
Said you cramp up. It's okay.
We always heard that too. But you know what? I've yet to see anybody cramp up.
I don't know anyone who's ever swam near me that cramps up.
Yeah. And I've said this before. It's kind of like the whole
Never.
And
Like,
listen, sure, there's a story, and I'm not saying you should do it, but I've never seen anybody hurt running with scissors either. Not
That's a
one
good
soul.
point, Helmsy.
Not one soul.
Now, I've never seen anybody's eyes.
Think about
sure.
people you know,
I
and
know.
the injuries they've had. You're right.
That's
a
one
great
of the
point.
things that we heard. Don't run with them scissors. And to this day, I've never had. Now I may have some issue today with scissors and running. I don't know, but I've never seen it.
And maybe the
Shouldn't
fact
do it.
that a lot of times I don't see why you're required to run if you have scissors.
Right. It's a
So
good
maybe
point.
it just don't come up a lot.
That's a great point, Greg.
Yeah.
I've never seen somebody cross their eyes and then get stuck that way.
No, I've never seen anybody swallow a
That's-
piece of gum
hey.
and make their stomach stick together. They used to tell us that too.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Golly, all the sayings.
Try the cross-eyed thing. See what happens. Boy, if they got hung up, that'd be something.
Oh my goodness gracious! All right, so we're about to go to break. Adler just joined us, so we're ready to go. And we thank all of you for being with us. It's just flying by. Already Wednesday, Bible study live today, noon Central too. Don't forget that with Rick, as we are going through the Revelation, and he is doing a phenomenal job. And so I know a lot of you, that's part of your week. That's today, noon Central on YouTube, and then shortly after that, it will publish on the podcast and everything. Don't forget, too, Scott Gorosky in studio today.
Can't wait for that.
Yeah, he's fired up.
If you need a little joy in your life, make sure you're listening to that.
Yeah. Or if you've got a lot on your mind and you wish you had a mouthpiece that you could really express your feelings,
he'll be your guy.
Yep, he'll be your guy today. You'll be going, that's right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We've got because Diamond Dallas Page was in the store, the show yesterday. Diamond Dallas Peanut.
Do y'all like Diamond Dallas Peanut?
We ain't got no band, Andy. We got that.
That's fine. That has to go.
That's a yes.
Because I just want to scream.
That's a yes. How about Andy? You tuning? No, never mind.
We have James Canutt because he sings.
I can't
We got
do it.
Close Encounter because of the UFO
Right.
deal.
Mhm.
Varsity Blues Clues.
I think Fire in the Sky is better than Close.
Right. We got Andy the Angry Mascot.
How y'all like that?
That's got potential.
Andy, the
Put
Angry
something about
Mascot's
that one.
funny.
We got On Time Worship. See, Mama Calls Me Peanut.
Do we want to try that again? I'm afraid that may roar to the front. We'll have two. with it.
You don't want to
Let's
start a
try it.
trend. You don't want to
Let's
start
try
a trend.
to
with
listen
it.
at him over trying to have
I know,
ball
yeah.
ticket.
Barney Baller, Jack of All Trades, Special Music.
How do you like special music?
We got
Go back to
That
that.
kid-
What is that?
huh?
Barney Baller?
Yeah.
Okay.
Barney Baller. We got Mayberry because
see
of
my
Andy.
favorite.
I feel like
I do
Mayberry
too,
is
but I can't
insulting.
say it.
You have no say so in this, but
Yeah.
I feel like
I'm
maybe-
sorry.
You're chiming
All
in
you're doing is
on
hurting
this
yourself
too
right
much.
Pop
now.
down, Andy. Pop down.
Pop down,
Yeah,
Andy, or you can get an intern named Chime.
Yeah.
sound
Polar
like that.
Vortex,
They're
which
gonna
we've
give you
talked
something.
How you
about.
like Polar Vortex?
Well, it's good today. How will it be 2
about
weeks
D?
from now?
Well,
Yeah,
I
I
just,
didn't-
it's almost like naming an intern Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I think I'll always love it.
Yeah.
But
We got Sore Loser. We got Dandy Andy or Handy Andy. That's coming in a lot.
I'm not into the handy stuff.
We got Nard Dog.
How do
From
we like Nard
Andy
Dog?
from The Office.
How do we like Nard Dog?
That's pretty good.
It's all right. It's good.
Okay.
And then we've got Highlander or Highlands.
All right, I
because
think
of
we got
Highlands.
them. Name the ones we put checks by only,
Okay.
and I think we're fine.
We've got Fire in the Sky, Toy Story. We ain't got no band, Andy, and Nard Dog.
What was one?
Oh, and Andy the Angry Mascot. I'm sorry.
I think that's fine, don't you? You like those?
That's
I
good.
got one more on there.
Greg, just because we think it, don't we should say it.
Right.
All right.
Emails are creative.
Okay. All right. Are we ready?
Yeah. Nard Dog, Andy the Angry Mascot. We ain't got no band, Andy, and Fire in the Sky.
We ain't got no band, Andy. All right. So those are the only ones we're voting on.
Right.
All right. So you can vote now at 866-WE-BE-BIG.
One more time, Speedy. What are they?
In 5 minutes worth of voting, we're going to have a new nickname for our intern.
Yeah. Nard Dog, Andy the Angry Mascot. We ain't got no band, Andy, and Fire in the Sky.
All right. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What is your vote, please?
Nard Dog.
Thank you, buddy. Rick and Bubba Show. What is your vote, please?
Guard Dog.
Do we count that? It's actually Nard Dog. Do you like that?
That's what he meant.
Is that what he meant? Okay. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. What's your vote, please?
Nard Dog.
Wow, interesting. Snoop Dogg. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Doo-doo.
We got one for Doo-Doo.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
James Spann is.
All right. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
Okay, thank you, buddy. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Jelly Mountain Moose.
What? I couldn't understand it.
Jelly Mountain Moose?
Oh, I forgot about that. I remember.
You know what? That needs to be one in the future.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Fire in the Sky.
Okay. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Nard Dog, baby.
All right. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
I'm pretty sure that was my pastor's wife. I'm just gonna say.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Billy Wayne.
I don't even get that one.
What Aunt Martha say?
How about Andy Rain? Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Nard Dog.
Thank you. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Underground.
Don't even know what that means. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Oh, Speedy called him underground.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
Okay, thank you. It's a two-man race. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Randy.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
Oh, here it comes.
Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote.
Down the screen.
Peanut Head.
Okay, thank you for that. Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Mama called me Peanut.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
Nard Dog, or I lose all faith in this show.
Okay. Oh, wow, that's interesting. I didn't know there'd be so much passion for Nard Dog. Did y'all?
No.
Hi, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
I want it to lose.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
But it's a two-man race. Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
Where are we? Where are we?
In the lead, 7-6.
Is that the same guy?
All right.
Sounds the same.
I'm going to 20 more seconds. Rick and Bubba Show, and then it's a tie. We'll go to the staff. Rick and Bubba Show, go.
We don't need to practice. We ain't got no band, Andy.
Oh, baby.
2-point lead.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Andy.
Oh, man.
Came on late.
Rick and Bubba Show, your vote, please.
I'm pissed off.
No.
Show. How are you? A brand new hour has begun, and we thank you for being with us today. This hour starts with the national anthem. here, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one in the wacky world in which we all live. Coming up on the program later today, another installment of What's Eating Scott Gorosky. For those of you that are huge fans, as he speaks on behalf of all the annoyed, that's coming up a little bit later on. And we got that today. Wednesday Bible study back today, too. The Revelation chapter 16. That's happening live on our YouTube channel at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern. It'll be archived soon after and available on our YouTube archive and our podcast audio-only archive. Both of those are available to you every day for the entire Rick and Bubba Show as well. Monday through Friday, you can catch the show live on America's boldest radio stations, our TuneIn app, or our YouTube channel. And then if you don't get the show live, you have podcast archives every day, and you also have a YouTube archive for you. And both the audio and the YouTube will give you a 1 hour best of if you're short on time and just kind of want the meat of that particular show that day. So there's all kinds of ways to get the show on your own time or live. Find them all at Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Kickoff hours behind us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess and Helmsley knocked that out. Eddie Van Adler now joins us for that YouTube experience. Rick and Bubba University students are ready to go. We've got Alapuca, Cam Solo, as they continue to earn that degree in common sense. Common sense, of course, now a superpower. We're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome.
It's just a small town girl. That's one of those
Wow.
you don't see a lot of people sing along.
No,
Once Steve Perry takes you go, yeah, he's got that.
He's got it. Let Steve have it.
Well, one of the
Him and Arnell.
one of the best singers of all time, and Greg, I think you've heard it because I think you and I both discussed this. If you haven't, sometimes people send it to us in email. Where I don't know how nowadays people do this, but they forgot the actual tracks of him doing that song from the studio, and they took all the music out.
Oh, I know.
And usually they do that to people, and it's like, ooh,
Yeah.
and you realize how much they get a little help here or there. His sounds perfect.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about just there's nothing going on. There's no effects. There's no other instruments, and you just hear him singing his parts and breathing, and it's right on.
Yeah, effortless too.
Right
Yeah.
on key.
Quiet voice.
Incredible.
Can't quite get there now.
No, Greg.
Well, it's not horrible. He had a record come out not too long ago.
I know his record came out, and I remember us talking about it, and we listened to it, and it's almost like, unlike Casey and the Sunshine Band, we refuse to do that to the members.
Yes. Rick, and I think somebody sent something on something. And again, look,
Greg,
I'm not Look, aging, but we saw KC.
Yeah, we
and
did.
then the other day we briefly saw it, but I went back and revisited Mike Reno of Loverboy.
No, Greg, don't do that. Greg, you don't do that. Does the sound as bad as the look?
No, the sound's not that bad.
Okay.
But
the look.
and the original band, except one guy that's no longer with us that was lost at sea, by the way.
What?
Yeah, the bass player.
One of the Loverboy guys was lost at sea?
Yes.
Gosh,
Sounds like a
behind the
song
music.
in that.
And
Behind the music.
But they play good, and he doesn't sound bad. It's just, but hey, look, it is what it is.
So a lot to cover today, but on the musical note, do you realize that Mick Jagger turned 80?
Yeah,
this
today.
week.
And still
today.
getting
Was it
out.
today?
I think it's today. He's 80.
Are they still touring? I don't know. Maybe they've taken a break.
That's just incredible.
To me, the Stones are never off the road.
And guys, the way
he's
Mick
80,
how many,
80 today.
How many people do we know 80 and they're not in condition to tour today?
At most, all of them.
And look, hey, he don't pull a Phil Collins and have a seat.
No,
I mean, he puts on a show.
He's still strutting around the stage like a banny hen.
He-
You know, no
I mean,
doubt.
he's an entertainer.
Well, I've told you, of course, he just had some sort of lung surgery and wouldn't let anybody cut his grass. We've got a guy in the Wednesday Bible study that's 83. And I mean, and you know what his big talk to me about every Wednesday after we discuss what we studied, that it's time for me to start getting jacked and put on a little thickness.
So he's been doing a little weight training.
And he sits there and he's just like this. He looks like he's got about 2% body fat.
That's
He's
right.
83.
Yeah.
And he said, now you got to start bulking up. And I'm like, I think I'm good. Thank you though.
Can I just?
They just cut out some of his lung and he wouldn't let anybody cut his grass.
No man can't cut his own grave.
But yeah, no, I've never because I think Bubba and I even discussed this. Was it yesterday? We were talking about bands that are still out there, or maybe it was somebody else. I can't remember. But the Eagles, people like that, they never.
Yeah, we were talking about that.
That was yesterday. Yeah. Joe Walsh is the only one that really moves. So they're telling you come here that we can still sing 5-part harmony.
Yeah,
and we all
and they do. Sounds great.
And we all play really well.
Mm-hmm.
But the Stones still put on a show that looks like a rock band, and Mick still runs around at 80 like as a front man.
Yeah.
Which is a different deal.
Rick, when I saw him, it was what? God, what year was that? It had to be 20.
And we thought they were old
years
then.
ago. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
They
were in their
somebody
50s.
somebody put out some of the of Mick Jagger dancing to some of the songs because he would have all these weird dances without the music and what it looked
I've
like.
seen that. Yeah.
It looked like he was having a convulsion. Man.
Well, we got a busy show today. We got a lot to cover. There is things all over the spectrum today we got to dig into.
Yep, there's a lot. There's a lot out there. And we'll unpack it all. Your phone calls will be part of it, too, at 866-WE-BE-BIG. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba Show.
I
Your
want to thank
vote,
our
please.
dad for calling in.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Dad.
Mama called me Peanut.
Didn't make it. All right, Rick and Bubba Show. Your vote, please.
We ain't got no band, Randy.
All right, well, I guess that's it.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over.
New intern into Rick and Bubba University. We ain't got no band, Andy. There it is. We ain't got no band, Andy. Now enrolls into Rick and Bubba University. He begins his journey to earn a degree in common sense, which every time you look around, so obvious, has now become a superpower. So had you listened to the show before coming here?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like a lifetime thing. Like, I can remember listening to it with my dad when I was like 3. So.
Oh, thanks for that.
Who did not
It's
call
a
you,
lifetime experience.
who did not call you Peanut? That was Mom.
Yeah, that was Mom.
Yeah. So the family. So you got. So you grew up on this show.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. For anything you can remember on the radio, it was this show.
Most definitely. Yeah, I was like 3 singing along the Rick and Bubba.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
A little Peanut was singing.
Now,
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Now you're part of the team. I want you to understand one thing, though. We ain't got no band.
We ain't got no band.
Bottom of the hour. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up. More stories to cover. Not sure we can do this story. I'm staring at it.
Big Rob.
Yeah.
Don't ask him questions.
No. What? Rob's a bad guy? What? Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Breaking down now stories that have happened since the last time that we were all together, Rick and Bubba family. And one of them was a shocking story involving LeBron James' son.
Yeah, Bronny James apparently had a cardiac arrest yesterday, according to a family spokesperson. The medical staff was able to treat him and take him to the hospital, where he was reported in stable condition and was no longer in ICU. So that's extremely good news on that front if you're out of ICU that quick. What is disturbing, though, is how can I guess he's, 19-year-old freshman coming into USC. What in the world is he doing having cardiac arrest?
Well, I will say this, when you're going to play, a sport that requires lots of cardio, lots of moving, lots of exerting, I'm going to say, thank the Lord you're okay. But the fact that you suffered cardiac arrest is a big player.
Yes, it is.
That's not I rolled my ankle.
No.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
And
you certainly
if you got heart issues, I mean, you may not be able to play.
Yeah. When I first heard this post show yesterday, it broke. I thought, oh Lord, does he have an enlarged heart, a situation? Because you hear that people running up and down the court or whatever, and then they just collapse. And it was a condition no one knew about, but that does not seem to be the case.
You would think they would know about that.
I know.
Yeah, you would
with
think
his
they
level of wealth,
of
and
course,
just access to things in the medical world, you would think they would know if that was the case.
Yeah.
And I can't remember his name, Rick. The only other really college basketball player I remember that had issues like this was it Hank Gathers? that played at Loyola Marymount,
Yep.
and remember he passed out and then ended up dying.
Yeah, he ended up
one
dying on
time.
the court.
So you don't hear of it a lot.
I saw
It's
they had a
not,
movie about it.
but it does happen, and we certainly hope that he's going to be okay. We don't. But like you said, it just seems like at their level they would have had so much screening and all this. Elon Musk is catching some flack because he actually asked, "Has he took the vaccine?"
Oh, did he? Of course he did.
You can't even ask that now.
Well, I mean, it's
we all
a
thought
fair
it.
question.
We were all thinking
that's
it.
exactly
Fair
what I asked
question.
first time when I heard it.
Young man, if he doesn't have any kind of genetic background that was disturbing in the heart world, and this all of a sudden comes up, and he took the jab a couple of years ago, that's a valid question.
Yeah, it is. I think it is too. I don't know why in the science community we can't ask questions anymore. It is the most bizarre time. You know, we just come off this Oppenheimer thing where we saw these physicists and how they were collaborating and asking questions, and then how it turned into the World War II, and everybody got suspicious of each other. But the big thing was everybody asked questions. It was okay to ask questions, and you put papers out, and you talked about it, and the open community of science dealt with it.
Yeah, there was a time when somebody would say, young person in good shape, having heart issues, some sort of cardiac event, All right, so let's look down at this. Is there any family history or anything like this? Okay, did he take the vaccines? Anybody know? Because what you would do is you would say, well, we had some side effects. That was that what's it called? I never have
carditis or something.
Myocarditis.
Yeah. So the doctors and the scientists will say, yeah, that is a possibility. Didn't affect everybody. Some people had no problem, but you're right. So we need to make sure. But now you're not allowed to do that because, as we've said 1,000 times, once science became political, then science it doesn't exist anymore.
You know, we're trying
It's
to
not science anymore.
We're going to go back with the podcast, Rick and Bubba University, and have some of these doctors on that were on the cutting edge of all of this when the pandemic started, and ask the question, hey, have we learned anything? What would we do different? But if you can't even ask that question, I think we're right where we were.
Looking online from what I can find, it's unknown if he was continuing to get vaccines or get his boosters or whatever. But back in 2021, LeBron James did say that after being initially hesitant, he and his family did some research and were comfortable getting vaccinated.
Well, and this is a day after Tori Kelly, who I never heard of, a Grammy award-winning singer, collapsed at an L.A. restaurant, and come to find out she has blood clots in her legs and lungs.
And again,
and
may
just
have nothing to do with it. But it's okay if we ask that question.
Well, and it's okay if it doesn't have anything to do with it. But why can't we?
Matter of
ask
fact,
the
I hope
question?
it doesn't. This is not about, you guys are right, this is not about a certain narrative. The question we're asking is, why can't you ask questions?
Yeah.
And I'm not coming down one way or the other. I will tell you this, and it was said to me again last night. There's people in the medical field that are saying, and we've interviewed one of them who that was not his original intent, but Dr. Jordan Vaughn is part of this. They said there's going to be a whole new genre of the medical field of doctors that do nothing but treat people with side effects from COVID and the vaccine. That's all they're going to have. There's so much of it that'll be their specialty.
And either one can cause that.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. It could be either one, and because all of it really, in a weird way, is actually the same thing.
Yeah. I mean, it is. The vaccine caused you to have a version of it, so your body could react to it. So. Again, it's not about a political point of view. It's just there's the science. Are these people having this trouble from the vaccine or having COVID?
Well,
and that is a fair question.
And I don't know how it's worded exactly. You doctors out there will know, or people in the medical field. You know, they took an oath that they wouldn't do any harm.
Right.
And when the problem that got us all kind of freaking out is when. Look, I honestly, and some of people disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I honestly don't have an issue with the beginning of that because everybody was trying to do something.
Right.
Where I have an issue is when we knew that the vaccine was not doing or couldn't do any more once it mutated what it was designed to do, and now it was causing more harm than good that we just stuck with it. And I do have a problem with that.
initially, Rick, remember, let's go back. Let's put it in reverse.
And we kept being pressured to do something that everybody knew wasn't going to protect us. It could only harm us.
We were excited about the possibility of a vaccine because we'd all had vaccines growing up. Smallpox, whooping cough, all polio, all that stuff you had, you were vaccinated against when you were a kid. And guess what? You never got it. You never got it. But as this went on, we realized this was not the same type vaccine. It was more like a flu shot.
Or the same type virus, and we now know
right.
Yeah.
I mean, it was more like a flu shot. It helped you initially during those first few, but as it mutated, it didn't help. It didn't keep you from getting it. 2, it didn't keep you from giving it to somebody else. Did it shorten the length of your illness? Well, we don't know. We don't know because you can't do a double-blind study on yourself.
It was a shot, not a vaccine. And what was, like you said, and then they would say things to try to save it. Yeah, it can't keep you from getting it or passing it, but it is giving you an immunity that's better than your own natural immunity. Well, that was hogwash. Total hogwash.
We all knew that was.
Yeah, total hogwash.
You didn't have to be a doctor to know that one.
And so there were just a lot of claims made about the vaccine that were not true, and and that's okay if we didn't know. And we were just finding out, but there was a point in there that we knew things weren't true that we kept on saying, and that's where I have a problem.
And we have facts about who actually suffered the most. Right. It was the elderly and those that had pre-existing conditions that would be susceptible to some type of respiratory illness. Let me tell you who didn't suffer. That was kids. Kids had very mild cases, hardly knew they had it. And this is what scares me, Rick. We're still pushing this vaccine for kids right now.
Yeah.
The risk versus reward is all out of whack on that.
Yeah, taking them out of school was probably worse.
That was a horrible idea. Terrible. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Part of the 25-year celebration, Mr. Lucky, the one and only CD from the world's greatest garage band, and that was the only original CD that we ever put out. It's available now on iTunes. Just look for Rick and Bubba, Mr. Lucky, and you can find those 9 original songs. The Fat Chance Tour, part of the 25 years of Rick and Bubba.
There you go.
You remember the Fat Chance Tour?
I do very well.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
A lot of fun. So, and then we had we played at some Fat Fest. We did that for 5 years. Ended that in 2003. Wow, a lot of time's gone by. Can you believe it's been 16 years since the last time you did a Fat Fest?
No,
really?
No, can't really believe that.
Wow.
Hey,
lot changes in 16 years.
Time's just clicking right on by.
Clicking on by.
It is.
Fellas.
Hey, now.
Hey, so, I know we're in the polar vortex. I know that we have some things to cover today. It really could be, if you think about it, today could be, a day of discomfort because, span is just getting ripped for it's amazing to me the number of people, because when you're dealing with people, you can't make people happy. It's the worst thing you can do because people put you in a position that if what you say is going to happen happens, then, of course, they're angry about all the pestilence caused by what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, in this case, if it's, say, tornadoes are coming, hurricanes are coming, ice is coming, and they actually do happen, you're never really praised. A tornado maybe if you save some lives, but the people who didn't get the tornado, you know what I mean? It's like there's devastation. We can't go anywhere. Now we're trapped if it's snow. But then if you miss it, everybody's mad because they prepared for it and it didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean,
and
no harm, no foul.
I guess I'm in the very small, minute percentage. I was thankful that they missed the winter weather
yeah.
forecast. I went hunting yesterday. I didn't have to sleep on the floor, and I actually had a tremendous day.
Yeah.
And my only kid that's still at home in school, in high school, got a day out of school that he could actually go do something.
Yeah.
I mean, so I thought it was fantastic. I celebrate. But I started looking at everybody ripping on Span.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Man,
Good
some of y'all need to get a life.
Yeah, some take it really serious.
Got some of y'all are holding on way too tight now. And we talking about snow now. Okay,
Right.
I mean, this is look. It's one thing for us to have
Nobody lost a kidney over it. did
Right. It's one thing for us to have a video of a very small child crying because they're disappointed about snow.
Which was funny.
It doesn't look good for a 55-year-old woman to do it.
No.
Okay. It's just- so some of y'all need to. Some of y'all need to just, really need to go back, look at the things you're writing, ask yourself, is that really me and is that right?
Yeah. Could I do a little better?
Right. I'm amazed at some of the things people will say and do. It's amazing. I don't know why I keep being amazed by it.
Rick, several
I'd love to talk to
interesting-
James, though.
Yeah,
I would.
we're going
we
to
got
talk to
him.
him today, see how that's going. Rick, interesting story today. There is a woman who decided she was going to run a test on the websites to see what men really wanted on these dating websites.
Oh, boy.
And she disguised, the same woman put 7 different ads into the dating site with different looks and different backgrounds. She did a little bit of everything. Businesswoman, gym bunny, she calls it, glasses, party-loving blonde, all this. And her results were very interesting, the type of matches that she got.
But not surprising, right?
No.
Okay. I guess I bet you and I can figure that out. So that'll be very interesting to hear today. And
6 different, not 7. I'm sorry, 6 different personalities she put up there, but it's the same woman.
And I also need that Cliff Sims interview to get here because everybody keeps asking me about it. That weird Cliff Sims dilemma keeps rolling here too. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past. Same old shoes. All right, Cook's Pest Control in Centricon. Good night. You been out there? Well, I don't know where all of you live out there, but we live in the tropical rainforest known as Sweet Home, Alabama, where humidity is high and bugs are plenty. And
it is every summer, Rick.
Oh,
every summer. Not that we're set, the hottest time in 120,000 years.
Yeah. I'll talk to you about that. I've got a story from yesterday as well that involves all the heat that was kind of funny. But anyway, so Cook's Pest Control in Centricon, no matter where you live or what you do, they really are the best in the business and put them to work for you. And the beautiful thing is you can bring them out to your property. And I do want the contractors to know they'll do new home construction too. Bring them out to the property. They'll tell you what their evaluation of the property is and what they would do and what they think needs to be done. And you can talk to them about ongoing maintenance too. There's no obligation to use them. That evaluation is free. So if you'd like to find out more about Cook's Pest Control and put them to work for you like they go to work for us, you can do that by going to cookspest.com, cookspest.com, or go to rickandbubba.com. Under the sponsors button, you'll see it there. Also, their termite protection, the best in the business. So with Centricon, the unbeatable combination is they put a fortress around the property where termites are never there.
Rick, I'm actually getting termite service set up at my house.
Good.
And
you got to block them out
with Cooks.
And
yes.
then lock them out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, y'all remember when I sent that heart emoji on accident to Noah Galloway, who I'm trying to make my celebrity friend?
Oh,
well,
no.
Something happened with Cooks.
No,
this
you
week.
You didn't do it again.
Cooks texted me. He's like, "Hey, this is David with Cooks. Just reaching out to schedule a time." I texted him back, "Hey, David, thanks so much. I'll call you Shorty."
I'll call you Shorty. Why'd you have to make it weird?
I meant to say shortly. I'll call you shortly.
Why'd you have to make it weird?
And I accidentally called the bug guy Shorty.
Yeah, you did.
Great.
He's
shouting.
He's
That's
just
awesome.
shouty.
Great.
He's just shouty.
That's so good.
That's awful. All right. So yesterday, Bubba and I, and I know seriously, the listening to us and watching us age, I understand it's sad. It's getting sad. I know it's. It was one of those things when I was getting
Sad to us.
I was getting therapy on my lower back yesterday. I actually brought a beach towel to work, and to put in behind my seat here, and it's almost like no one even puts an effort in anymore. I started trying to identify. I'm like, well, do y'all know what I've done to? And they're just like, yeah. It's not, you're doing this and this locks, let me unlock it. And of course, it'll probably lock again. And here's something you can do when you get up in the morning so you can get some of this stiffness out and start walking. And you know what they almost want to say? Look, Burge, old man, if this is part of the aging process when you can't identify how you got hurt, there's only so much we can do if you can't identify it. You have some theories, and and we fix you, and then you come back and we try again. And this was seriously this. I remember a time when they would say things like, "Now, what are you doing today?" When you were younger and there was hope,
Right.
And people thought you were some value, and they'd say, "Now, be careful. Don't do that, and don't do that. No, you don't need to do that. Why don't you just not do that?" And I looked at him. I said, "So should I work out today?" And he almost went, "Yeah, sure."
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I said, "Do you think it'll hurt it?" He goes, "I don't think so. I mean, not anymore, and it's going to hurt anyway. You might as well get some cardio in." So anyway, Bubba has come to work injured today from, I think you and I just riding in my truck yesterday.
Yeah.
That truck's took a few people out, Rick.
It has.
Rick has a high truck, and I have one too, but I'm used to climbing in the driver's side, so I have and I don't even know what the routine is, but I have a way I get in it.
It's off the spine, man.
But yesterday, I'm getting in on the passenger side, so it's a whole new thing. And anyway, in the process of getting in,
I would have let
truck,
you drive if you needed to for your knee.
Getting in your truck twice, I have twisted or injured my left knee, which is my bad one.
Now, don't forget, Bubba only got in and out of it twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now I was on the
it feels like there's razor blades.
I was on your side of the truck, Bubba, the passenger side when you were getting out. Okay.
How'd it look?
Well, you if you'll remember, I went, "Oh, hold on, you okay?" or whatever. Because he was so high. I mean, it's almost like if I was to hold him, he'd be up here by my head, okay? And he was so high.
I grabbed something in the truck and I just slid out. I mean, like
did you come out a little reckless?
No, I don't think I hurt it then because it wasn't hurting.
Yeah, he did what I call the butt slide, which is on the side of the seat. You kind of slide down, holding to something. And you're hoping your feet hit something before so you don't just have to fall.
You kind of, take the pressure off with your arms, but. Boy, I got back home and it felt like a nail was in my left knee, and I started icing immediately. I iced a couple of times last night, and I've got it wrapped up today.
Your
and
truck
it still
did it
hurts.
again, Rick.
I know it's killing people. I'm telling you, I love Hendrick. I thank you so much. We've aged out of the lift kit.
Yeah.
Give us something closer.
Damage.
Give me something closer to the ground.
Yeah, I mean, I love the jacked up vehicles, and I was in the Jeep for a while, but. Man, I tell you, it's tough when you're.
You should see
injured.
me. You should see me load my mom and dad in and out of it. I literally have to pick my mom up and just set her up in the seat, which then hurts, of course, my lower back.
There you go.
Of course, I hate to say it, my dad's 83, and he gets in and out of it better than anybody else I give a ride to.
Yeah. Sure.
It's not even close.
I am proud of you for working out yesterday, though, Rick. I mean, you got after it. Here's
look at me. Here I am right here.
Good,
this
Rick.
is
you were getting it.
This is 210 that I'm deadlifting here.
Yeah.
If I did that, my lower vertebrae would snap probably.
Well,
it's funny. I'm sorry.
It's funny. I'm carrying that around every day. Wait a minute.
So that was for the 80-year-old lady that was deadlifting 210 yesterday.
Right.
And Rick, you asked if I was stronger than that old lady. And so I went home after jiu-jitsu and did some lifting.
And
I am in my underwear, so I'm not.
You doing that again?
That's how I work out. Okay.
In your underwear?
But here I am.
There he is.
I don't think we can.
Adler, what are you doing?
I'm keeping it far away. I'm keeping it far away. I'm not.
Adler.
Adler.
What are you doing?
Just you guys are looking up
I
close.
think
Nobody else is looking up
this
close.
is going to be
That's
flag.
one,
Adler.
That's 2.
Adler.
That's 3. And that's 245 pounds 15 times, brothers. So don't ever question the little man over here ever again.
Adler, I don't.
Jacked. Oh, I didn't mean to show that.
I think that's going to get some sign of explicit warning on YouTube.
Well, 245, 15 times.
Adler.
No big deal.
Quit showing that.
No big
Quit
deal.
showing that.
What are you doing?
Would it have done?
We're men. We're all men.
Can you wear pants?
Right.
Jim,
Most people work out in shorts.
He's a boxer brief guy.
And by the way, don't be afraid to get a jog strap.
Yeah.
That came off, and it was just down to underwear.
You're right.
Oh,
Straight
boy.
up. That's how I do it.
You and I need to have a conversation.
That's
Yeah,
so
we
funny.
do.
You have lost all sense.
I thought y'all would be more impressed about this.
Well, we couldn't enjoy.
you'd had some shorts on, we would have.
Yeah, we couldn't enjoy the
Right,
lifting
yeah.
for everything.
Right.
else
I'll be
going
honest with you.
on
I had to stop looking.
Yeah, I did too. I started caring more about my psyche.
there.
Yeah, I was like, why are you still doing
Yeah.
it?
Well, that's good
That
for you.
angle,
Adler.
huh?
Well done, buddy.
You might need to go up a size.
It was a
in your
low
undies
angle.
there.
You don't have any boxer shorts?
Yeah, what are those sliding shorts?
Right.
At night.
Come on. No gender confusion there.
No.
If you guys were wondering what I'm capable of.
Well
Okay.
done.
Yeah.
You know what comes in small packages, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Did that woman make you do that?
Yes.
Did you have to, so you had to prove
I
to
wanted
yourself.
to know. Didn't you have that question in your mind? I started thinking about it.
So who's stronger than an 80-year-old woman now, fellas?
Right, I started thinking the same thing. I'm like, shouldn't we be able to lift as much as an 80-year-old woman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I went home and busted out. Am I sore today? Yes.
Yes.
Very.
Yes.
But that's fine. And I worked my way up to that, by the way. And everybody, please be very careful when you lift.
Yeah, very
There,
good.
throw that in.
Yeah.
And put some pants on when you
And
lift.
wear pants.
Don't be afraid to
I mean,
grab.
just some shorts.
Yeah.
That's it.
A pair of
Gym
gym
shorts. That's
They
it.
bind me up. They bind me up.
Nobody's asked you to put on bike shorts.
You
or
wasn't
anything
too
like
bound up there.
that. No, not at all.
No.
Free as a bird.
Nice.
So,
Adler.
Free as a falcon in the sky.
But it wasn't.
wow. But we.
You have no filter. It's gone.
I know.
Yeah,
It's
I don't
gone.
know what you're.
But we had.
That's for you
Talk to
guys.
him in the break.
That's
I
for
will,
you guys.
yeah, well, I've Bubba, it's too late now for this bunch. I mean, I don't think anybody on this team's capable of one other adjustment. I think this is as good as we can be. Yeah, there's no.
Rick, we're fifth-year seniors, and
Yeah,
you just
nothing
don't
you
know what are
can
you
do with
doing?
it. Yeah, it's nothing we can do with this. Yeah, we're that bunch now on the team. They go, why aren't they running? The coach is like, I know what they can do. I don't have to test them anymore.
They don't have to do the warm-ups.
Right. Yeah. I put them in the game. I know what they can do and can't do. I've made all the adjustments I can with them.
Right.
So we'll come back. We'll tell you what Bubba and I were doing yesterday.
Night.
And give you an opportunity. Bubba, we found a hustler yesterday.
There we did.
I mean, I
Getting
love
after it.
I love when I see folks out there getting after it. So we'll talk about that when we get back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Big Boy, which now will return as part of the 25-year celebration today. And we're going to get him. Speedy just left, so it's happening on the program for those of you that are catching it live. If not, then enjoy what happened today whenever you're watching or listening to this. But here's a flashback for Helmsy, for Greg, and for Adler. This is when we went to get Big Boy the first time, and here it is when he arrived. It was starting to arrive at the studio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And here it comes. Should have talked during this because it's too emotional. This is when Big Boy arrived.
Seal of approval to today's events. Rick, I have not seen.
Y'all might have to take this because I get emotional when I
As
watch
you
it.
can tell here on the Rick and Bubba Show, graphic second to
Yes,
none.
that is an excellent graphic. It's the same map we used to get to Memphis, strangely enough.
And D can't believe he went up there. D, what was that like?
D, you went all the way to
Total stranger, by the way. Look, Big Boy Roy.
we do have a Sally Field. I was
in
not prepared for how good Speedy and the gang would look.
Somebody's in the
representing
wedding
Smoking
dress.
the Bandit.
Well, let me tell you an inside right now. My head is itching like you wouldn't believe right now because that wig makes your head itch. And so
I thought it was because company was coming.
And so I kept telling myself, you can do this. Make it. And I had to wear it all the way back from where we went and picked him up.
So you're the bandit here. Eddie George is Frog, the character played by Sally Field.
Right, and Don Juan's in this vehicle right here. He's happy that the big boy Rory turned out to be a good guy, and he was not a serial killer.
Can I ask you
And that he can
seriously?
stay awake and still drive.
Because I need to know about this because you was really into this role, Speedy. Did you kiss Eddie George? I mean, I need to know.
No,
Be
I
honest.
did not. I did not.
Did you tell her there's only one thing I take my hat off for? Be honest.
Yeah, and that's to wash my car.
Right. All right, and Big Boy, I could not believe how new he was. Was that shocking to
How
you?
about the Big Boy? It was so much better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, here's Roy, and he wished we'd get that paperwork done for him. But
Right.
We had cheerleaders, police escort.
There's D. Can't believe you saw him.
I'm just happy to be back home.
Yeah, he lived. He's all right. What? There's and D. Can I tell you this?
That's
you'll
my
go,
victory dance.
Yeah,
right
you'll
there.
go to that dance.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
That's a victory dance.
And
I made it home
look at
safely.
Speedy, how much he looks like Bandit.
Oh, he got his mustache. Wow.
Right.
yes, just like before.
No, well, I had the right stuff.
Right.
I went actually dark black there.
Right. Yeah, that was good. And admitted to it.
Yeah.
Look, look, just,
Wow, I'm a little giddy.
so you went as far as to get a red shirt like Bandit too.
A lot of folks don't know that is a Rick and Bubba specialty. Rick and Bubba specialty
restaurant?
From the restaurant, yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right,
And
Big
that's
Boy-
JT's jacket I'm wearing.
There's Roy, who actually went to get Big Boy.
Yeah, Eddie George's mother still hadn't recovered from the fact that this was the first time she saw her in a wedding dress.
And, how about this? Eddie makes a pretty bride.
She does. All right, now watch here. It's
Bubba
a little,
always looking to point those things
look,
out.
it's
Well,
a
just
little
like a
harder to get this
compliment,
off than
Dean.
y'all were ready for. It's a
Yeah.
little harder to get this
Look,
off.
y'all are choking Big Boy.
Yeah.
Let him out.
Well, he made it back from Detroit.
I can't believe that road back from Detroit. That's unbelievable.
It was a little bumpy for Big Boy, too.
Really?
Wow.
I also make the comment that I ranked this second to my children being born. I realized that there were some other things I should have ranked second before Big Boy, and that was a good day for me, too, after everybody heard it. But I was just screaming on emotion. I had no logic. JT, weren't you 1980 called? He wants those pants back.
What was that, aluminum foil?
That's those old pants that were popular from the NFL in like 85 or something. Look at him, y'all. No, and look at Big Boy.
Look at him smiling.
Smiling.
He always smiles, buddy. That's why we love him.
Even on rainy days.
Everybody come up. Big Boy's home. Thank all of you so much for making it happen.
That's a good look for Speedy.
Speedy couldn't believe he had to do all this.
There's Jim the Crazy
Sign. So happy. That
Oh my God!
Jim the Crazy Sign Man.
Yep.
Santa, this makes up for it.
There's D holding the camera. He's not sure either.
So sleepy.
He is so sleepy.
Eye stinging.
So I went to Detroit.
Y'all think Jerry Reed remembers us?
Look at that mob out there.
Hey, D's not sure how to stand there either.
Look at that
He's
picture.
hanging on.
Look at that picture.
That's it.
Boy.
How about that?
Guys,
I'd kind of like Speedy with the dark mustache.
Yep.
Well, we used to see it quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, he had a dark goatee. There's a picture in the hall. He wasn't playing a character either. He wasn't being Burt Reynolds. He just thought he was sharp.
So we put Big Boy on the bluff after that wonderful trip, and he stayed there for we don't know how long, 2 to 3 years, maybe a little longer.
He's a shiny fella.
Can't remember. And then we left and came here 11 years ago this month, and we've been separated from him since. But today, as part of the 25-year celebration,
Here we go.
Big Boy comes home. So we'll pick that up whenever Speedy starts that journey. We'll join him. We'll cover some other stories until we get a, hey, he's on the way.
I hate that Speedy left before breakfast got here.
Not now.
Sure you don't.
Surely
You hate if you would have left before.
No, I do hate it, but I'm still.
To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big. Still to come on the program, What's Eating Scott Gorosky?
Oh boy,
For he is the voice of the annoyed, and so that
I like that title,
Yeah.
The Voice of the Annoyed.
the voice of the annoyed, and the parts that he will mention today that you can audibly understand probably will speak for you. That'll be coming up next hour. Also, President Biden, big announcement. Apparently, the Biden administration, I missed it, has cured cancer. So that is coming up a little bit later on too.
And
so
his concern over the 100 people that died during COVID.
Yeah, that's right. So it
I tell you, it's just I don't know why they don't just cancel what they're doing every day.
Yeah, I know. That's it. But anyway, I don't know why we keep playing this game we're playing with this person, but leader of the free world, that's a big deal. That's a big role. So anyway, Bubba and I mentioned about our current injuries, one of them involving getting in and out of a truck, the other mysterious, we think, possibly throwing a child up in the air in the pool. But anyway, so we had an opportunity yesterday, and you know, the times we're living in now, where, you know, around every corner you may be attacked by a podcast. And you know, so one of the things that's
plenty out there.
They're pretty normal now is to get a podcast request, either as an individual on the show or as Bubba and I together on the show, and so we were contacted by Bubba. He's a young mover and a shaker.
Yeah, Jay Walker.
Jay Walker, and he is. I didn't realize until we were done yesterday how young he really is, but. He has a podcast that is seen on local TV stations, and I assume an audio podcast as well on wherever you get podcasts. The Jay Walker Show. And so we were asked to come and be his guest, which we were honored to do so. And so that's kind of what we were doing yesterday that put us in the truck together. And
it was great to meet Jay, and excited about him and what he's doing, and honored to be a guest on his show.
Yeah, so it looks like for those of you out there that are wondering, you know, if you can see or hear that, TV-wise, it looks like there's about 17 other markets other than our home market, which is Birmingham. But for those of you that are in the Birmingham area, it will be August 5th. At 5 p.m. It'll be on ABC 3340. Now, for other markets, you just might want to search and see on your programming, do you get the Jay Walker Show? And then audio podcast, I guess those are out there wherever you get podcasts. So there you go. And we had, and I just kind of found myself enjoying being around a young person that's getting after it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, because I've been around a lot of young people that aren't getting after it. And when I find those that are getting after it, and I realize what you realize, I know, and I've said this even to my own kids, I know y'all have too. Right now, if you're willing to be a young person who's getting after it, you will do well. Because the competition against you is not very good at all.
You're playing in a weak conference right now.
You will stand out. I'm talking about the jobs that are people are after at your age and your period of life. You are way ahead of them. So you should do quite well if you'll just kind of put a little spit and put your nose to the grind and get after it. And he reminded me a lot of how you and I were when we were young, wanting to get in and do shows and get in this business and all that. So it was.
I think he's going to do real well. We're going to try to have him on at some point too, and talk about that. But we really enjoyed meeting Jay yesterday, and I wish him nothing but success with his show. And he's like you said, moving and shaking.
Oh, he's getting after it. Speedy, do you want to talk about what you did?
I don't know that I did that.
Oh boy, are we allowed to talk about that?
Yeah, I think so.
I think you probably
so I went ahead of you guys just because I like
groundwork.
Well, I like to,
you like to take care of my daddies.
Yeah, I like to
well,
set the table.
Look at what Speedy's learned over the years. If you don't, no matter how many times you tell us, no matter how many links you send us, no matter how much information you send us, A, we're not going to look at it. Okay, we'll act like you never sent it to us. Okay, or B, you're still gonna get a call from a school. Now, where's this place at?
Yeah.
So he's learned. Just go down there.
And we only missed it once and had to go back.
Yeah, I saw y'all. I was like, and there it goes. So I just went a little early just to figure out exactly. It was a new building to me too, and just to where you pull in. This is where we're going in. All this kind of stuff. And I noticed that that Jay wasn't there, So I sent him a little text and said, hey, man, I want to make sure I'm at the right building. And I gave him the description. He goes, yeah, you're good. You're good to go. And so I was like, all right, well, I'm here. And he said, all right, well, I'll be there shortly. Oh, that's good. He said, are you already there? And I said, yeah, I'm already here, but
that's a key phrase right there.
Yeah.
Are you already there? Like he's like, wow, I should be there now. Don't miss that part.
Oh no.
And I said, yeah. I said, but Rick and Bubba aren't they're 10, 15 minutes behind me. I just wanted to kind of canvass the area, just know where we're going and stuff. He goes, okay, man, I'll be there in just a second. So I'm sitting there and I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there and I'm getting sleepy again is what I'm doing. And and I'm just kind of hanging out, checking email or whatever. So I'm like, that's it, I'm calling him. So I call him. Hey, Jay. Hey, man, it's Speedy. Hey, man. He sounded pretty busy. And
Would you
and
say
I said,
frantic?
Possibly.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah. I said, hey, I just want to make sure. So are you sure I'm at the right building? Things, it just didn't look right to me. And yeah, you are definitely at the right. Okay. All right, man, I'm sorry to bother you again. Hey, look, I'm almost there. Hey, you aren't going to believe what's happened to me.
And that's the key phrase
And,
right there.
and I'm like, oh,
He said
boy.
that to you, right?
Yeah. He goes, well, I got a story for you.
Oh, boy.
And I'm thinking, okay, that's going to probably be why he feels like he might be a little behind, you know. And then about that time, I see Big Lift. I heard the tires before I saw you. And I'm like, and there he goes. And I'm like, I just saw Rick and Bubba pass me. Let me go so I can call him. Okay, man. So I call you guys, and hey, yeah, we're turning around now. So, you know, I'm there and I'm waving at y'all. You park, and then I see Bubba struggle to get out the Big Lift on the other side. And
have you hurt at this point?
Were you already injured?
No,
at this
I
point?
was fine. I wasn't hurting at that point at all.
So I'd been outside waiting the whole time, and so we go in together, and I knew what suite they were in and all that, so we make our way up, and now we're standing outside the suite, and I call him again. He says, hey, I'm coming in, right? And then at that point, he says, guys, I've been in the worst wreck.
Speedy made him hurry.
And I'm like, what? And he said, man, I really have. And then he shows us pictures of the car, and praise God.
Hey, wow, it was a much more severe wreck.
I'm so glad he's okay.
Yeah, I'm talking about like.
Yeah, I'm like, what are you doing here?
But he was able. I mean, he was able, even though he was shook
One
up,
fender bender.
to pull it together and actually do the show. And so
They showed
of
a lot
course,
of professionalism since he nearly just died.
I couldn't count to 5 before these two were like, so you caused him to have a wreck.
No,
and I'm like, no.
Speedy said he couldn't get to 5.
I couldn't. I mean,
Wow, so you made him hurry.
Little distraction.
And I don't think
Broke
I
his
did
focus?
because I mean, when I started calling him, he probably would have still been on the scene, and I'm sure he was wrapping up at the time. I don't know. That's what I'm telling myself. But I'm just glad he's okay.
Did you feel like you put a little pressure on when you're saying I'm already here and you're not?
Yeah, asking a lot of
He went to
questions.
check
and
his.
stuff.
I hate to ask the question.
Yeah, he was. It was when we were calling.
Whose fault was it?
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know.
We don't know.
So the whole time he was doing his show, in the back of his mind, he's thinking, "So I got to deal with this."
Yeah, I got to deal with that. I said. Then I tried to do the.
That's all was on his mind.
Hey,
He did a good interview considering he was wondering about if he was going to
Question, he had internal injuries, stuff like that.
His car's crumpled.
But once again, I told you he's a young man getting after it, probably sitting there injured.
Yeah.
You know, and he
Yeah.
still got there and got it done.
Yeah, that's when I started. I mean, that's why you got insurance, right, buddy? And I didn't get much of a laugh out of him.
No,
but I don't think
He's like, that ain't funny.
I don't think it was on me.
Top of the hour, more Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
People were standing on the side of the road as they came through Homewood. They now say as you hit Vestavia Hills in Alabama, home of the Broadcast Plaza, people pulled cars over on the side of the road. People are videoing. Helmsley's children are sitting waiting. They refuse to go to school.
School children are gathering at the plaza.
And here he comes, Speedy. How's it going out there, buddy?
It's just emotional is what it is.
Right.
I mean, hey, how you doing? Vestavia's Finest is waving at me.
Hey, guys.
Good morning, sir.
Thanks for your service, sir.
Yeah, I love them. It's just an emotional day. Families pulled over to the side of the road, waving, taking pictures, videos. I mean, this is just a part of Rick and Bubba history that's now it's coming home. And I just think he's so proud right now. You see him on the back of the flatbed trailer from Crane Works, and it's just so much excitement. I just hope Greg is waiting on me when I pull up at Panera Bread.
Greg,
that's what
Greg,
I hope.
Will you go outside and wait?
Greg, go out there. We want to see the embrace.
Is he almost here?
Have you got a
Yes,
jacket?
he is, by
Have you
the
got a
way.
jacket?
I'm good.
I got one in my
Put your
truck.
body armor down and head on out.
Okay, you got a jacket?
Yeah.
I want you out there, Greg, and I want you with a good look on your face. I don't want that sock.
Guys, we're 2 blocks away.
Greg,
from
go.
the
They're 2 blocks away, Greg.
Yeah, I can see our building in the distance.
And Greg, wrap your arms around him and say, welcome home. That's what I got to have out of you today.
A little sugar.
That's right.
Oh, look, hey, people honking and waving. I love you too. I know. Big boy is look. Here we go. We're turning it. We're in the turning lane.
By the way, here it is. Here he comes.
We're at Kentucky Avenue and 31, where the studio is at, and now we're turning in. It is there's about a 6 to 7 truck caravan here that is
I see
pulling
him.
in.
What a day, Bubba.
Hurry up, Greg.
Here it comes.
Yeah, Greg.
Greg's loafing
Hey,
out there.
hey, do y'all sense him? Do y'all sense
Hey,
him?
look, he's here. Look how
You sense him?
He's here. Look here.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, sir, for blocking traffic. Thank you.
Thank you. Well done there, big truck.
Yeah. How you doing, ma'am? Yeah.
The big boy is, look, he's never been here before. He's new to this area. Do you think that the people that run the place just let us sit him right out there? There's Helmsy's kids. All right, I'm watching. I better see Greg standing out there waiting on him. All right, we're
just
looking.
go to the right. Yeah, yeah.
I want James and Troy. You're on hold right now to answer. Yes, Adler has the drone. Yes, we'll have the footage from the show today. He will put out, for those of you that can't watch it live, it will be on our YouTube channel later today. You'll see this whole thing, and Adler will put together a YouTube video of this. So just be looking for that. All right. So,
Can you?
yeah,
we got you.
I got you pretty good.
All right.
There you
I'm
go.
getting out.
Greg should be out there to embrace. There he is. I see green shirt.
I see Greg.
Look, come here, Greg.
Yeah, I want you better get over and get a hug off of him. Look at Greg's attitude. Look at that terrible attitude.
The body language.
Yeah, the body language
speaks volumes, doesn't it?
Get up here. Get up here. Sit beside him, Greg.
Look, Greg's.
Greg's hugging big boy.
You know what? It's not the same he looked when he held his grandkid, but it's close.
Yeah.
All right, so there he is. Look at Greg.
Hey, Jeremy, you did good. Come here, Jeremy. Good job, Jeremy. Good job. There's Jeremy who drove it.
Thank you,
Good
Jeremy.
job.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Great job, Jeremy.
How you doing, sir? There's so much excitement in Vestavia. Look at the kids over here. There's some kids over there. Look at here.
That's right. Hey, Speedy.
Oh, my goodness gracious. People are already wanting their pictures taken.
Speedy, will you tell Greg this for me? Hey, Speedy.
Okay.
Speedy.
Oh, there's pictures.
All right, they're getting pictures.
He's caught up with the
And
emotion.
you know when kids are around Speedy, you'll lose it.
All right, there's a smile. I just saw a smile. Did everybody
I think I
document
saw
that?
that, Greg.
Did you see
Oh,
it?
Rick.
Yeah.
Go
Look,
take
that's real, too.
Are you sure it wasn't just a flash of the camera that
Look at all
blinded
the
you?
people coming.
Sure wasn't a flash of the camera
Such a
that
big
blind.
moment.
Hey, if you want to get your picture made with Big Boy, go on. He's in the parking lot.
Here's
Come on
Winstead.
over.
We made it.
There's Winstead.
Here are the two guys that put
Yeah.
the wheels on him. Good job. Good job, my man.
Hamzy, I'd like to
Everybody
see your
say
kids getting a picture.
I don't know
They
what. I
probably
don't know
had to
if
get to school.
Hey,
didn't
how
they?
you doing?
Yeah.
Yes, come by and see Big Boy. The kids love him. Yes, there he goes. Yes, people are coming. Hey, how you doing, ma'am?
You remember when our strategy was
Oh,
to
look, the
apologize versus ask permission?
Oh, here's Daniel Pryor.
There's Daniel.
Ready to go
Hey,
with Brother
Daniel.
Gavin, and now his family.
Gosh, I'm glad we
All
got
the
reinforcements
kids.
today.
You love Big Boy's son?
Hey, late to
Yes.
school for big boy.
Late to school for Big Boy, they say.
You know
How
what?
you
That
doing?
I hope I see that all
Oh,
over
here
this
comes
city.
Adler. Where's the drone? There's the drone.
Look at the drone! Yeah!
There's the drone.
The drone is capturing
Here
it.
comes Adler getting some love. Look, Adler. Look. Oh, Greg. Hey, guys, I got to tell y'all something. Ever since Greg came out, he has not left the trailer.
I know, but can I tell you something? Can I ruin this moment, Speedy?
No.
Can I ruin this moment a little bit because I know how Greg's mind works. Even though we think we saw a smile, Greg, hey Greg,
Hey, look, people coming by.
tell Greg to stop thinking about how we're gonna get it in and out. That's all he's thinking about.
How you doing? Does Big Boy bring you joy? Absolutely. I had to come by and see Big Boy. Oh, yes. You go along, sir. Yes, sir. Good job.
I feel like Speedy's about to invite somebody to the best seat in the house.
Is it okay? There's a lady that clearly listens to NPR. Boring your crap.
Right. That's a woman nearly hits me every day trying to get coffee.
Yeah. Oh.
The gang is all here, and we move forward right now. Thank you for being with us. Your phone calls coming up maybe later in the hour. What's Eating Scott Goroski happens this hour as the voice of the annoyed speaks. That coming up this hour. Wednesday Bible study back today, noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. Revelation chapter 16 today. And it's a doozy. So that's happening today. We'll archive that for you, and Adler have that available on our audio-only archives or our YouTube channel not long after the live, so you can go get it on your own time. So, Bubba, as we come back, we teased some of these earlier. The leader of the free world, President Biden. President Biden. A basement Joe. How much longer do we let this go on? That if we don't stop it for any other reason than just being decent people, why would we continue? Maybe compassion. Let's drop even political disagreements and go, could we just be kind to an old man? So I don't know how much longer we continue to act like this isn't a big deal. This is a statement that's making the rounds today, and I know this is not what the president meant. I don't think, but here's what he said. So here we go.
If you could do anything at all, Joe, what would you do? I said I'd cure cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We'd end cancer as we know it.
What was the last part of that?
Is the last thing he said, because I'm with him at the beginning.
Yeah, I am too.
Did he say we ended cancer as we know it?
As we know it.
He did? Or his administration?
Cure cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We'd end cancer as we know it.
He mumbles. Are we sure that's what he's saying? Are we sure that's what he's saying?
Cancer as we know it.
Or did he say we could end it as we know it?
I can't understand it.
Cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We'd end cancer as we know it.
Golly, he sounds like a drunk.
We
ended saying we can end cancer as we know it.
Did you? Well, maybe that's what he.
That ain't what he said.
Maybe that's what he meant
because
to say.
He said,
yeah, I got that, but I don't think the can ever got in.
Yeah.
I think he meant maybe to put it in there, but it didn't come in.
The story we have today is that he said we effectively ended cancer as we know it.
No, he did not say that. I don't think. The word effectively never got in
there.
He
said Biden is being ridiculed for claiming he effectively ended cancer as we know it.
One more time, Adler. Let's hear it one more time.
I'm not sure that's what he said.
I'm just reading the story.
No one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We'd end cancer as we know it.
No, because if he would have been saying they did, he said no one thought we could.
Yeah.
And we can. We ended cancer as we know it.
It does sound like he says we ended cancer as we know it. And I'm not saying that's what he meant to say. I'm just saying that's what came out.
Like I said, he would have said we could, but he said we can twice, and then he went to that.
Right.
Yeah. I think they're blowing it out.
The first lady
is be fair.
Here's what. I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It says one of the things I'm always asked is why Americans have sort of lost faith for a while in being able to do big things. And it says, if you could do anything at all, Joe, what would you do? I'd say cure cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, as we can, we ended cancer as we know it, the president said. And this, it looks like to me, an interview, I guess, that he was doing or whatever. But
if you ask him a question, what would you do?
He made the comment during a speech about expanding access to mental health care at the White House, where he discussed his commitment to tackling the nation's mental health crisis as part of the unity agenda. And then he went on to make that comment.
Well, this isn't
according
helping.
to this story.
This isn't helping. I don't mentally feel better now.
No, because he even though whatever he was trying to say, he didn't say it very well. It didn't come
First
out.
Lady Jill Biden is overseas. She's in Paris.
Dr. Jill Biden.
Dr. Jill Biden
heck of a
is
doctor.
in Paris, and she is. She's got a little speech here about some of the things that her husband has accomplished.
Okay.
When my husband, President Biden, took office 2.5 years ago, he made a promise to the American people that he would rebuild the systems that were broken and fortify our institutions, that he would work to bring divided communities back together, and that he would put us on a path to a better, brighter future while restoring our leadership on the world stage. And he did.
Did he?
Thunderous applause after that.
That one lady was
yeah,
really
she
clapping.
stared at
And
the
it
one
wasn't
lady in
that
the front
bad.
row
Well,
and
you
got
know-
her to clap. But I will say this: it is refreshing to hear somebody whose last name is Biden to be able to get up and actually make a sentence.
That's true.
I might vote for her to fill in now.
But yeah,
it can't be no worse.
But guys, do you realize that we're just living in a time now? We just say things that even the crowd was like, I don't know that that's true. I would say this.
Have you seen him on the world stage?
I would say this administration and the current state of the Democratic Party have divided our country up and almost taken us back in time on communities and groups of people being against each other. I mean, they've definitely taken racism back.
Yeah. I found a little bit longer clip that might get better in context what he said, and this is it here. This is a little bit of what we already played, but a little bit longer.
I've sort of lost faith for a while on being able to do big things. If you could do anything at all, Joe, what would you do? I said I'd cure cancer. They looked at me like, why cancer? Because no one thinks we can. That's why, and we can. We'd end the cancer as we know it. Deliver on our sacred obligations to veterans was the second thing I think.
So then he's just running a list. Yeah.
We know it. Okay.
Well, another thing gets me too is him staying on point. Did you see what it actually said underneath what he was supposed to be talking about? He was supposed to be talking about how they're helping people with mental health problems.
Right.
He's not even on the right topic. He's not even on the right topic. All right, so then here comes another one. Here's Biden saying over 100 people died of COVID. Now, again, to the point of the first audio clip, I know that's not what he means, but it is what he said.
We understand misspeak. We have it here a lot.
Right,
but here's the president.
And we're still feeling the profound loss of the pandemic, as I mentioned, of over 100 people dead. That's 100 empty chairs around the kitchen table.
I didn't know.
And we're still feeling the profound loss of the pandemic, as I mentioned, of over 100 people dead.
He's even put chairs with him.
That's 100 empty chairs around the kitchen
Reiterated
table.
it.
Oh,
guys.
my.
Hey,
Did not
double
know.
down.
See, I had not
He
heard that
100'd
part.
us twice.
Double down.
That makes it even worse.
It does. It
So
makes it
much
worse.
worse. I was giving him a pass on misspeak. That's
Rick,
not a misspeak. He just walked that out. in
I
his
would have
mind.
said 100 in the whole world. Is that what we're saying?
President
Unreal.
Biden, can I get a question? Did he say 100?
Did he say
So much
I
worse.
mean, there's 100 in like
Profound
a
loss
county.
of the pandemic, as I mentioned, of over 100 people dead. That's 100 empty chairs around the kitchen table.
You see how they always try to be dramatic, and it sounds even dumber.
Well, this is part of the empathy that he's
pandemic,
supposed to have. That's his strong suit, relating to
He
you.
wanted to say something provocative, but he stuck with the wrong number.
Yeah.
And- which, as y'all all said, made it worse. Sure. He almost went, 100, sticking with 100.
Yeah, that's 100.
And I'll tell you one thing that none of them will die of is cancer.
I wonder.
You think after he
this
said
is
it
gonna take-
once that it would have clicked. Hey, I just said 100.
Oh, I said 100.
I wonder if that part was actually on the teleprompter, and he just added that because he'll freelance.
Yeah, he will. Well, now I think he's about to make the most honest statement that I've heard him make in a long time in 1D. Listen to what he said about leaving the podium. Here we go.
Before I say even what's more is on my mind, I'm now going to leave this podium.
I'm now going to leave this podium. But wow,
Before I say more, what's on my mind, guys? The mush mouth is
in the world?
The mush mouth is getting worse.
It's
and
out
worse.
of control.
It's getting worse
Yes.
and worse and worse and worse.
Just go back and look at the clips of the Democratic debates when he ran for the presidency this last election versus those clips we just played. It's the 2-year fall off is amazing.
It really is.
He's either these quotes today and then his wife gets up and claims, hey, he's really doing a good job. Your phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines available. We'll chat with you next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Before I say even what's more is on my mind, I'm now going to leave this podium.
Here's another lady. How you doing, ma'am? You want to see Big Boy? How you doing, sir?
Speedy, be careful hollering
Big
out to
boy's
women.
home,
Do you
sir.
want to see Big Boy?
Hey, how you doing?
That could go
Big Boy's home.
bad.
Hope you're home.
Just don't say, hey, ma'am.
Yeah.
Do you want to see
How you
Big
doing,
Boy?
sir? Clearly you're hungry.
I'm just telling you. All right,
So, Speedy, what do we need to do to get him unstrapped and roll him in?
We're about to strap him when y'all go to commercial break, and he's got rollers on him. I don't know if you can see down in here, but he's got rollers on him, and we're just going to roll him over here, and then going to get him up here, and he's gonna come home.
Hey, Speedy, what is that on his back? He got a tattoo.
That's a That's a Craneworks tattoo.
That son of a gun got a
big
tattoo.
dog.
Yeah.
He got the big dog.
He's been out there running around for 10 years, and he went and got a tattoo.
Yeah, he's gone through his teenage years and gotten a tattoo.
Yeah.
But Craneworks, they've had him for almost a little over 10 years, I guess.
Yeah.
And so they've added some things to him, but he's in great condition. He really is.
Yeah.
Greg, how do you feel?
I mean, I'm warming up to him.
You are?
Big boy.
Yeah.
I'm still not sure how good he's going to
How you doing, ma'am?
I told you.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
know
If
him
you want to have
like
a
a
good day,
book.
come say hey to Big Boy.
There he is. He's smiling. He's happy.
You know how people say touching a bald head gives you good luck. You know, well, if you come by and say hey to Big Boy, you're gonna have a good day.
That's right.
You know.
Look at
how
that.
you doing, ma'am? Good to see you. Big Boy's right here. I hear you.
Speedy, please.
There they go. There they go.
You want to touch Big Boy?
Who wants to touch Big Boy?
Hey, that doesn't sound right.
No, it doesn't. Greg's up on it.
Don't yell that. That's not right. Officer, we were kidding. I mean, when we talked to the Big Boy,
Right there. Look at him.
Officer,
There,
we
look
were.
at the drone. Yeah.
Look, I think this is going to be some good footage of him. So, all right, so now we're going to enjoy him first. Didn't we say we weren't going to try to put him up till it's over?
Yeah,
Do we
let's
know
roll him over here.
Or do
Let's
we
roll
need
him
to
the
know?
window.
Hey, or do we need to know?
Let's roll him here, and then maybe the
All right.
next break, see if he'll fit
Yeah.
in.
When we go to break, we're gonna unhook him and then get him ready to come off the trailer.
Okay.
And I gotta ask you, Jeremy. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna go over here real quick. Jeremy, we're gonna go live here. What was it like to drive Big Boy? Did you feel like the love?
Actually, man, I was really, really good driving Big Boy until I heard Greg on the radio talking about him falling off the trailer.
Yeah.
Got me a little nervous, Greg. Besides that, man, it was great.
Yeah,
It was good.
yeah.
I had a good escort crew,
Yeah.
man. It was awesome.
Hey,
Awesome.
Winstead, thank you for all y'all done, man. We love Craneworks. We really appreciate you guys.
It's a cool brigade.
Yeah, it was. It really was. So now finally, your guys have got a little bit more room in the warehouse. Here's there's the drone right there. If you were looking live, let me
That's
ask you,
cool.
hey,
That'll
ma'am,
be cool footage.
Big Boy's come home. You want to come touch him? Oh, how you doing, sir? Big Boy has come home.
Look at
Yes,
that.
sir.
Look, there's some people doing
Jeremy's
nothing.
unhooking him now, getting him ready to
Bubba, it's
go.
real.
He's so excited. Look at him.
All right. God, look at that. Man, that is just a joyful day. I can't believe he's back. There's a
There'll
certain...
be rumors today that Shoney's is putting a restaurant in here.
Oh, yeah. No, you're right. They're right. Speedy, what a great day. I mean,
It's
like,
a great day.
It is. 25-year anniversary. That's a good way to get it started. All right, we'll be back. Big Boy now getting off the trailer, and will be brought right here to the studio. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, there's the phone troll music. That means a lot of you are going to get an opportunity to get in here and chat. So let's get it. Let's get it ready. Okay, 866 we be big. The number. Come on. Comments, questions, bringing information to the table. No meaningless shout outs. No shameless plugs. No baby predictions, anything like that. We're talking about topics, comments, questions. You're asking, you're talking, you're saying, what do you think about that? You're bringing information to the table. So let's get started with Chris. Chris looks like out of Florence, Alabama, WLAY. There's room for you if you want to join us. The interns are standing by. Chris, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Burgess, how's it going?
We're good, man. Hope you're good.
Good. Guys, I wouldn't have saw it. I wouldn't have believed it if I saw it. Last night on Shark Week, they are doing an experiment, a show called Cocaine Shark, and I said, Hunter Biden must have made this episode.
Yeah, somebody called this earlier in the week, and they said there are sharks they think may have eaten cocaine that was dumped into the water or accidentally fell in the water.
Yeah, by drug smugglers.
By drug smugglers?
I don't know.
I think he just wanted to do the Hunter Biden line, but did we not hear that? Did we not hear that?
But it was
And
marijuana.
you used
It was
the same line.
It was marijuana that.
No,
that
one guy
was-
said
No,
cocaine.
it's cocaine.
I thought
shark.
I thought it was a joke, but
Right.
because the story yesterday that was making the news was that marijuana was washing up on shore. It looked like seaweed, but it was marijuana.
Yeah, what you
And
said, the guy called and said
I
cocaine.
do remember that.
And
But
then you
there
said,
has
well, the
been-
only story I have says marijuana.
Right, which
Well,
I
there
thought he was just having a joke.
There has been. I'm not saying they're legit, but they were. I don't know
Okay.
if it was started as
Other
as
stories?
being funny about cocaine.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Because they were comparing it to Cocaine Bear. Remember him?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is what we did when the guy called in.
Yeah.
Patrick, Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Patrick, go ahead.
Good morning, great, wonderful, big one.
Thank you, buddy.
I was, hey, listen, I was listening to y'all this morning about the First Lady's comment about this restoring divisions between communities. I think I figured out how they're going to do it. They're going to remove the number of divisions, and they're going to create two classes, the truly needy and the truly greedy. Therefore, we're all going to be in one or two.
Oh, yeah, are better known throughout world history as the ruling class and then everybody else.
Yeah, and the peasants.
Yeah, right, yeah. So we continue. Let's go to Cody out of Birmingham.
Cody.
ZZK. Cody, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Green Acres, fellas.
Thanks for the call, buddy. Go ahead.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe Biden has campaigned at all, and he's behind in the polls. So how in the world does he expect to win?
Well, he never campaigned the first time he won. That's how. Yeah.
That's Basement Joe for you.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's where we got Basement Joe from.
They've effectively the Democratic Party said they're not going to have any debate, so
No.
they've taken that away. So I don't know that he has to campaign. You know, the way they do their super delegates, they can kind of decide the outcome of this ahead of time. The group that actually runs the party.
Well, you said it before, and we've broken it down many, many times. You don't really have to get your candidate out there when you realize before we ever even go to the polls, you're ahead.
Yeah.
And all you're trying to do is to go to that little smidge and find some way to talk to them. And sometimes you can count on the opposing party to implode and lose that smidge on their own. You didn't even have to do anything. So,
did you happen to see Roger Stone, his comments at CPAC this year?
I didn't.
He, he's an insider on all this. He says the nominee for the Democrats will be Michelle Obama.
What? When did he say that?
Just a few weeks ago. He said Joe will step down in the closing days of his administration, that Kamala will be president for just a few weeks, and then Michelle Obama will be the candidate. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that's what he said.
Well, I've said on the show years ago, if I could get her to run and I was the Democratic Party, she is a impossible to beat candidate. I mean, she's got it all. She's female. She's black.
I agree with that.
There's anything you say, you're either misogynist or a racist,
Yeah.
and she walks right in. It's an easy, and all that little smidge and the things they don't like, mean people and all that. She can speak to them. I mean, she can talk to them. I mean, and it's going to be a slumber party. We continue 866 We Be Big. Let's go to Shane in Opp, Alabama. Shane, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just want to know what you guys' opinion about the latest ruling that the federal judge about was it Bo Burdog's case being vacated. I was just wondering what you guys thought about it. That was it. Thank you.
I couldn't understand that.
We can get to that later. There was an update on is it Bo
Burdog? Remember the
Burdog
deserter?
Deserter. Apparently his
Taliban
case was thrown out because of conflict of interest with one of the judges that oversaw it. But we have that story.
Okay.
Today. We
so
can get into
unpack
it.
that later?
Yeah, we can.
Let's go to John in Missouri. John, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, make it quick. Yesterday you guys talked about UFOs. Well, that's a distraction from the enemy because the God of the universe warns us about everything in his word. And I've been reading God's word for a while, and there's nowhere in his word talks about extraterrestrials or spaceships or anything else like that. So that's all I wanted to say. It's a distraction. That's all it is.
Thanks. We were talking about the climate change and all that, how all this stuff's birth pangs as you start rolling to the end. Today when we're unpacking the seven bowls, which is the end of the grace period's over, and God's pouring out his wrath and creating a new heaven and a new earth. And one of the things you see that's going to be poured out, and Bubba, you've talked about this so many times, is he's going to take away the protection from the sun. And the sun's just going to scorch people and burn people, and it's going to be awful. And you think about how that gets talked about so much now. Yeah. And as I heard, and I didn't come up with this, but I've heard a couple of different pastors and ministers say this is, it's true that this place is going to burn, but God has saved that for himself. We don't get to do it.
Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're not going to be able to destroy ourselves as much as we think that we could. And to
he's
him,
going to burn this thing, though. It's
to the caller, a lot of people have that feeling on it. I, as a believer, do not necessarily agree with that. I think there is a possibility that our God, who likes to create, has created things in other places. That he's still over it. It doesn't change. If we found little gray men, it would not change my religious beliefs or convictions. Right. So I still think that possibility is there, and right now we just don't know.
Yeah, I would just call them demons if we found them. I wouldn't believe they were spacemen.
That's a possibility too. Yep.
Because demons are covered. It's in there.
Yep.
And that's more than enough for me to deal with. But I understand his point. If there's other people he created in other places, the Holy Bible's not dealing with them. Maybe they never sinned. Maybe they didn't fall. I don't know. But the Holy Bible deals with earth and the people on it.
Yeah, our God would still be in charge. Mm-hmm. But look, he has created a lot of places out there. And if there are other people, they're under him. And if not, that makes us even more important.
Mm-hmm. My favorite line, what's all this space out here? Maybe he needs the room. Brian in Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Go ahead.
There's a lot of new voters, relatively new voters, that will not go for Michelle Obama because they will remember the school lunch program they put on. She forced on them.
That is one of the moves. I don't think that the Democrats really thought all the way out, because those people are going to hold a grudge for a long time.
Yep, you're right. But just remember the euphoria around Barack Obama. So you're bringing in that popularity.
Yep.
And it's basically the Obamas get to rule again for another 8.
Some people say they've been in charge just 4.
And then you got a female. You've got someone of color. It's a perfect storm.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking.
10 minutes to everybody getting their picture made. I have to say he does look good considering his age and what he's been through.
Oh, yeah.
Picked up a tattoo. That's part of it. You had to see that coming. But he's back. His rebellious years are over. The prodigal big boy has returned home.
Yeah, he's off the trailer. We have live video there coming in.
Yes.
And I assume they're going to be pushing him toward the window.
Yeah, he should be showing
Speedy
up here.
is trying to talk to you, Rick.
Is
Can
he?
you call him up?
All right, I was going to.
Hey guys, we've got Jed and Mike who put the wheels on the bottom of Big Boy. They're actually going to push him around to you, so you are within a minute from seeing Big Boy live and
What a
not
day.
just on video. Greg now, for some reason, is the biggest fan of Big Boy I've ever seen in my life. He's so excited. I'm just telling you the joy,
Once he got
Greg.
the wheels on him, and then you look at that smiley face, and he's cutting his eyes.
Yeah.
It's hard to resist.
Right.
I told you, Greg.
Helmsley has come out. He's fired up.
It's excellent.
Yes,
Wonderful
drop the
day.
Jupiter, our intern. She's here. She had to come out and see
Everybody
him.
real
Adler's
cold.
here. He's filming for Blaze TV. So Jed and Mike, are you ready to start pushing him? Ready. Let's go, guys. Let's take Big Boy home.
Well, that's them putting wheels on
Big
it was
Boy
huge.
is
That was
coming
that was a
around
great
now.
idea. I think the listeners all came up with that, and we just didn't know if it could be done, and it's been done.
Big Boy is
We'll-
coming around the
Here he comes.
Rentalworks
It
truck.
just hit me. I got a few projects at home I wonder if they could help me with.
By the way, I got a text from Big Boy Roy, who brought him to us the first time. Roy, I know this
Big
has
Boy
to be.
is coming home, y'all.
It's an emotional moment for you, Roy, and he said that when you remember pulling him on the trailer, he pulls a little to the left. But here he comes now. So big day for so many
This
people.
is probably one of
Here
the
he
maybe
comes.
the second or third happiest day in Roy's life
Yeah,
today.
right. Here it comes. We're about to see him, Bubba. He's about to show up right here.
Yeah.
Look, here he
Yeah.
comes. Big Boy's right behind you. There
Yeah.
he is. There's a woman going by.
Don't let him run over you.
Don't let him. You can have your picture made with him too. And for those of you that had the golden ticket seats today, but you didn't show up, you really missed a historic day. Jim, the crazy sign man, is here, and he has a sign that just says "Wow." It just says "Wow." And Big Boy, they've got him. It seems like Bubba, he moves pretty easily.
Oh, I know.
He doesn't seem to be that heavy, which is good. He is hollow. No,
we might need a handle on the back later, but we'll cover that.
You know, somebody said if we'd put dolly handles on his back, we'd
Yeah.
move him around. But do you want?
You know,
Big
like
Boy
safety
is-
bars.
Guys, he's close. He's close. He's 40 yards from you guys right now.
Yep. Here, I can't wait to see him. I know everybody needs to see him. I wish he'd face me for a little while, though. Here. Look, I can see his reflection,
Yep.
Bubba, right here. He's guys. Big Boy is returning the 25th anniversary of the Rick and Bubba show. This had to be made right, and at this very moment, Big Boy has now returned to the show and has, for the first time, hey, Big Boy! The first time.
Wow, he is shiny. He looks
First time
good.
he's at the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport.
Oh, that is right there.
Gracious.
Gosh, that is so nice.
Bubba, I'm
Rick, look at the shine on him. He don't need waxing.
I'm choked up now. Now, I hate to do this because Greg's just gotten positive about him again. That is a very large head.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, gosh, what a big boy. I want to thank all of you for all your work that's been in there. Greg, I want to thank you for your new attitude. And
Guys, y'all did a great job with that.
Right. This is great.
Yeah.
You guys overcame the obstacles. There were many here.
Speedy, you're blocking our view. We can't say.
We knew that we could never have him here and him be here all the time. He's clearly a decoration that's temporary.
Right.
But now
Ornamental, Rick, I
but
think
you
is the
guys
term.
overcoming that and saying there's a way that you can move him in and out. I just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
Y'all
Thank
did
you.
a great job. Thank y'all.
Thank you for bringing Big Boy back.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Everybody give a round of applause.
Thank you for bringing Big Boy back. For all of you that were involved. What a magical day. And be willing to take this. You were even willing to take this glass out. I don't know why we're going to do that, but.
Right. Now, Mike, I tell you.
We'll see you again during parade season.
Right.
Yeah, Mike, you were the one that danced with Big Boy. Would you like one last dance, or are you good? Okay, just one last. Okay, just gonna. Okay, there you go. There it is. Jed, Mike, thank y'all for putting the wheels on, guys. Crane Works, Rental Works, Prior Construction. Thank you, guys. We love y'all, man. This is big. This is big. Look at that. Look at this smile. Look, this smile has not.
Bubba, I think that smile on Greg just then was uncontrollable. I think it was natural.
I have.
And we are ready. We got TheraBreath here. I just took a TheraBreath lozenge. Love them. And let me tell you something. The TheraBreath products are designed to stop what's actually causing bad breath. And let's face it, stank breath is no fun. You lose your confidence. And also, there's a health side of it. Having good oral hygiene is key to good health, too. So you want a fresh and healthy mouth, and nobody does it better than TheraBreath. If you cannot find all of their products on the shelf, now there's over 100 retailers that carry them, but shelf space, sometimes they don't have everything. You can get all of their products by going to TheraBreath.com. That's TheraBreath.com. If you are in a retail location, look for that orange cap in drugstores and grocery stores, and there's confidence in every single cap full of TheraBreath. All of these are designed to go after what's actually causing the problem. TheraBreath.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsors button. Scott Gorosky, has returned. It is time for What's Eating Scott Gorowski. New descriptive word for him today. This phrase, the voice of the annoyed. The voice of the annoyed. Everybody, let's go. Everybody. Dinosaur. Where'd you have?
Got it on.
Welcome back, Gorowski.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Scott, how you been?
It's been a while.
It has.
It has been.
Yeah.
You doing okay though?
I'm doing really good. Yeah.
You look spry today.
Well, thank you. I am spry.
Very spry. Are you annoyed?
I am.
Do you
the
do you have a
make
list?
me wait. I mean, the longer the list
It
is.
just builds.
Do you have a list we can choose from?
I do. You ready to hear those?
Yeah, let's hear it. Yeah.
Confessions of a Polish American. Sincere apology to all the educators I've sat under. Grown men who have best friends and cry on Shark Tank. Botox, butt implants, and jiu-jitsu. There's got to be a better way. Greg, this may be yours. From Cato to Long Duck Dong, I have an issue with my friend from the Far East.
Well,
from the movie 16 Candles.
There's several.
Yes.
I think choice topics there, Rick.
Long duck.
Okay, great. We don't.
Okay, I mean,
who are you playing, Adler?
Here we go.
Rick, any?
Well, let's take that one. Let's take that last
Cato?
one. Yeah,
Okay.
let's go ahead. Yeah,
Right.
let's get that.
Get it out.
Should we start with it or end with it?
Let's get it ready.
Look, here, listen. I want to be clear
That way we can come back and do one more, and maybe it'll push away.
that I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am. We were Polacks. I've heard every Polak joke out there growing up, and look, and we nailed the stereotype. Our family did.
Now, wait a minute. Are you on the right topic?
I am. I'm smarter
Because
than
this sounds like the other topic.
No. I'm smarter than my dad. My dad was smarter than his dad. My kids are smarter than me. We're weeding it out, but we're not very smart people. Okay? It's not called, in our school, we didn't call it Polish math. We called it Asian math for a reason.
Right.
Okay? They're just smarter than we are.
Right.
And I admit that. So I want you to know me going into this.
I got
have
you.
great respect.
Yeah, so you
Okay?
pull a little bit from that other topic.
Listen,
You're embracing
listen.
your Polakness.
If we wanted to play intellectual Oklahoma against the Asians, we would get destroyed. Okay? we couldn't last, right? It wouldn't work at all, right? Okay? They're tougher than we are. I'm down in West Palm Beach, Florida, playing golf. It's 5,000 degrees. Sweat pouring off me. Osaki group to the tee, please. 4 Japanese men drive by in Carhartt long sleeve pants, just staring at me like, you're weak. They're not even sweating. They're tougher than we are. They're smarter than we are. But here's the problem, okay? I'm always just going to tell you. While I'm trying to get my kids to study for geography tests, their kids are, learning 6 languages, black belt karate, first chair violin, all that, right? So they're superior in every way. And I have a friend named Raymond. He's the hardest working guy that I know. He's been with us for 25 years. He's a godly man. His actual name in Malaysia is Kung Fu. That's serious.
Are you
Yes.
you're not?
I'm not making that up.
Okay.
That's a plus.
Kindest person I know. But after 40 years in this country, he still cannot complete a sentence in English. Okay? And it bothers the snot out of me.
Been here.
I don't understand it. It drives me crazy. And I started thinking about how can you be here for 40-something years? You're smarter than I am.
Oh, yeah.
But yet you can't get a tense right or finish a sentence.
Right.
How's that possible? Okay? And it irritates the fool out of me.
Right.
They always say, Confucius say, okay, let's start with that. Fat cat makes good pet. That's not a complete sentence. Right? He can't be that smart. If that's what he's saying, he's not that smart. Okay? The most enlightened man on earth, the Dalai Lama.
Right.
You ever tried to hear him complete a sentence? Can't do it. Can't do it. All right? So there's a disconnect between this smarts and what we're getting from these our friends, okay? While the little people are mad because they're being typecast
Right.
in, 7 drawers, whatever.
Yeah.
Think about our Asian acting friends. Tell me one time you've seen a male Asian actor that didn't carry the stereotype. One. I've got a list. Kato Fong from the Pink Panther.
Right.
Okay.
Remember Short Round from Indiana Jones?
Yes.
Yeah.
Andy, he wants you dead. That's all he said. The whole movie. Okay. Okay. That's all he said. That was his whole line, right? Okay. Master Po from Kung Fu. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
That's 4 words he ever said. Mr. Miyagi.
Oh, yeah.
One of the greatest. Never said a complete sentence.
Right.
Okay, then long duck dong. Donger. Okay, donger need food. I mean, that he never said a complete sentence. He didn't, right? Okay, never did. And so my wife starts taking up for him.
Right.
She says, well, you know what? If you lived over there, you'd be the same way. I said, oh, no. I would have an accent. I would sound idiotic. But I could say a complete sentence in Mandarin Chinese.
Yeah,
There it is.
yeah.
I could get a tense right. I could get a tense
yeah,
right.
sure, yeah.
I mean, it'd
Japanese,
be present
whatever,
tense.
yeah.
I could throw an S on the end of it, apostrophe,
Yeah.
whatever they use over there. I would figure after 40 years.
That's the key. Don't leave that part out.
After 40 years. Understand, I'm 14 years old when this man comes to America. Far more successful than any person I know, but yet I still cannot understand him. Okay?
Yeah.
We had this conversation today. I'm like, fool, you're killing me.
Right.
Okay,
40 years.
40 years now, and you still can't get that S on there.
Right.
Okay, I throw a the in
Right.
there. He run fast. No, he's running fast.
Right.
Or he runs fast.
Right.
He it's not he run fast.
Right,
Okay?
yeah, right, yeah.
That's not
40
how it
years.
works, okay. Now look, we've contributed to the problem. I don't go to a Japanese steakhouse to see Daryl make a onion volcano.
Right, right, you're
Okay.
right. Okay.
We're there for the real deal, right?
We are.
We really want to see that typecast.
We do.
That is
We
part of
yearn
it.
for it. I'd go
We
that
do.
far.
And when the infectious disease doctor walks in, who's Asian, and doesn't speak good English, you're relieved.
Golly,
You know,
he's right.
You're like,
That's
man,
true.
I was hoping you weren't gonna be this guy that talks like me because I don't. You would be a smart.
If he comes in, even with you can tell he's completely Asian, but he speaks like we do.
Yes.
The confidence leaves.
Gone.
Yeah, you're going.
Gone. But if he can't put,
he's
if
been
he-
corrupted.
If
Right,
he,
exactly.
exactly. If he can't put 5 sentences together, you're like, this is my guy.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
Because
He'll
you know
solve
what?
it.
He's going to sit in that laboratory for 60 hours straight. He won't move. He'll just sit there and stare. He'll sit there and just stare at the
Looking at-
microscope.
looking under the
He
microscope,
will
yeah.
absolutely figure it out. So it's not unlike our old friends we've talked about. It's not lazy. It can't be. If you want to find somebody hard, find somebody that works harder than Japanese men. Just show them to me. You can't do it. Okay.
Right.
Smarter than we are. Not just smarter than I am. They're smarter than all of us. Again, it's Asian math.
Right.
Okay, that's a compliment.
Right.
I'm not
It
being
is.
derogatory. It's a
And
compliment.
that really leads to why you're annoyed because you know they're capable of it.
I would not even go to the floor in our high school. I was so intimidated by that.
Right.
Okay, I knew what floor Asian math was on. I wouldn't get near it. I wouldn't get near it. I was afraid I'd get called in for a question or something. Or I wasn't going to get anywhere near that thing.
Right, yeah.
Nowhere near it. From what I understand, learning to play the violin is very difficult.
Yep. It is.
Okay. First chair violins, how many of them are Asian?
Most all.
All.
Yeah.
Let's go 100%.
Yeah, it's
All right.
right.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So I think it's just the fact of that they've just looked at I think they look down on our language.
Okay, so there it is.
No, it's just, we're soft and we're sloppy.
Right.
And they're like, we don't have to use all those words. We can get our point across just like this. We don't have to use tenses and verbs.
Right.
And I'll be honest with you, I have to agree with them.
Yeah, I do
Because,
too. Yeah, I do
You know
too.
what I'm saying? I mean, we get the point. He run fast. I got that.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Right. Sounds weird, but yeah.
He large man. Yep, I got it. Yep.
How about I'd rather say it that way.
And,
Yes.
and you know what people say to us? See, it doesn't work. When we can't do basic grammar, which is every day on the show, you know what they say? It makes you look like you're not.
Yeah,
it makes you look
exactly.
dumb.
It's a double standard.
But how about this? When they can't do it, we never question their intelligence.
Never.
No, we elevate it.
We do.
elevate their
We do.
intelligence.
We do.
The less English you can put together
This is so true.
as an Asian,
Yes.
the smarter we think you are.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's true.
Okay, but as English speaking morons, if I say
He run fast.
he run fast, it's like
Would make fun of
you idiot.
Right,
You know?
exactly right.
You moron.
Yeah, it's two different standards. You're all over that, by the way.
And it does bother me.
And because you think that they're
He
phoning
run
it in
fast.
on that.
Have to be.
Yeah.
I think it's an internal thing. They go, look, the language isn't worth learning. I mean, if
Waste
we're
of
going to
time.
commit our time to something, it's not we learning this. It's
We
sloppy.
go to break now.
We'll be back.
Go break.
More,
Thank you, Sensei.
more What's Eating Scott Gorosky next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I've seen Greg smile that much since he saw somebody fall on ice.
Yeah. Hey, if y'all don't mind, Mike and Jed, walk this over here to ITAC just real quick. I just want to see the joy on their face.
Yeah, we'll share the
I mean,
joy. See, now we can
I
share
just wanna
Big Boy
see-
with you.
See how we can just wheel it around?
Yeah.
Y'all want to see Big Boy? Y'all want to come touch Big Boy, ladies? Anybody want to come touch Big Boy? You're going to have a fabulous day if you come say hey to him. There he is. Look. Oh,
Boy,
see?
look at that.
All right.
Boy, everywhere he goes, instant joy.
Yeah, he's a big part of y'all's life now, so I just want to make sure y'all love him.
Yep. You heard instant coffee? You know, it's just a simpler way. That's instant joy.
Yeah, it is.
Jim, we can go back, guys. We
Wow,
can go back so we can
the
just throw him
wheels
anywhere
work
we
so
want.
good.
Yeah.
Do we want to test and just see if we can get him in and out
All
right
right,
there while
Speedy.
we have all these experts
Yeah,
on ground?
Speedy, we got to do something, so Greg can truly enjoy this. We need to attempt to see if we can get him in that storage door one time just to make sure
and
he
get our
fits.
format down for what we're going to have to do.
Yeah.
Greg, would you go open the
A practice run. Let's do a practice run, and then we'll bring him back, but just a practice run.
Let's push him around here.
Don't you think, Bubba? We got to know.
Oh,
right?
yeah.
All right, we're gonna. If y'all could push him around to the storage.
Look how cold Drops of Jupiter is.
Would it bother you on his presentation if two handles?
She's from West Palm Beach. She thinks she's at the North Pole.
Oh, I know. Would it bother you if he had two handles on his back and he was like a dolly?
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't bother me at all.
Because he faces forward.
There's just that's the biggest problem with him. There's not a good place to grab a hold of him.
See,
Best
that
I
would solve
remember.
that.
Big part of our block right here, guys.
All right, go. All right, here we
Oh
go.
boy,
Okay,
that's gonna be tight right here.
Bubba.
Oh boy, he's a little. Oh,
I'm
boy.
telling you, it's going to be tight.
No, we can get him. We can get him. How do we get him in, guys?
All right, so
We're waiting on Greg to open the door, and remember, Greg's going to have to hold it because it won't stay up.
yeah, see, Greg hit us with that here just a few
Right.
minutes ago. All right.
Okay.
Now Greg said.
Oh, wait, it goes down a little bit. Look, it goes down.
All right.
What? How do we lean it?
All right, the connection.
All right.
All right,
Oh
so-
boy.
I
Oh
told
boy.
y'all.
Big boy's he's a big boy.
He
Hold on. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Greg, I don't know if we got the tools to pull this off. Oh, here, no, we got the brain trust coming in now. There goes the Pryor boys. Huh?
That's easy.
The brain trust is coming
Yeah,
now.
All right, there he
it's
goes.
a two-man job, but that's easy.
That's
Look,
okay.
if
He's
somebody
in.
just holds the back of his head, that's good.
I hate to say this, but I don't think we got the tools here to pull this off.
You know we
a
do.
little bit of a handle every day, but I mean, you know what? He's in.
All right, he's in. Okay, it
He's
did
in.
work.
Can you shut the door now?
Yeah, and I'd be okay with him staying right there.
If we had a live cam on it.
Yeah, dude, that's
No. This is when we have to store him.
yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, he's not going to stay there. This is when
not
his
gonna
day.
stay there.
That's when his work is done.
He looks good. Now let's roll him back out.
All right, bring him back out.
It was a test run.
Yeah, let's bring him back out.
All right, so that's solved. Greg
See how
can
we get
relax
back
now.
out. Let me get from over here. This is how we. All right, here we go. You're just going to pick him up a little bit.
Yeah, we're writing the book here, the technical description,
Right.
how we get him in and out.
Right. And something.
A checklist.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. Don't knock his hair off.
Okay.
I was going to say add this to the intern handbook, but we don't want interns handling him.
No, that's going to be a little big.
Possibly a three-man job, but we're up for it.
Speedy, ask the Pryor guys, can we raise that door up a little bit? Can we get a bigger door? We just need about another foot.
Let's go to Daniel here. Daniel, look, can Pryor Construction can we just do something about that?
Yeah, Jed.
Huh?
Jed was just talking about he's gonna come up this afternoon and he's gonna cut this wall out.
There you go.
Yeah, we only need, Speedy, tell him we only need another foot.
Ten minutes to the top of the hour, a brand new edition of What's Eating Scott Garoski. Yes. The voice of the annoyed. Everybody, let's get him out of here. So we have one more. I want to remind Starkville, Mississippi. We're listening to us on 96.1, First Baptist Church, Starkville, August 6th. Scott Gorosky will be there for their next man church, and he does a biblical version. He tells you the things that are knowing God. That's right. So, Scott, we're going to get to the next one. I think we picked it in the break.
Yeah, I think you did. You went with grown men who have best friends and Crown Shark Tank.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Enough with the man drama. I'm done. I'm done with man drama. Okay. If you're over the age of 20 and you're a man, and you say you have a best friend, okay, you're probably gay. That's just true. I mean, that's just the way that it is. Okay. I mean,
He's my best friend.
I mean, that's the way it is. Okay. We don't have best friends as grown men. Men only have a 10-month shelf life before they do something stupid. Okay, I'm not going to be a one-man man. You're going to do something dumb within a year, and I'm going to have to churn you off somebody else.
Right.
Okay, we don't have best friends. It's just idiotic.
Right.
And it's the feminization of America. It's killing me.
Yeah.
Okay? It's all these hormones we're fed by chickens, I think, that are killing guys. Shark Tank, all right? This guy shows up on Shark Tank. He's invented a ping pong ball that lasts for 20 years. Okay? It's just stupidest thing in the world. Okay? And he's sold $600 worth of these at Comic-Con, and now he wants
how much?
$600, and now he wants $500,000 for 2% of his company, and everybody's looking like he's a moron until he starts crying.
Oh no!
Okay, he starts crying. Everybody gets up in their seat, starts talking about how brave his wife is. She works 5 jobs because you're an idiot.
Right.
Okay. My dad was mean to me, and I, played right field, whatever. And, I've had all this, my grandparents were immigrants, and all of a sudden they're just throwing money at him.
Yeah.
Throwing money at him.
Right.
I'm thinking, man, I would just rather go broke than sit up there and cry in front of in front of people. Like men don't cry about stuff like that. I'm not saying you can't cry.
Sure.
I'm just saying,
but not about stuff
not
like
about
that.
ping pong balls. Okay. Now, look,
and so the whole country can see you.
It's
in front of everybody.
Look, it's funneled itself down into some very confusing things, like the word partner. What? Starsky and Hush were partners.
They were.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
The Iron Sheik and Nikolai Volkov were partners.
They were.
Yeah.
Okay.
One partnership.
Ted and Gordon are not partners.
No.
Okay, they're
No.
not. Let's call it what it is. Okay. If you're confused, let me help you.
Oh no.
Okay. If you lose every argument, if you forget your anniversary, if you can't telepathically interpret the mood of the other person, if you're 5 times stronger and have more hair and a deeper voice, you're the husband.
Okay. Right.
You're the man in the relationship. Embrace it.
Right.
Okay. Just call it what it is. You're the dude. All right. Move on with it. Okay. And now we've redefined. This makes us redefine everything. So now we redefine bravery.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
don't get me started on that.
Well, you're on it. Okay. It used to be storming the beach in Normandy was brave.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Okay. Now it's unliking a friend on Facebook because you're being a bully. Okay. I'm serious. I mean, you're doing right. Queer.
Oh,
there it is. Okay. I couldn't say that word 5 years ago. If
know,
I
it's
said the
back.
word 5 years
It's
ago,
back.
queer, that dude takes his high heels off and beats the fool out of me.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Now
It's
it's
back.
an empowering word.
It's back.
What am I supposed to do? I'm not that smart.
Right.
Can I call a queer or not? Can I say it or not? Can we bring back the football game in the backyard or can't we?
Right.
I know exactly.
I mean, what are we going to do with that?
You're right.
You know what I mean?
Cheerleaders #1 is that game back?
Exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Good news, guys. It's back.
I don't know what to do. What we got to teach our kids? I don't know what to do.
You're right.
Here we go.
It's made a comeback.
Here we go.
Oppenheimer.
Go.
Look, listen, I love this. Don't marginalize me through nudity. I love it.
Yeah.
Okay? Don't make me a sex symbol because I'm a woman.
Right.
That's fine. Don't pose for Hustler.
There you go.
All right? We can solve that.
Right.
So we go from a movie about a bomb
Right.
with this chick that sits there naked. Now, she doesn't want you to marginalize her because now that nudity is empowering.
Yeah.
How is a man like me supposed to know the difference? Okay? How's a 55-year-old heterosexual white man supposed to go, oh, that's marginalized nudity right there. But that scene right there, that was empowerment nudity. It's just nudity.
Right.
Okay? And it's in a movie about a bomb.
Right.
Okay?
Why is
That's
it
not the
here?
bomb I was thinking about. I went there. Okay?
Right, yeah.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
It's just idiotic. We can't get. Ugh. Drives me crazy. And look, I'm scared to death now to even speak outside of the South because I don't even know what to say. I'm afraid I'm gonna say something offensive I don't even mean to. I can't wear white tennis shoes anymore because I don't know which white tennis shoes are right and wrong.
Right.
I see these men at church trying to pull it off, and I do know this: Skechers with a Velcro top. Those aren't the ones you should be wearing.
Okay, so you knew that.
There's a difference between those and Jordans.
Yeah,
okay?
they are.
And the 55-year-old man hadn't got that. They hadn't figured it out. All right, look, men need to act like men, and women need to act like women. There you go. That's the bottom line. It's not that complicated.
A darn good arrangement.
It is. I mean, it's the Just Look Down campaign that I wanted to run years ago.
Right.
Okay, if we're confused,
Just look down.
if you're confused, just look down. It solves everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
We call it the PEEP test.
I mean, it's not that difficult. It's really not. It's not. It can be resolved.
Like checking puppies.
We have and we have completely taken all this so far. Again, what do we even call people? I've trained myself not to say certain things.
Right.
And now they're back on the table. And if I don't say them, then now I'm being offensive. Okay. I'm so confused on what to do and what to say, and I shouldn't be.
Does it seem like the window when something was off the table and it gets back on is getting shorter and shorter?
Yes, you're correct. It's quicker. Gets recycled quicker.
It's like, wait a minute, I thought I wasn't supposed to say that.
When I saw this guy the other day talking about him being queer, I like, well, somebody go punch this guy.
Yeah, somebody's in trouble.
And then they're like, no, that's powerful. I'm like, well, it wasn't 6 months ago.
Right.
I mean, who makes these changes?
Right.
Who's in charge of these words we can use them and not use? Okay, I have no idea, and it's driving me crazy. I just sit like a mute in meetings. I've made an idiot out of myself about 6 months in the meeting. Go to me, I can't even talk about that. But
I wish you would.
I said something that I thought was pretty just standard language, and boy, I got a stare of a lifetime from the guy that's not a guy. I didn't know what was in the room. I mean, I didn't realize.
Yeah, because you go talk on some Zoom calls and conferences that from parts of the country where you are a dinosaur.
Hey, don't ask about a wife. You're not sure there's one.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, Lord. So, I mean.
So you made the mistake of asking if there was a wife? I mean, you don't have to tell me, but I want you to.
I mean, how the wife kids are.
Oh,
And the
yeah.
response was, you mean husband? I said, of course. Just that fast.
Well, at least you didn't. But at least you didn't say partner.
Huh? Well, no, I wouldn't give that to anybody.
Right, so nobody can have that.
Unless you've got a badge and a gun, I don't want to hear the word partner come out of your mouth.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Unless your name's Poncho, I don't want to hear about it. Unless you're Ponch, I don't want to hear about partners. Okay? No. The whole partner thing, done.
Done with that.
There he is. Put your hands together. That's what's eating Scott Garuski. Hopefully, I see some emails said it was therapeutic again. Y'all sing it. Garuski's back. Time to go. Everybody, put your hands together. The dinosaur. Thank you, Scotty.
Absolutely, guys. Enjoyed it.
There it is. Scott Garuski. What's eating, Scott? Glad to have you
Christmas.
back. Be careful out there.
I know you'll be annoyed, and you'll be back there for
I will be back.
I cannot
Save
wait.
those other topics.
Looking forward to start Vegas.
I don't even know how you are functioning out there. There's so much to annoy you now.
It's medication.
It's overload.
Medication.
Top of the hour. More stories to cover today. More of your phone calls as the Rick and Bubba show continues. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yeah. There goes Greg. Bubba, there it was. Just now the rain clouds are back.
Yeah.
All right.
Eeyore's chiming in.
All right, so roll him over there.
Speedy, tell him we just need a foot. Can they do that today?
Yeah, let's do a lap around over by First Watch and all that. let's roll him through there. Take him over to Garuski. Let him have a look.
Get him out in the sun, other than flag out there.
Yeah, just look at him. He's home. What a great day. Happy 25 years of Rick and Bubba. Big boy.
You asked for it, you got it. Big boy.
Big boy's back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 years of Rick and Bubba. And today, for Rick and Bubba veterans everywhere, including the 3 staff members that remember the day that Big Boy made his way to what was then called Big Boy Bluff, there's been an 11-year absence of the Big Boy statue and the Rick and Bubba studios, but today that was resolved as Big Boy, as one of our goals of the 25th anniversary celebration was to return Big Boy to this to our studio, the one he's never been at, but to the show. That has been accomplished, Bubba, and he's outside right now of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. People are getting their pictures made with him. There's tears, there's chills, there's joy. There's new members of the show. That's how long it's been. The fact that Helmsy, Adler, and Greg have never been with Big Boy.
No.
Today that's changed, and he's now set up in his new spot right outside the windows here of the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport. And if you want to come see Big Boy, or if you're here in the golden ticket seats, like we've got some folks here, he'll be standing out there looking at you, ready to bring joy.
Boy, he looks good, doesn't he?
I like where he is right there, don't you?
I underestimated the size of his head. That's a big statue.
Well, people said that about Bubba before.
No,
Right,
yeah, Bubba would stand beside him, and Bubba looked like
don't hold somebody accountable because of the size of their head. Come on.
Right. So
hey, we had him through the door, except his hair got it. If it weren't for that swoosh on the front, I think we could have fit him under there.
If I recall, in our discussions, the discussion of the swoosh was brought up.
Because that's a serious swoosh thing.
Yeah, and there's our
wave.
It's kind of hard to measure something like that too. It takes quite a few people because I mean, it's hard. You can't just put a tape measure out. You got to get up and get it level and all that. It's kind of hard to get a good accurate measurement.
All right, so there's Adler showing us the drone footage of Big Boy coming in. Do you see the white truck right there turning? And see the trailer on the back of it right there? See his arrow pointing at it? That's Big Boy from the drones footage coming in.
Yeah, that's great footage.
Yeah, that's great footage, Adler. And he is putting together a YouTube video for those of you that never got a chance to see it. Obviously, if you have Blaze TV and you missed it live, you can go back and watch it in your archives today on demand. But there'll also be a YouTube video that'll go to the YouTube channel.
It would have took a little bit more work, but I think in the future we can take the drone live if we let Adler set up to broadcast on Facebook Live and then just take it on this computer. I think it'll work.
Well, I will say,
but it a little setup there.
A great catch on your part. I did not know, of course, I guess same thing Kellyanne Conway didn't know that you can actually sync your computer with your phone, and you when you brought that up to Helmsy, I saw his little wheel start turning, and we were able to sync Helmsy's phone with the computer, which the computer is fed to our switcher, and so we were able to show you via FaceTime the events happening as they were happening, and so that was
just
a great,
much like we Skype.
Yeah, but I didn't know you. Yeah, I knew we could
FaceTime. Skype from a phone too. I mean, you can go either way.
Well, I'm going to speak on behalf of those that don't know all the lingo. I knew that I could FaceTime on my phone. I just didn't know how that would end up on that computer than on TV.
Right. When you do that with FaceTime, you don't know who's listening to you. But you can do it.
Look at that quality. Your drone footage quality.
Oh, it's high def.
It's high def. Man, that looks good. And so the drone really gave us a great shot of all this. There's Greg when he was trying to decide how he was going to feel about Big Boy. I finally saw
I got caught up in the moment, Rick.
I finally saw a natural
we
smile.
saw you smile.
Yeah.
Did somebody slip and fall on ice close by, or was that a real smile?
I did.
Right.
I smiled. I promise.
So we know how you love to see somebody fall.
And you know how you get.
I know, me too.
And you know how you get.
I'm not proud of it.
I'll bend over double. Be careful.
And Greg, I know that you, when you get things on your mind, you can't get them off your mind. So when you that's why we went ahead and tried to see what it would be like to put him up every day and bring him back out, because you needed to know, didn't you?
It's going to be more than a one-man job. Now, I mean, we could pull it off.
Right.
One man could do it.
Well,
got to get used to handling.
If you think about it, there's really no need to ever only have. If one person's up here, we don't need him out.
That would only be if we forgot.
Yeah.
No, he can't come out at best.
No, he won't come out at best.
Too much.
Yeah, that's asking too
He's
much.
on vacation with y'all.
Okay. All right, that's the way we'll look at it. If we're on vacation, Big Boy's on vacation as well. And what about that first moment when we had our first little child come up there and stand on his little platform there and get her picture made?
That was so sweet.
Yeah, there'll be so many of those moments. So at any time, if the show is live and you come by the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, he'll be standing right outside the window for all of you to come and see him.
Until we get tired of getting him out of the garage.
Right. And then when they get old to us and people say, well, I thought you were going to bring him out. We said, I wouldn't feel like today. But you know what? I'm going to stare at his face right now, and I'm going to say, I think you're worth it. Just look how joyful that is. Now, I will tell somebody this. We do have new landlords that we're in conversations with about some things here. I guess, really this is a temporary decoration, which I saw in our paperwork seems to be allowed.
Yes, it is, Rick.
Yeah. So it's not like it's going to sit there all the time.
No, it doesn't need all the other passes and clearances and stamps and security and all that because it's just temporary decoration.
And I wonder.
I think that's the term we're supposed to
use. It
use.
is. And when you come out of that elevator, he'll be waiting on you.
Yeah, there he is right there.
Well, think about this little cubby we're in. It only really affects 2 businesses.
Yeah.
That's really it. Now, some people come with those steps. Six and a half minutes past. Coming to you from the No Name Studio, out here on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Glad to be. And the gang all here: Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, interns Cam Solo, Alapuka. We just had the latest round of What's Eating Scott Gorosky. That's behind us. If you missed that, catch it in the daily archives, either on our podcast channel or our YouTube channel. Wednesday Bible study back today, live at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the Rick and Bubba YouTube channel. It, too, will be archived soon after and available on our podcast channel and also available on our YouTube channel. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us for the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Well, noticing a little something, we've talked about this a lot on the program, unpacking the life of the married man. Gorosky hit on some of that, how to if you're in a relationship and you don't know whether you're the husband or not, he gave you a list of things you might want to assess.
Right.
And, and I've even told you there's been adjustments made, even happened on our last vacation, about my wife being such a backseat driver that I have now just relinquished all driving duties if we're riding together. Sherry and I are getting down to the point to where we either meet where we're going, okay, or she drives. Because sitting in that seat and trying to drive with her as co-pilot, it's just not a healthy experience for us, and we've acknowledged that. So anyway, but I've noticed a little something. Okay, a couple things that have been taking place. I saw it again yesterday. Sherry used to make an accusation, and there were many accusations concerning my driving over the years. Mm-hmm. And one of them was that I overhonk, that I go to the horn.
Who you, Dan?
A little quick.
Yeah.
And I said to her, she said, you're really mean to people, and you're quick to go to the horn. And I said, no. I said, I'm actually teaching. I said, because sometimes people did something and they might not have realized they did it. And not teach. Little teach. Teach. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't have pulled out there. You know,
some people take offense.
Little
to
teach.
Yeah.
Take a note.
Hey, the lights turned green. 1,000, 1,002. Teach. And I even said that. I said, I wish you would just say teach every time I honk, because that's my honk. Teach. And she's,
is it teach, or is it DA?
Well, what am I teaching?
Well, that's
who are my students. Okay, so anyway, so it's all in there.
Yeah.
And Sherry says, I tell you, you're just a little quick. I mean, you're just annoyed with people, and you're just a reckless honker. And
okay,
and
reckless.
So, well, let me tell you something, man. Now that I'm riding gun, I have noticed that Little Miss Wonderful has been laying on the horn a lot lately.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, she has. And I said, well. I said, so haven't we become quite the little honker?
Are we
Our
teaching?
honkette? And I said, are you teaching? She goes, no. Now what I'm doing is what was happening was dangerous. I said, well, that's
saving.
That sounds an awful lot.
I can't remember the last time I honked the horn.
Oh,
I don't either.
I'm
not a big
honker.
honker.
I can yesterday.
I mean,
I'm not a big
sleep
honker.
at a red light.
Not either.
Does it do? And I said, sometimes people take offense to it because they do. Like, hey, what have I done? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Do you ever get any of that reaction from people? Like, why are you honking at me?
Yes, I do.
I actually honk.
What do you do?
I know that I'm right. They're just wrong.
I meant to tell y'all the story.
Because I don't honk If you get a honk from me, you deserved it, and that's our debate. And I said, wait a minute, so these people deserve a honk, but my people don't? And she says, well, it's obvious I needed to honk at that. I said, you're honking at a tempo, that I have never seen before. I said, I think you've always agreed with me, and you realize now that maybe a lot of my honks are justified. She goes, no, I don't honk as quick as you honk. I said, that person, you didn't give any time. I said, that light barely had turned green, and you were on that honk. And I said, I actually thought that was a little quick honk. You thought it was too quick? I said, I did. I thought that was a little quick.
You wouldn't honk. You're going to get a clown comment.
Yeah, and I said, I don't know that I honk right there. You would absolutely honk. I said, I don't think I do. I said, to me, if 1003 is the honk, you were honking at 1001 and a half. I said, that's a quick honk. And then you know what she does now? And this is kind of the Moultrie thing that was weird. You know what she started doing? She's done what I call awareness honks. Man, I'm over here. I said, I don't think this person was coming over. I don't think this person was coming over. No, they were about to come over on me. I need to let them know I was over here. I said, I never saw them coming over. I don't think they were coming over. I think they think we know them now. Now I've got to wave at them. I said, tell them where to save that honk. And she goes, no, that person was coming over. I said, over here. I said, that sounds like teaching. Teach. Somebody's over here. I said, baby, I don't think they were coming over. I really don't. Well, you just need, and then I loved it. This is what I loved. You just need to sit there and ride. Oh, wow. Okay, so it's not a lot of fun with the little over here, And
I can't believe you just given up the driving duties.
Well, it's actually better.
I do that sometimes.
I love it over there.
Yeah, I do too.
I love it over there. I like it a lot better.
I'll ask that a lot, by the way.
Yeah.
I do if I'm sleepy.
Yeah, I would have let you drive a truck yesterday if you'd have gone for it.
I wish I got in on that side.
Yeah. So anyway, so then yesterday, and this is the ongoing thing, with the life of Rick and Sherry, is we were. This was designed, this new workout plan that we would work out together. That's how it was designed, and so, but Sherry's kind of hit or miss. Well, I'm busy today. I can't do it. And then she'll leave me out there by myself, and now all the focus is on me.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday, where we live, it was 1,000 degrees, okay? The humidity, the sweat, the sweat was unbelievable, okay? I'm talking about like you look down and your shorts are now dripping like water, like they've been in water, And so we're out there, and then Sherry says, it was funny. It was such a funny statement, especially since the trainer also played football and played college football at Sanford and all this, linebacker. And Sherry said yesterday, it was so funny. She stands up, she's got sweat just pouring off of her. She goes, is this what 2-a-days were like? Like that, and because anybody's been married to a football player, they've heard about 2-a-days.
Yeah.
And Sean and I said, no, baby, this is nothing like 2-a-days. I said, picture yourself.
This is walking to the field for 2-a-days.
Yeah, picture yourself completely in pads right now. Picture that there's no stopping. The whole time you're trying to grab air, and then people keep colliding into you like trucks. I said, and then you're asked to collide into others and chase them and dive and I said, this is not 2-a-days. Well, this feels what you're talking about like 2-a-days. I said, no, the heat is. The heat is, and I had to bring back 1983, even though some of the climate, cult, they act like 83 didn't happen, and that's when it was over 100 degrees, and we were out there in it. And so this is not unprecedented as much as they try to tell you. And then it happened. We're standing there, and Austin Sean says, "Hey, Rick, I noticed the food journals have been a little sparse. You're not staying on top of it."
Oh no, because I don't want you to know.
And I said, no. I said, that's just really me being lazy. I said, it's not bad. And then Sherry goes, well, and I said,
oh, no.
Hey, Sean, good to see you. I hope you and the kids, y'all have a great trip to the beach, and tell your wife we said hello. And then Sean goes, what did you say, Sherry? I said, she's just hot, so hot out here. I said, look how much she's sweating. Baby, won't you go on in and get your shower? And we were going to go out to eat last night. Some friends invited us out there. I said, won't you go on and get your shower? Well, now, what do you mean, Sherry? What do you mean? Did something happen? And I'm just looking. I said, this is the kind of stuff. And she goes, well, I mean, we actually had a piece of pizza last night. And he goes, so you didn't put that in the journal? I said, well, I didn't do anything on the journal yesterday. It's not like I did the journal and left that out.
Yeah, good point.
Right. He looked at me, and you know what's so funny? You talk about something when people know us. He goes, mighty meaty. And I said, it was mighty meaty. So you ate a big old piece of mighty meaty. Well, that's a lot of protein.
Yeah.
He goes, and cheese and bread and grease. And I said,
Doesn't make it taste so good.
and then Bubba, then I brought your line up, and it slayed him. I said, yes, it's true, Sean. I eat pizza, better known as Satan's little party boat. And then it happened. He turned around and put something in his car, and he turned around. I said, Sherry, don't leave because I want you to hear this too. Don't leave me on this. Why would y'all want to do that to yourself?
Yeah.
I just went, we're sorry, Sean. And I said, and I looked at Sherry. I said, well, you've upset Sean.
Yeah. Oompa to you.
Right, yeah. And I said, I said, can I tell you the cruelty of it all, Sean? I made myself a salad at this gathering, and then I put a piece of pizza on top of it.
Well, they always ask if you want protein.
Yeah, and he said, there's no such thing as a pizza salad. You're not going to find that.
Ooh, that would be a good invention,
Right.
Bubba.
By the way, he said he threw a caution flag on the cauliflower crust. He said, be sure you're checking it. No. He said, some people are duping. He said, no.
I know.
He said, no, cauliflower crust is great. He said, just be sure it really is.
Yeah.
He said, some of them are like putting cauliflower in the dough and claiming they're doing the cauliflower. He said, but if you'll check, you can find out. Yeah. But anyway, so I got myself a tattletale, and also I'm telling you, I think Sherry has started to embrace the teaching honks.
Teach.
Meh. I said, that's a lot of honking. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Simply Safe were recently
going different places, but
I mean, it's
not in the way.
Rick, I mean, we got 50-foot clearance
Right.
through here. I mean, what's he take up 5?
I will say this. Now, I don't want him to be, there all the time, because then if we ever have to move again, it'd be a big hassle. But I really think if we wanted to, if he was there all the time, I think it would be good for the plaza.
Oh, I do too.
To me, he adds to what is kind of a drab area.
Yeah, it needs a little color under
Do you
here.
agree with that?
Yeah, I agree.
And let's go to Russ.
Elevator doors are not a lot to look at.
No, Russ, welcome to the program. How are you?
Hey guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to let you know I went to Facebook and I just typed in Rick and Bubba Big Boy to maybe see if anybody posted pictures or video, and they have already posted pictures, and there's a video where it says Big Boy passes Brookwood Medical Center, I think.
Yeah.
It's about 26 seconds if y'all haven't already seen it, but
Is it from the building?
somebody did it with their phone. It's a very good video. They zoom in on Big Boy going down the road.
From the building up high.
Yeah, it's pretty high. The name of the guy is Daniel Stillwell. It's the video, and then posted it on Facebook if y'all want to find it.
Okay, we're gonna have a look at that. Thanks for letting us know that. See, that's what I love. See, when Big Boy first came to the Bluff, all this social media stuff wasn't available. Think about how many. Think about the life that he can take on now through all the different ways for you to see him, hear him. I mean, there's Facebook videos now popping up of people where he just went by. There's so many more people that can enjoy Big Boy in this era than really the era that brought him here. Adler, you another new person who was not on staff when he first got here.
Does anybody else have chills?
Yes.
Does anybody have the hairs on the back of their neck standing up?
Yes.
Because I do.
Yeah.
And I didn't think that was going to happen, but when you look into his eyes, he gets you. know?
I warned you about that.
He gets you every time.
And there's no way to describe it. You have to experience it.
Did you guys?
Rick,
I'm like, why do I feel joy right now?
I know.
Rick, the
But I do.
footage, the footage the guy just called about from the hospital, it looks like he's probably up, 8 or 9 stories when he shoots his, and it looks amazingly like the Ford commercial.
Oh my gosh! So these are people that were in the hospital when you went by, and they put videos out. Yeah. Yeah.
Guys, it's been what a day.
I know.
I mean, it's just.
Did you guys talk about the near accident that we had as it was coming off the trailer?
No.
We'd rather not talk about accidents.
I've got footage of it if you guys want to see. It was close. It was a close call.
Well,
Speedy.
no, I mean it's good. Jeremy said he had it.
Well,
but,
did he?
He had a. They brought a tilt trailer, I should say, so it would be easy to kind of just roll off.
Here it is right here. So the
And-
trailer starts tilting, and there goes Big Boy. Big Boy starts going. There goes Big Boy.
Oh,
Somebody
my-
grab him.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that nearly happened.
Everybody was screaming and going
So we
nuts.
tilted
What
the
if he'd
trailer.
have
and
crashed in the speedy truck right there?
The guy looks like Ryan McCorkle grabbed him.
He does
Thank
look a
you.
lot like it.
He does. This is his
Thank
little
you,
brother.
Ryan. Thank you, Ryan.
Oh my gosh. So we tilted the trailer and he started sliding down.
Yes.
Nobody was ready. We all were too joyful.
The trailer was off. It wasn't hitched anymore, was it? And it just flopped up.
Well, we were trying to get him down, and down. He almost went down. Down he went, almost.
So say it again. When you look at his face, you can't describe it.
It's just joy.
That's all he is.
It's like I'm eating like a homemade soup from my grandma or something.
Look at him.
I know.
Move back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Happy. "22 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Thank you for being with us again today. And I caught myself in a dilemma because I can't teach Sherry Oompa Loompa, because if I teach her that, she knows when I use Oompa Loompa what it means. So I can't do that.
You have to come up with another plan.
I know, but you can't. We don't share that kind of stuff. As we work our way back, we do have a high-tech update, the world of AI. So, Bubba, this kind of works with it because it's about robots.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I like that.
So,
this is an AI update, Rick, artificial intelligence.
Yeah, this is it.
We have two cases of AI in the public domain right now. One is about a young lady who is blind, who is 19 years old. She's taking the internet by storm. She is racking up followers, and she has reached influencer status. The problem is she's not real. She is totally artificial intelligence generated.
Fake world.
Her name is Sophia, Milla. How would you say that?
Milla?
Milla.
Milla?
Yeah.
Never heard of her. But I don't have to worry about it because she's not real.
Yeah, she's not going to get mad about it.
So really, if you think about it, what AI has done is the same thing the Kardashians have done. They basically have become popular and influential, and nobody knows why or how. Or how. But
did you find that picture ever we could show, Adler?
Yeah. So what's happened? Some of these AI people.
AI has gone out,
right,
and it has basically looked at what people are describing as the perfect female, and has put her together as the perfect female out of traits that it has found on the internet.
But she doesn't exist.
But
I thought that was Olivia Dunn.
And it's really incredible how it can generate an image now that's not even real.
Yeah. Does it show her like doing different activities and stuff?
Oh
is
yeah,
it...
yeah.
Okay.
Or posing in different
Easy
ways.
now.
And
Does
you know, let's face
it
it. Adler has showed us enough this morning with his video, so we're gonna go easy.
Do
on
you
that.
think back to what's eating Scott Gorosky? Are they showing things that are empowering, or are they showing things that are demeaning?
Well, Rick, I think the key here is to get followers, however you want to interpret that.
And it's impossible to demean someone who doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's a valid point too. I guess.
Who broke this? Was this a test? Was this a study, or did someone bust the AI and release that it's not a real person?
I heard Manti Te'o was dating her.
You can leave.
Head on to Jack State, coach.
You can get an early start,
You're
kid.
done, buddy. That's a good one.
Head on out.
That's good.
Do you know, Bub?
No, I do not.
Yeah. So, well, and do we need to? Well, is it shut down?
No, I think they're on the website that she is sponsoring. It actually admits to that she is not real. But people, when you see her online, you don't realize that. You know, you pass by, I'm going to follow her and see what's going on.
Okay.
You know, all
Is
the
there
hounds.
anything on there that people need a caution flag? Because I know people are about to storm this thing now.
Well,
Miller?
I'm just telling you the story about it not being real and be AI. I'm not. I have not scanned the page.
So proceed.
There are some summer wardrobe pictures out there. I'll say that.
Okay.
Companies are starting to jump on this as well and actually hire these influencers. I'm doing air quotes to promote their products because they have 100,000 followers on Instagram. So why not use this fake person to promote our tea or whatever?
Oh yeah,
and it's the perfect person because they're not going to mess up. They're not going to get old. They're not going to say something stupid.
Not going to demand a lot of money.
They're not going to demand more money, and it's a weird dystopian world we live in.
Yeah, but could I make the point that to me is so obvious? But how can you be influenced by something that's not real? This person hasn't accomplished anything.
Yeah.
Why would they have influence? But now if you want to,
because they're attractive.
But they're not. But they're not. They're not. The images are
right
because they don't exist.
But what's funny, AI has gone out and basically looked at the perception of people to build this person so that she would be attractive to the largest number of people she
I
could
just
be.
went to her Instagram page, and it looks no different than anything
sure.
any other
Yeah.
influencer is doing. You would not be able to.
Well,
know.
and what this is going to do, and you see why you see the writers' strike going on right now in Hollywood, and in New York, is because what you're going to find now is doggone it. Now they're going to put influencers out of business. I mean, influencers are out there, and they finally find a way to make a living in this new world, and then they go, "Well, we don't need y'all."
And think about it, for a company, they're never going to say anything that is offensive, that would hurt and give the company a backlash on that. So you got to be careful. What is real is not real anymore. Also, from the AI department, and Adler is referring to this as something good, and I would have to agree. Is this the Patterson footage that they have cleaned up even more? You know, it has been processed several times, and they've stabilized it, but they've really got it a lot better now.
Is the best I've seen of the Patterson footage right here. I mean, look at that. They upscaled it with AI, smoothed it out, no more camera shake.
Oh, wow, that is a lot better.
It looks real to me. Dang it.
I like the other one better than that.
That's clearly a
Looked more
person.
authentic.
Yeah, actually makes it fake to me.
Yeah, it looks faker now.
Yeah.
Than when it was bouncing.
But it just looks more, 4K HD now.
I can't stand that 4K HD. It drives me nuts.
Okay, man.
Have you ever noticed it gets so
good
it's
news.
weird
Good
looking.
news. You won't have to worry about it long. 8K will be out in the next 2 years.
Hey,
in
can,
numbers.
see that.
can I ask you something? When you're watching,
It looks like you're watching a soap opera.
I was
every
watching that quarterback.
You can
thing.
change that setting.
You
Well,
can.
I'm good
You're
'cause I
referring
wear
to the look of video versus film.
Right,
I know exactly what you're
yeah,
talking
yeah.
about.
That does look weird. You can change that.
Yes.
If you-
Nah, some
It
of them
ruins
can.
movies.
Yeah,
when you watch quarterback on it, I watch quarterback on it. Does the ball trail when they show
I don't
show
know.
the action?
Probably
Sometimes.
so. Probably so.
That drove
Yeah.
me
That has
nuts.
to do-
It's just all of it looks like it's like a soap opera.
A lot of it has to do
I'm
with your
watching
motion
Smoke-
rate.
I'm
That
watching
has to
Smokey and
do-
the Bandit, and it looks like they're doing a soap opera.
With a refresh rate of your horizontal scan on your TV.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can fix that if you up it. But I know what you're talking about, and that has been a problem with HD.
Yeah.
Look for 30 hertz versus 60 hertz setting on your settings. Sorry,
would
I'm
help.
sorry.
I don't watch
No,
it that much.
go the other way.
Yeah, 120.
Yeah,
We'll
Go
be
to
back.
120 or 240.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 years, Rick and Bubba team. Watching the new guys kind of warm up to Big Boy's great. Speedy, Bubba, and myself reliving the joy that he once brought us, and he's back. A lot of you can call at 866-WE-BE-BIG. I'll tell you what you can have some fun with, because this trip for Big Boy features all these different social media platforms. And we had a caller that said if you'll just go to Facebook and search Rick and Bubba Big Boy.
Yeah, Rick and Bubba and Big Boy.
Rick and Bubba and Big Boy. You'll see various pieces of footage shot by people who saw him on the journey. There's one from a hospital that looks like the Ford commercial, Bubba said.
Yeah, Jesse Isom shot some still pictures from the ground.
Yeah, then there's some still shots.
Who was the gentleman that shot the video here? Daniel Stillwell.
Yeah, so all of
It's high up, Rick, and it comes across a very elevated highway, which we seem to have a lot of for some reason in our area. But man, what a great shot. What a great shot. I put it on my Facebook, too, so you can see it right there.
To the phones we go. John, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show, and thank you for your patience. John, go ahead.
Morning, guys. How you guys this morning?
We're fantastic.
Well, listen, Bubba.
Yes.
You the engineer. Stop and think about something. Big Boy. I normally call in and try to be funny, but I'm going to be serious with this Big Boy.
Okay, all right.
You stop and think about Big Boy. He's hollow on the inside. You put handles on him. You put screws in those handles. You push and pull. You got stress points. Why don't you put your handle on the wheels part of it somewhere? You don't want to crack Big Boy all to pieces. You don't want to fracture him.
Bubba, tell me with what.
Well, the base is part of him. It's all one big.
Well, we're
piece.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can grab it. You can grab him by the ear. And that's a good holding just to roll him.
Yeah.
His elbow and ear. You grab him by the elbow and ear, and he seems to be okay with it. He never stops smiling.
Can I tell you what's funny? Watching
He was
Adler now, and he's got it, where he's trying to get where now when he shows you the studio shot, you can see Big Boy right over Helmsley's head.
That's funny.
I got to tell you, the first time that I've been in the kitchen and then walked into the studio and got that view, and that was something else. That really, it's like, oh my goodness, it's real.
Doesn't it bring some joy?
It really did.
There he is.
And I'm telling the people here that
makes me want to order the feast.
Yes, right. That's so good. In the landlord situation,
That's
honestly,
for Bobby Walker.
And I know we like being able to move him now, but honestly, this place looks better with him right there.
It does.
This part of the plaza.
Yeah,
there's a little drab.
It needed something.
Let's go.
That time we had them live animals out there, that looked good, but they couldn't stay.
Sure. Let's go to.
I think we might need some illumination on it.
Uh-oh. He's like the flag.
External illumination.
I like it. Let's go to Zach.
Can we get a solar panel on that base?
And McCalla, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
I'm a first-time caller.
Big day, Zach.
I listen to y'all every morning.
Thank you, buddy.
I appreciate y'all.
Thank you. And I tell you what, there's something special about that call. The guy says today's the day I'm going to do
That was it?
He got through. Yeah, he just want to know he appreciates us, Greg.
Okay.
Let's go to.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you.
Here's Daniel, who shot the video that is now on Facebook. Daniel, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you, Rick?
Man, thank you for that video. That's great.
Yes, sir. I work over here at Brookwood Baptist, and I couldn't let that opportunity pass to get Big Boy live on Facebook there for you.
Well, look, I'm glad it's that. I thought that you might be in there getting a procedure or something.
I'm glad.
So we're glad it wasn't anything serious.
Did you feel a certain amount of anticipation when it dawned on you, hey, he's going to go right by here?
Absolutely. I was coming up Lakeshore there, and I'm like, you know what? I think I timed this just perfectly this morning.
And you did. And
Yes,
now your video, really, you see now why we had such a reaction. And Bubba said it earlier, and I really think he's
You haven't seen this video yet.
He's correct. That Ford commercial for us was a burning bush. When we saw that, it was so bizarre and tied so perfectly.
The video's in high def, too.
That we thought to ourselves, that's a sign that we must bring Big Boy back. And now you've taken footage, and then we recreated that scene and brought him back. Please look right here. Please don't miss this.
Yeah.
Thank you hey, Daniel, thank y'all very much.
Yes, sir.
No, I didn't. I saw it.
Did you see the initial reaction?
Yeah.
Okay, Greg, you missed it. Doggone you. Let's go to, and it's your kind of stuff, too. What?
Yeah.
Doggone it. All right, let's go to Lee. Lee, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you?
Greg is a big fan of
Morning,
elderly
guys.
confusion.
Yes, he is.
absolutely.
You had some.
Did I really?
Yeah. Lee, go ahead. Greg.
Morning, guys. Exciting morning for you guys. But I was going to give Speedy a hard time. He was yelling across the plaza, asking the other folks.
Rick and Bubba Show. Phone calls coming in now. You want to chat with us? We will do phones at 866-WE-BE-BIG. So lines are available. Cam Solo, Alapuca, taking your phone calls right now. And I want to hear what's on your mind. All right, so while you're dialing up and lines are available for you now, one of our favorite products that we've just been going crazy about is Field of Greens. Yeah. Love this product. Just got a text from Field of Greens that my next one is on the way. This is an incredible product, and the impact has been obvious in my life. I know, Speedy, you're using it. Helmsley, you're doing it now. Fieldofgreens.com. We get you 15% off. It really isn't all that complicated. We've known for a long time through nutrition that the body is designed to seek certain fuel in order to operate the way it was created, we believe, by the one and only living God to operate. Now, we're in a fallen state now. We have a fallen flesh now, so it is dying, but it is designed for certain amounts of fuel, of vegetables and fruits and things like that. And they don't just grab any, produce level fruits and vegetables. These are organic. They're medically selected for specific health benefits. So the bottom line is Field of Greens provides that fuel that your body needs that you may not be pulling off in your everyday diet and lifestyle. So it really, really helps you be sure that you're getting what you're supposed to get. And there's an energy that comes with it that isn't like a stimulant. It's a clean energy, if you know what I mean. It's good for the vital organs to operate. I've already been taken off a blood pressure med that I was on, and it really helps your immune system. I can't remember the last time that I was sick. So go to fieldofgreens.com, use the code Bubba, save 15%. Also, there's a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button, and you can join us. All right, let's get started. Let's go to Tennessee. Jimmy is standing by. Jimmy, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas?
I'm good, Jimmy.
Just Rick, I just wanted to check. Now, you played high school football, right?
I played a little ball. Played college too, a little ball.
Yeah. And played college football too, right?
I played a little ball. Yes, sir, Jimmy.
Okay, I got you. Well, I don't quite understand this bathroom phobia with all the time that you spent in the locker room with all these naked guys running around and in the bathroom in high school. And are you following me? I mean, I don't.
Have you ever thought that maybe that is where the trauma came from? Has that ever hit you? The things that I saw, the things I'd experienced. You think people like to go back to war that stormed the beach?
Oh, right.
It's PTSD, bathroom version. But I will tell you, I don't want to get too into it, but I will tell you though, Jimmy, this thing about, having to do a sit down, I've never been able to do that even in that environment. I'd go in there, get my shower, get done, get out of there. But I couldn't go into one of the stalls with people all around me even then.
Well, I think too the fact
I just can't do it. Yeah. I missed a window the day that cost me.
You have to look. You have to look how you've been conditioned.
Right.
And prior to this studio, the last 14 years, we didn't have that arrangement.
No.
And that's what we got used to.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We continue. Let's go to.
Choked up about it.
Let's go to Lee.
Really, really passionate.
Starkville, Mississippi, 96.1. What's up, Lee?
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Good.
Had a situation. Yes, not really a situation. I was leaving Starkville, heading home about 5 o'clock. Stopped in and got me a snack that I normally do. Y'all familiar with Cracker Jacks?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Not big on them.
Well, beside the Cracker Jacks, right next to it, same package, same brand, there's also a Cracker Jill now.
Is there really?
Yeah, I heard that. Heard that was coming. I didn't know it officially happened.
And why do we feel like that was necessary?
Well, Greg, the women feel overlooked with this Cracker Jack. I mean, what you must
been around but 100 years.
You must not be into girl power. You're probably not even going to see Barbie.
You're right.
But I'm curious to know, do both of them feature peanuts?
What do you know?
Yeah. All right. Here comes no filter. Do what, bud?
Just the answer is yes.
Okay.
Cracker Jills.
Look at old Cracker Jill.
And I believe
Well,
that's
I'm glad world's better place now. Thank God.
I mean, does anybody really think...
He makes a great point, though.
Yeah. Does anybody think that Cracker Jill somehow made the whole society better for women.
Yes, Rick. It relieved a lot of
This
burden.
stuff is just stupid.
Did you
We've gone all
really,
this time with simply a Cracker Jack, and I've seen males and females enjoy them at ball games and whatever. We've gone all this time. And somebody said, how have we survived? How have we moved on?
We must fix this wrong.
Greg, how have we been so wrong for so long with this Cracker Jack only?
Cracker Jacks have been around a long time, and it had a little prize in it. But far as an actual snack, did y'all think it was very
Not
good?
really. It's not one of my favorite.
No.
I like caramel popcorn, but some about that particular, it wasn't my favorite.
No,
I
mine
was about a 6 on Cracker Jack.
Yeah, I would have to take it if everything else was taken.
Yeah, I had to be real hungry.
But Greg makes the same point that I have the same issue, but I absolutely love caramel corn.
Right.
Oh yeah, but something about the Cracker Jack
Caramel
is
popcorn.
not a good.
I just man.
I'll tear a fiddle faddle up.
Oh,
but something about Cracker Jack's version is
What
just not a
was it?
very good version.
I don't know. Yeah. Let's go to Josh in Chicago. Josh, welcome.
Morning, Biggins. How you doing today?
We're good, man.
Good. Listen, it's a big day for me. Big day for Daddy. I get to go fishing for the first time in like 3 years.
Wow.
Since my daughters were born. They're 2 now. Here's a question. So, all you got older kids.
Oh yeah.
Bunch you like fishing and all that stuff. When did you guys start getting them incorporated in the fishing, in the hunting, and all that stuff?
You talking about the kids? When do we start getting them involved?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, absolutely.
probably somewhere. I mean, mine were pretty early, so probably sitting with me, probably 5. Actually getting serious about it, probably, after 10, around 10, something like that. Fishing, probably, 5, 4, 5, 6 in there. But be prepared. I mean, you're gonna be all you're gonna do is put worms on and stuff on and take fish off.
Oh, I know. I know.
But it's fun.
I'm already thinking it's gonna be
have kind of done a lot like I did. I kind of got into it real early and then kind of got away from it for a while.
Yeah.
And then went back to it when I was older. So
yeah, but as far as you're asking what age to start, and probably for us it was probably 5, 6, right around in there, and fishing probably 4, even at 3.
You want to make the memories and all that, but also trying to avoid the hook in my eye and all this other good
well,
stuff.
you got to be on top of it, and there it goes back to that thing. It's just you don't want to take a kid when they're little and have unrealistic expectations.
Correct.
Like we're gonna fish for 4 hours, or
that's right.
You're gonna fish for about 30 minutes.
Absolutely,
you gonna fish about 30 minutes.
Yeah,
and that's plenty.
It's more about the adventure and the time spent with them, and less about what you're catching and what you're killing.
Yeah, and don't turn it into something that's a big mountain to climb. I mean, don't say we're going to throw an open face or a bait caster today.
Right.
Get you a Zebco 33. And work your way
or the
there.
old 202.
And as far as the hunting, they when they're younger, they're basically there just to sit and watch, and you spend time with them, and they bring them something to play with. They're right on, and just start introducing them to it and see how it takes.
Clean out the bottom of the shooting house, bring a comforter and a pillow.
Yeah,
they can sleep early and wake up.
Yeah, I remember I actually killed a buck one time with 2 of mine wrestling in the floor of the shooting house, and I came to the conclusion that the buck committed suicide.
They had to have heard
I remember that story.
Yeah, Bart in Andalusia, 1077. Bart, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, guys.
You're doing good. I hope your phone gets better. Try it again.
Doing well. How you guys doing? I had a question for Helmsy.
Okay.
What is Helmsy going to do when he has a trans athlete as a head coach in Division I NCAA sports?
Probably win.
I asked him that day one. That's a good one, Rick. Probably win a championship. If he can get a few
win
of
a
them.
Probably own it. I'll tell you one thing.
I'll hold a Conference USA trophy.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing you won't worry about is court 1.
I'm talking about.
Rick, that's good. You can leave that.
Is good.
We'll run gun.
Little tennis knowledge there.
Yeah. How'd you like
that?
that? I listen. I pay attention.
Impressive.
I pay attention. I pay attention. So that really could happen. I guess you could.
Well, I mean, during the recruiting process, I've obviously figured that out.
Right.
I mean, that's not something that would be blind. If I inherited it, like if I go into this thing and one of my 7 girls currently happen to be a guy, then that'd be something I had to deal with. But moving forward, I don't have to deal with that. Right. And no one on our team, by the way, is male.
Right.
At this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except you. The head coach.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but a lot of international recruiting. So
Oh, yeah.
a lot of your recruiting is probably, I guess, done.
I talked to a girl in Turkey this morning.
How about really?
Yeah, sure did.
How's old Turkey doing?
Yeah.
we'll be back 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Ones that were just tuning in like me,
yeah.
There were some slightly immature thoughts came
Well,
through.
we decided that wasn't a great thing.
That's his name.
There you go.
That's his name.
That's his name. People want
I don't know what else to call him.
That is fantastic.
We're looking because people are dirty,
is.
man.
Oh, wait a minute. We got to hear that footage and you playing the song.
Okay. All right. So we're
going to recreate
we're
the
now
commercial.
we're now looking at Daniel's footage, and it is fantastic because it's high def, and as Big Boy goes by, we really have recreated this commercial that we said they thought they got it from us. And when you see this,
there you
Take
go.
that back.
I want y'all to look right here.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Wasn't that cool to hear that?
Y'all,
Guys, I can watch
that's so
that all
big.
day. That's
We're gonna
fantastic.
at any time today, can you just roll that and play that
Yes.
song?
That's just awesome.
That video footage is excellent.
I mean, it really is.
It
Daniel,
looks like we shot it from a drone.
it does.
Yeah.
Daniel, great
coming
job.
across that bridge too.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
impressive.
And there's all kinds of still
Nothing
shots,
like a highway 40
and stuff
foot in
out
there.
there too. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
it. Yeah, we put them on up there around here.
Yeah,
don't
we do. We've never met a highway we won't jack up in there. I tell you that.
Barbara,
It's excellent when it ices or every 50 years
Look
when
at
the
this.
concrete gives away.
Yeah, so good.
Barbara in Wetumpka, Alabama. Barbara, go ahead.
Congratulations on getting Big Boy back. I remember the day y'all brought him down from Detroit. That was hilarious. But also, I'd like y'all to wish happy birthday to my special needs baby. She's 29 years old today.
Well, happy birthday.
29.
What's your daughter's name?
Boo.
Boo, happy birthday from the Rick and Bubba Show. And Barbara, thank you for listening so long that you remember when he originally got here. And for all of those people, y'all don't understand, there was some angst for 11 years.
Yeah.
You remember how many times in 11 years somebody called, so what y'all going to do about Big Boy?
When y'all gonna do that? Yeah.
When you going to bring him back? Well, he's back now.
Hey, it's kind of
He's
funny
back.
because I was just talking to Upton with Craneworks, and he said, when it started, we thought, hey, we're just going to have him for a little bit, and then it turned into something
Yeah.
They had him
else,
a while.
and then he became part of our family where we did promotions with him and put him on the crane, and but he's excited that we've got him. But
They can't believe the room they have.
Well, it's like it's like you picked up a dog. You didn't know whose it belonged to.
Yeah.
They didn't come get him for a while,
Yeah.
and you kept him. But when they really wanted him back, you knew the right thing to do is you had to give him back.
Yeah.
And you had to be happy for them that day.
Right.
And for the dog.
Yeah.
And so that's what's happened today.
Yeah.
Big Boy's back home.
There he is.
We now will have
I
to say
know.
every day before we leave what we're going to do about Big Boy. You know what I mean? Hey, have y'all put Big Boy up yet?
Because you hear these stories about people what they've stolen Big Boy in the past. You can't leave him out there.
No.
Well,
No. Somebody
too easy to
and,
on wheels.
and I'll be honest, I think we're throwing the terminology every day around
Yeah.
too loosely. He doesn't have to come out every day. Matter of fact, I don't think he wants to be
It's
out
a little
every
cold
day.
today.
Yeah,
for him.
yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
look.
think we sprinkle.
Today, Big Boy's
like
out. that
anything
kind of
else,
thing.
we need to
Yeah.
sprinkle.
Because here's what I'm picturing, and I think we all are picturing.
You're welcome, Greg.
Listen, we're all picturing. Listen, because
You're
I've been
welcome.
here.
Thank you.
You're
Picture this.
you're in your office. You're
take
caught.
that.
You're caught up in your office world.
Yeah.
You've completely forgotten that Big Boy's out.
Sure.
People one by one are leaving for the day.
You're in a rush to get somewhere.
And all
You
of
got a
sudden,
meeting.
You look down and say, "Oh gosh, I got to go." And about the time you hit that door, and
That's what I'm saying.
the door is coming back behind you, which would make it impossible. You're gonna have to go all the way back around to the office door to
Sure
get
are.
back in. You've already set the alarm, and you run right into Big Boy.
I
and say,
mean-
"Gosh, I forgot to put him up."
Yeah.
I'm headed to a remote. I'm late.
I know.
And I round the corner
Hey,
and there's
Then
big
you
old
have
head.
then you have a
Worse.
choice to make. You either have to come back and handle it, and you've already let that door slam, so you got to go all the way around,
Right.
or you just act like you don't see him.
True.
Oh, and
Which
And
means
you
you act
mentally, mentally block it out and go about your business.
You act like you weren't the last one to leave.
Well,
I don't know.
It doesn't
I thought
matter.
Adler was
Hey, guys,
back
I hate to break it to you.
I thought Adler
If
was
you're
in
the
back.
last one to leave and he's out there, you're in a handle because it's not a one-man job.
It's a two-man.
Oh, yeah,
no,
you're
it's
going
actually
knocking on ITAC's
it's
door.
actually maybe a three-man job.
Yeah, I think comfortably 3 men. 2 men can do it, but it's a handle.
Listen, you have just hit on something. God love these people across from us.
Yeah.
All right.
They got double doors.
I know that because their whole life already, they've seen zebras come through here.
Yes.
They've watched
Monkeys riding dogs.
Monkeys riding dogs. They've watched clowns run the 40.
Various cooking events.
They watch mascots cooking. You name it. And so what's going to happen is they know right now. Everybody else is joyful about it.
Yeah.
But in their world, they know when's the first time, and they probably use an off-color word. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us. We're fired up and ready to go. Enjoying hanging out with you again today. All right, things you need to know. Wednesday Bible study back today. We'll do Revelation 16 today as we're continuing our walk, which started in January, through the book of the Revelation, preparing for how it's all going to end. And so we'll talk about that today. And you can catch it at noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. If you want the live option, subscribers, you'll get an alert about that. If you prefer the archive, so you can watch it or listen to it on your own time, that'll be provided soon after on the podcast channel and the YouTube channel. TheManChurch.com on the road again this week. Coming up this Friday night, Emmanuel Baptist Church, Crestview, Florida. Blake Prime will be there. They're kicking off the men's discipleship strategy from TheManChurch.com. So that's Friday night. Then next Friday, August 4th, I'll be in Austin, Texas, Lord willing, speaking at their men's conference. They also are going to be implementing a couple of our curriculum, 40 weeks in length for the men of their church and their small groups. And then I mentioned earlier when What's Eating Scott Gorosky was going on. Scott Gorosky in Starkville, Mississippi, on the 6th of August at First Baptist Church. They're already doing the strategy. This is their next gathering. Then on the 19th of August, Tim Ashley, West Mobile Baptist Church, they're doing the strategy. This is their next gathering. And then on August the 19th, that same day, Hickory Hill Baptist Church, Westville, Florida, Brian Gunn will be there. All those can be found at themanchurch.com under events. So, Bubba, this is interesting. What's Eating Scott Gorosky? He discussed some of the things you can and can't say, and who's in charge, and when does it all change. But then you can even get a term right. But if it's a derogatory scenario, can you be in trouble there? This A-Rod thing. We all played baseball. I remember somebody trying to teach me how to hit, didn't y'all?
Yeah.
Do you ever remember this? I heard squashing the bug and this kind of stuff. Does anybody ever remember this one?
No.
Okay,
so he's talking more about your top hand, and he talks about what you need to do when you're swinging, kind of how you need to act to get that.
I've never heard it put this way.
No, just now he's got a tee set
I've heard
up.
Bring your hands through. I've heard that.
This was on ESPN. He's got a tee set up. He's got a bat that he's choked up on and a ball on the tee, and he's demonstrating what he's trying to get across to
Okay, all
everybody.
right, here we go.
Posture up and right down. You can't get in trouble. It's like you're punching a little person, right? With your right hand. It's going boom, right there.
Oh, my
With
goodness.
that knee down, and now you're on top of the baseball.
Oh, my goodness. Can you say that?
And the only reason I sent this to Adler is for Greg Burgess.
Can you say that? Look at Greg over here. He is having a time of his life.
I knew exactly what he was talking about.
Right. By the way, I hate to say it, when the illustration was made, I can see it.
Like
I
you're
actually know
punching
what to do with the bat now.
Like you're punching a little person.
Can you
Is that
say
what
that?
said?
He even talks
you
about
have
the
to
way he was taught, that you had the bat down and more of a level swing. And, but I think a lot of this had to do with the speed that they were trying to get because of the speed of the pitches.
Yeah, but I mean,
Posture up and right down. You can't get in trouble. It's like you're punching a little person, right? With your right hand. It's going boom, right there. With that knee down, and now you're on top of the baseball.
All right, can you get in trouble for being on ESPN? Is that where we are?
Yeah.
And actually not just saying punching a little person, simulating punching a little person. He literally shows us punching. Boom. Can you do that?
Hey, Rick, like they're standing right there.
Yeah, right.
And says it like he's just, this is how you teach it.
And let's be honest, I can see
little
it.
person.
It actually worked. So it's his face, little person.
Wait a minute, Bubba. This may be potential bank 9. All right, can you just give me that one line again?
Posture up and right down. You can't get in trouble. It's like you're punching a little person, right? With your right hand. It's going boom.
It's going boom.
Yeah.
Oompa Loompa down, home run.
Yeah, you're right.
Probably could have come up with another.
Yeah. All I can make my mind think about right now is Bubba's story about the concert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? And did he actually clean it up? Is that like a line that you say in baseball, but he cleaned it up and made it better by saying
No.
little person?
I've never
That's
heard trying to punch a little person.
I have.
That's
I was at a, when the kid was,
whoa,
was young. There was a
whoa,
camp.
stop. He ain't never been to camp. Everybody said this.
Yes.
We didn't say have you
Absolutely.
ever punched a little person. We
No,
asked if
no,
you
no.
had ever heard that example.
No, I'm talking about that. But it was about
Rick.
pitching. And he was using an example when you bring in your arm, he said that you got to pretend that there's I guess I'll use the right word, little person trying to get change out of your pocket and you're knocking him back. I swear that's what he said.
I've never heard these little person analogies in baseball. Have you?
That's a good one, though.
That's
a good one, though.
That's
Yeah.
great.
Yes. When you drive that elbow down, he said, pretend you got a midget right here trying to get change out of
Greg.
your pocket.
You just
That's
said
what he
you were-
said.
Greg.
That's what he
Greg.
said.
Greg,
He's quoting
say
someone.
that.
He's quoting someone.
And all the kids knew exactly
Sorry,
what he said.
Speedy.
You know, sometimes when analogies, though, that's why
I'll tell you
coaches.
where it was.
Well, that's where when coaches use it. When they use them, it really. I'll never will forget when I
We're so
figured
scared
out.
of everything. Now we can't even teach baseball.
But it has nothing to do with any of this, so you'll be thankful. But I do remember the first time that the analogy, and I started using it about how to get linemen in the proper stance.
Okay.
And I would get them down. I would say, all right, now reach out. And I said, now where you need to put your hand, put it right where if your eyeball fell out, you'd catch it. And sure enough, they get it right there. And I said, now, there you go. Now you're
That's better.
They got that one, didn't they?
Of course, I didn't
It's like
say.
you're punching a little person.
I didn't say. Reach your hand out and picture like a little person's eye falling out.
Right.
I didn't do anything.
Now
like
knock
that.
him back. No.
Of course, also describing someone how to protect the football. You can get
All right,
graphic
Greg.
on that.
Okay,
and now
Greg,
Greg,
all
and
right.
he's done.
He's still talking.
Because he can't. There it is.
Because he can't. It's a Burgess thing.
They would hold the ball up. All right,
is.
gentlemen, what's this look like?
Yeah.
Me and you're out of this.
Yeah, I'm not even there. Other sports stories today. Why is Jim Harbaugh facing a 4-game suspension?
Yeah, I saw that.
What is he
know.
doing?
Was he in trouble for
Well, he
something?
punched a little person.
No,
Don't
it's,
be mad with me.
He was working on
he
his
said
swing.
it's tied to a recruiting investigation where
He lied to
Harbaugh
him.
was hit with a level 1 violation, the most serious, for not cooperating with the NCAA enforcement.
Yeah, he
gave
misled
them
the
false
investigators.
information. In other words, he lied.
He basically had contact with recruits during the dead period, and so now this isn't official, but ESPN sources say they're going to hand down a punishment where he's got to sit out the first 4 games. Can't go to practice or anything.
Massive 5-year extension for Justin Hebert.
Herbert.
Isn't it Hebert?
No, that was the guy that played years ago.
But it's spelled the same way.
Yeah, but this
It
is
is.
actually
Do you
It is
say
Herbert.
Herbert on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Herbert.
Probably should have said Herbert on the last one.
Yeah, he was Cajun.
Yeah. So Justin's not Cajun.
Bobby Hebert?
Yeah. So he's
And
not.
his son, Jim Bob Hebert?
Yeah. So anyway, he and the Chargers, they've agreed to an extension, and people are saying it's worth over $260 million. How
about that?
That's a good one.
And it comes with guarantees. So it's a multi-year contract with Herbert. So there we go.
Can the Chargers, though, they've had good quarterbacks in the past. They
Mhm.
they're one of these teams that just never can make that next step to elite in the NFL.
They get close.
I love their
they get
uniform.
to the Super Bowls.
I loved
and
them
they
during
just
the
can't
Dan
win 'em.
Fouts days. But,
Oh, yeah.
they could throw it all over the field. They'd have 600 yards of passing, get in the playoffs, and couldn't score 10 points.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, it's just a typical thing.
Yeah, remember they got to a Super Bowl.
A few years ago.
Yeah, when
Philip Rivers.
who was the linebacker there by Love there too? That was there. Sahal.
Yeah,
something. Also, Cowboys lock up Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah,
5-year extension for him, $97 million.
Nice for a cornerback.
A lot of dough.
That's not bad for a cornerback right there.
His son during that thing was so cute.
I knew you were going to say that.
Did
I
you?
was counting down 3, 2.
I mean, when I think of Diggs, I think of him.
I know, and I knew you were going to say it. I was just standing by. And you know what you did? You came right into Greenfield, 10 after 4.
Well, look, Greg did what I wanted, and I did what you wanted.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
So there you go.
Thank you very much. But we all know that if you bring up a topic, every one of us have things that it's going to prompt.
I do think of his son. I do.
I know you do. You love kids.
Well, not only that, but his son was precious.
We'd do a whole phone segment of little kids calling in if it was up to you.
So you didn't like his son on Hard Knocks.
I love, yeah.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
One of those blanky blanks comes over here and say that everybody's left and they help get Big Boy put up.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Or can we just put them in your lobby?
Just like, we already get their packages.
Just like we get Tammy, to get our packages.
Right. Yeah. And,
Hey, can we put him in
every
here?
time she sees one of us, she goes, "I wonder which one of those Nimrods needs something notarized today."
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here they come. They've got 8 packages over here they ain't picked up in 2 weeks.
Right.
Smell like coffee.
Here's my suggestion. A, we don't have to bring them out every day. It's only the days we feel it. And also, it could be, hey, this next hour, going to break, we bring Big Boy out. And we only keep him out for about an hour and put him back.
Let me prepare you,
You know,
though.
on the
I got a
days
better
we
one.
know
Hey,
we're busy.
Appreciate your heart. Understand what we're doing. You think that there's even one, I'm talking about one golden ticket seat holder that's not going to say, "You're not going to bring Big Boy out"?
I know. Well, you know what? No, it's the year of no, right?
Rick, it is the year of
Rick,
no.
I think you're drifting into a negative area today that's supposed to be all
I got a
positive.
good idea. What if we keep him for a month and then give him back to Cranor?
Guys, I'm getting messages from other employees that work there that are thanking us for getting him out.
Oh, yeah, no,
been in
there
your
was,
way.
it was
It's gotta
straight
be in
up.
your way.
No, the guy that works in that room really said, "I'm glad I got my
There
room
is
back."
there is a guy that
Straight
works
up.
with
In his
them
area.
that is
Straight up.
currently working down in Mobile, and he's missed all this. And so I let him know this morning, "Hey, I can't believe you missed this."
Right.
And the first thing he said was, "This may be the best news I've gotten all week. I'm so glad he's out of our shop."
So let me
'cause
say
look
this.
at how- I mean,
I want y'all to hear what I'm saying.
Takes up a lot of
though.
room.
I think y'all are missing my point. My point is, gut it out and know that this is a new thing.
Yeah.
And he's
It's not the
worth
end of
it.
the world.
Here's what I'm saying about Big Boy. He's worth it.
Yes.
He's worth it.
For now.
He's worth every
Isn't there a song that says that?
something like that.
Well, what about
We got-
this?
we
The
got
golden
Bank
ticket
9
seats
that
go,
says
hey.
not worth it.
Hey, yeah.
Ain't worth it.
What about
It
the
ain't
golden
worth
He might be playing that one. Not worth it.
Right, worth it.
Ain't
What-
worth it. Play it.
Yeah.
Play it one time.
I hope it doesn't lead to one day that one of us with a little bit of rumpage on our shoulder doesn't scream out to the golden ticket seats. They're free tickets. There's no guarantees.
Well, how about this? I think
Rick,
if
play
they
that.
want to see him,
They go back
and
to
and,
the
and,
play worth it.
well, that, or we just say he's not feeling well
Or
today. He can't come out.
or that's $5.
Hey.
No, I think
Hey.
You can get a free ticket or a Big Boy ticket.
it's much easier to
I'm
walk
just
somebody
kidding.
back to that storage area.
It is.
And then
Well,
and
that's not a
it's-
great picture there.
Well, yeah, if you turn it and put it in the corner where
Yeah,
we
well,
made
yeah.
it,
It
it
would
would
Let me ask you this. What
made
if
room
we...
for it.
that place out there ain't
End up. Listen, this is where it's going to end up. In the corner. Golden ticket people are going to say, yeah, and then they take you back to some storage room. You get to see Big Boy.
Rick, what if we mounted a winch on the second floor? We just let him up and down.
I like that.
Oh, I like
Right
that,
there.
Bubba.
I like that.
That's
Get that
excellent.
remote control.
I can't get him. I would love that.
He's worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Look, more people.
Look at these
He's
people.
worth it.
He's worth it.
He's worth it, y'all.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past. Everybody celebrating. Here we go. Another day of living, yeah. So as we mold another one for you, we want your phone calls. They're coming later. 866-WE-BE-BIG. The gang's all here. Speedy, Greg, Helmsy, Adler. Yeah. Alapuca, Cam Solo, Rick and Bubba University students. Hello, Bill Bubba Bussing.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for letting us do what we do.
Bubba, you've heard the term, there's nothing new under the sun.
Yep.
Who would have ever thought when Airbnbs started becoming so popular and people started giving up rooms in their homes and inviting you to their homes that they live in, by the way, when you're not there, that they might, when they leave, that there might be some of them that are a little twisted that might decide to document your time there with them. Who would ever thought that happened?
Rick, a couple has filed a $75,000 lawsuit after discovering hidden cameras recording them in the bathroom of a Maryland Airbnb.
I wonder how they got that number. That 75,000. I wonder how they go. Okay.
Somebody looks over and said, "Now, where was the camera? Bathroom. Okay,
Yeah.
we're talking showers, baths, yeah,
Total nude.
and how about this? And
Yeah,
also, unfortunately, your
think-
bodily functions.
Yeah.
I say 75 million.
75 grand to cover.
75,000.
If it was in the bedroom, we'll get you 100 million.
Well,
Especially after you give us the rights to it.
the couple stumbled upon the hidden cameras, and now they're suing this Maryland man for $75,000. They're saying, they're
Couldn't see
saying
that
they're
one coming, like
distressed and all that. And apparently there was plenty of activity to film in the room, according to them.
Uh-oh.
All right.
They noticed a smoke detector. That
They set it off.
They thought it was in an odd place.
How was the weekend, Rick? I'll put it this way: the smoke alarm went on.
Enough said.
They thought it was placed in an odd area in the bedroom, and after closer inspection, they discovered that it and other smoke detectors had hidden cameras.
Sure,
inside.
they did. Sure, they did.
Yes, like you say, Rick, what a shocker.
Yeah, I mean,
Who'd have thought?
I know it could happen.
Adler's been to many Airbnbs.
I know these things, I guess, could happen at hotels. It seems a little more monitored, though, a little more, you're dealing with big companies and things like that, and it's not where places people live 24/7.
Yeah.
But if you're coming to stay at my house where I normally am, I can set up anything I want. I'm there all the time.
It's illegal to do this. Highly, highly illegal.
Oh, I know it
But
is.
as many of those as you stayed in, there may be a chance that you're
Oh,
out
there's
there.
no question.
Well, you keep an eye out for it on the internet, Greg, okay?
Look
buddy?
out. Our Greg just watched this show.
Yeah, that's true. Earlier.
There's exercising.
Was that a hidden camera earlier?
No, that was just
Or
a
you
low
knew
angle.
Still can't believe you did that.
Hey, I just had to show y'all what I was capable
You
of
showed us.
of deadlifting.
You did.
We saw everything there.
We made a note of what you're capable of.
Yeah. Yep.
Went straight up.
Is that them smiling in the camera?
Oh.
That's them. But that's a selfie they took as a couple, not like
it's not from the mirror.
not from the smoke detector. Yeah.
I got it. Never mind.
Well,
There's probably some of me floating around on the internet, frankly.
Well,
Probably
yeah, I
lighten
think
it
this
up.
Airbnb stuff is just ripe for this kind of stuff. I mean, it just, it is just, it is there, and who would have ever thought? Can you imagine the horror of that? And before you can get to it, it's already live on the internet.
Oh, sure.
The
You never get it all off.
The Airbnb owner initially was saying that could have been the guests that planted that there.
Of course.
But
he
when the
said
police showed up to his house, he went into a room and stayed in the room and locked it for a while before letting the police in, presumably destroying the device.
So it doesn't.
So he's going to say it was a shakedown. They put the camera there, and then now they're suing me.
Think about it. I mean, does it not concern y'all that, like, I mean, this is where people live, and now you don't know them, and you're living in their house.
Do you ever worry about that, Adler? Because you're the resident Airbnb guy.
Yeah, I'll do a sweep. I'll do a sweep of the room. I'll do an ocular pat down of the area and be sure that I'm in the clear.
We do Airbnb
before anything goes down. You know?
I've never.
There's some weird people out there.
You know that place we stayed in, Speedy, was
an
Airbnb.
Yeah,
and every time, that there's a camera outside so they can see you pulling up and getting out of your car and seeing what's going on. Because we got in trouble one time. We had more people than we said we did.
Busted you.
Then they busted us, and they were like, "Wait a minute!" And so
wait a minute.
I sold them on the idea that it would be fine and all was good. But it always is the back of your mind, like, is there something going on here that you'll see? You'll see a smoke alarm, or you'll see a light that's sitting there with a little bitty different, yellow or green light on it, and you always wonder
you ever
what
take
it
your
is.
shirt off and pose down in front of it.
How you like me now?
Look at this.
Anyway,
yeah,
but we've never had any issues. That doesn't mean we won't. We took the whole team last year to stay in an Airbnb.
Yeah, have you the one that my biggest gripe always is, and I actually had this happen, and it was a hotel in France, and I don't mind. I understand they have the right to do it, but it ought to be a negotiation.
Yeah.
If I'm going to stay in your hotel or your place, okay, and you're going to limit me to how cool I can make the room when I want to sleep, then you got to give me a discount. You certainly have the right to do it, but that makes it mean I'm not willing to pay. I'm not going to pay to sleep and be hot the same thing as I'll pay if I can get the temperature however I want it. I mean, it's...
And they'll come behind you quickly, too. There's no telling how many times I've stayed in these places and changed the air conditioner, only to go back seconds later and it changed back because they can easily hit it from their phone.
Yeah, that's what
I do that at the house.
Yeah. Well,
but that's my own property. I'm not...
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is there is technology, you just said, that's available. I don't have a problem with you being concerned that some idiot will leave it that way.
Right.
So you have the technology. When our checkout time is over, put it back.
And these rules,
you don't even have to depend on me to do it. But this thing of you making me be uncomfortable while I'm paying.
Well, and they'll even say they'll put a note up or sometimes that'll say things like, "Don't put this lower than 74." Well, I'm sorry, I
can't sleep in that.
That's not happening.
Yeah,
74.
I got to have
seen that before.
I got to have 68.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to freeze it up, but
70.
come on.
I'll go 70 or
70,
72. I will go there and just leave it.
I got to have 68.
That's an oven. 72 is an oven.
I got to have 68.
71, 72.
Buddy, we know you get cold.
That's what we do.
Got to have 68. Can't sleep. It's not 68.
Hey, your little brother's getting he's cold now.
Oh, I know.
All the time.
He does get cold a lot. Starting to get on my nerves.
Sit over here and say what
You need
think.
my hoodie. You need my hoodie.
Hey, in the kickoff hours.
You ought to try to hunt with him now. Oh my god.
Oh no, that's not true.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, because I think warm out there.
In the
Are y'all
kickoff
going to
hour.
go out and hunt in the morning? It's kind of cold.
He's lying.
Come sit with me, big brother. Rick, you ain't got an extra jacket, do you?
It's all about layers.
Hey, did you not talk about how you were freezing in the kickoff hour?
Yeah, well, yeah, because when it turns on under this
Rick?
vent, it's very cold. It seems better now.
Oh, I'm cold.
No, it's just
You ought to walk in here at 4
Cold
when
air's-
it's not on. It's a little stuffy.
You know,
Hey.
we can control it right there.
I've tried that many times. It doesn't make any
Is
difference.
there a little cold air blowing on
It
little baby
doesn't make
brother?
a difference,
Makes
Greg.
no
It's
difference.
a thermostat.
I think I expressed my opinion on it one time.
Right, but we
Sure did.
Yeah, Bubba ripped somebody was completely wrong.
Look,
had nothing to do with
there
that.
was a ton of passion in that.
But it was passion.
There was a lot of passion.
Wrong passion, but it was passion nonetheless.
Passionately wrong's better than not being passionately wrong.
No, there still was a problem, and y'all are expressing it again now. So there was a problem.
No, you were claiming it didn't come on till like 8 or something.
8's when it really gets cold.
But because it was supposed to come, it comes on between 4 and 5.
Do y'all want a little snuggle?
About 2 weeks ago,
Y'all want to get a banky?
I'm fine.
about 2 weeks ago, Amanda and I were laying in bed, and she was complaining about it being so cold.
I like
and
it cold.
she got it. She goes, "Would you leave the thermostat alone?" And she went in there and changed it. And I grabbed my phone and she saw me do it. And she goes, "This whole time you've been doing it with your phone." That's right. She goes, "I thought you were getting up and going to do something in the kitchen and coming back in here."
Yeah,
She
you
goes,
could have said, I never got up.
I said,
Well, here's the thing that happens every single time, and this because I told you Sherry is a temperature extremist.
Laces goes
On, off, on, off.
Oh.
Doesn't in a car. You'll be riding in a
Explain
car.
that.
Oh, can't you just set that at a temperature?
Right.
Turn it off. Hot, hot, hot. Turn it on.
And wide open.
Now,
and that gets on my nerves.
Off. And so what
honking the whole time.
And it happens every time. So Sherry will go into our bedroom and she'll cut it off, and it'll run up to about 74 degrees, okay? And she'll be in there, getting ready to go to bed, whatever, and I'll come in knowing, and I'll just set it to 68.
Yeah.
And so we'll get in the bed like that, and she'll lay down. She'll go, "Oh, it's too hot in here. Do you mind getting up and turning the air down?" I said, "I've already done it." Like I say, I know you always think you want it this temperature, and then you get in here and get cover on, and you don't. Okay, so I've already thought ahead. Been married to you a long time. I've already made the adjustment that you're going to ask for here in about 5 minutes.
Can't sleep hot.
Can't do it. Can't do it. Can't stand it. If I got to run that leg out there to pick up some air, I got problems.
You got one hot leg, one cold leg. Trying to regulate.
I cannot sleep when it's hot in the room. Yeah, all right, we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Remembering the 92 Braves when they won the pennant.
Okay,
And
interesting memory
So
today.
we had to go, well, it was started a conversation. Somebody called, thought they had a fact, they were
tied
wrong.
to 30 for 30, Rick, with Deion Sanders, the new one.
When I saw the top 10 returns by Deion Sanders over Bubba's head yesterday, amazing. You forget what a great athlete he was.
But I remember, and I don't know why, because, Prince, I respected him as a musician. Some of the things he did were a little weird.
Yeah.
But for some reason, I remember he had come off Purple Rain, which was a phenomenon.
Right.
The movie, the album. And remember, MTV used to have the world premiere videos. And I remember sitting in the living room, world premiere video of Raspberry Beret.
Really?
When it came out.
And you thought to yourself,
that's a pretty catchy little tune.
He's delivered again.
He did. I remember that because you were thinking, is he going to deliver or not?
Hey, Greg, what was the follow-up movie?
Some kind of moon something.
Over the Cherry Moon?
I gave it nothing. Wasn't it supposed to be like a sequel, but it was weird?
I never saw that.
It was totally different.
I never saw it.
Some kind of angel or something in it, or something. I never saw that.
It was
I liked Purple Rain because of the music in it. Was just the time.
I really like Purple Rain because the time was
exactly. All the music was great in that. The movie itself wasn't that great, but the music was.
It was. So all right. So
but I remember the world premiere video, and it was Raspberry
about
Beret,
that?
and I remember thinking, okay, I like that.
Yeah, that's a catchy little.
One
snappy.
of my favorite Prince tunes.
Me too. A little snappy little tune there. But a couple of things to be to talk about today.
I thought you liked Party Up, Greg.
No.
Well.
But the guys, I'm concerned. I'm concerned about James Spann. He's our friend. We love him.
You know how he's still reeling?
Well, I'm just talking about the calendar can be cruel. I think what James has just gone through and have Groundhog Day tomorrow is just all too tight. You know,
Rick,
he's like me. He hates that groundhog.
Rick, think about this: all the training that James has, okay,
Right.
all the years of experience, all the technology, the computer power, the thousands of weather stations around the globe, in the ground, balloons being put up every day from all over the place, satellites in orbit. I mean, we have a lot of hardware dedicated to weather prediction. Okay, all of that. They have a bust on the snow forecast. He's admitted it, but he told us that was a possibility.
He gave us an option for a bust.
He did.
But people,
and he also keeps trying to scream. I said it did snow.
People
it did snow a lot.
People act so weird about this, and he's taking a little bit of a beating over this, and he's had a little fun about it.
Yes.
But as you said, to have all of that and then follow it right up with a tradition of letting a ground rodent predict weather.
Yeah. I don't.
Think about all James has on his side versus the groundhog.
I know.
But
the world will stop
if we look at the numbers. How accurate has the groundhog been versus how accurate is all of our technology?
I'll be honest, guys. I've never noticed the difference in the weather because it gets hot, gets warm, gets hot, gets warm until it finally just stays hot. And it's never 6 weeks, whatever. I've never really
I've
noticed
never understood
because
what
it
the
may
groundhog-
be warm next week.
I've never understood him.
And then we'll get
I don't
a
even
little
understand
cold
what he's.
snap in March, and I don't know.
Yeah, I don't even know what he's predicting.
Yeah,
well, I
that's
want to
me.
remind everybody, Rick, of one thing.
Yeah, Bubba's got a shirt on today. Groundhogs don't know jack.
What year was that we came up
I'm
with?
wearing that for James Spann today.
Yep, in honor of James Spann.
Now, it appears the groundhog is about to come out of the hole right here.
Yeah.
Here comes spring.
I want you to know Bubba's doctor has told him not to travel any long distance.
Stay close. Stay close.
But don't hunt by yourself.
But
I'm kidding.
But here's the thing. So what I'm glad because I share.
Betty told me that.
Yeah. I share James Spann's disdain for Groundhog Day. I do think it's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen or heard. So I'm so thankful it will fall on a Saturday because it's an afterthought to me if it's a weekday, but I'm forced to talk about it a little bit. Tomorrow, it will never enter my life remotely. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. As we work our way back, we'll get to more of your phone calls before the hour is up. Wednesday Bible study back today. Noon Central, 1 o'clock Eastern on the YouTube channel. Revelation chapter 16 today. Okay, so Bubba, aren't your UFO hearings today?
Yeah, the Congress is going to be hearing from some people testifying on UFOs, UAPs, whatever you want to call it.
Are we got to make the shift to UAP or not?
Well, I don't like it. I like UFOs. I like to stay with that. I think it complicates everything.
I'm staying with UFO. Am I okay with that?
But they're going to be looking at this today, and we've had people come forward that said, "Hey, we've got stuff, and we're hiding it, and the Congress in their oversight wants to know more about it." But there is a clip that has come forward on some of this as many of the news outlets are covering this week. And this is from the former Israeli space security chief. And he claims on NBC, Rick, we're not talking about a podcast, that there is an underground base on Mars.
On NBC, he says it?
That's
Or
what he
she?
said.
Is it he or
Let's
she?
hear it.
That's according to Israel's former space security chief. In an interview with an Israeli newspaper, he said the aliens have been waiting until today for humanity to develop and reach a stage where we will understand in general what space and spaceships are. NBC News chief global correspondent Bill Neely explains this one.
Hi, Alison. Well, this is quite a story, and it comes from the man who headed Israel's space security program for nearly 30 years. Chaim Eshed is making the extraordinary claim that the United States and Israel have been in contact with a group of aliens for years. Not immigrants, but extraterrestrials. He has called them the Galactic Federation of Aliens, and he says President Trump is aware of the existence of these aliens and had been on the verge of revealing their secrets, he claims, but was asked not to do so by the Federation in order to prevent what he calls mass hysteria. Well, the retired general says the US and Israel have kept it from the public because, quotes, humanity isn't ready and the aliens don't want to reveal themselves until humanity can evolve, he says, and understand what space really is. Well, the good news is that he claims an agreement has been reached between the US government and the aliens, a contract to do experiments here. There's also, he says, a secret underground base on Mars where there are American and alien representatives.
What? I wish that music wasn't
everybody
in
knows
there.
that.
Yeah, I wish the music went in there.
Oh, yeah,
too.
yeah, a
It
little
was-
hot, but
yeah, a
I
little
think I've seen some of their experiments walking around.
yeah, true.
You know,
all right, guys,
it's
straight up.
far-fetched, but it is. It's interesting
You
that
think?
it's become as mainstream as it has.
And Elon Musk is one of them. He's here representing them.
Yeah. Is he part of
I'm telling you, there's something off with him.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, we look, here's this guy's the richest man in the world. I mean,
Yeah. If you watch
young,
him,
kind of young for that.
I know that there's a group out there
He's
that's
weird looking. It's like he's got skin stretched across him.
I know. That goes back to the lizard people.
I'm telling
It
you.
had nothing to do with that PayPal thing he worked out.
I get that, but you got to admit, I mean, he sure did shoot to the top.
He came a long way. He did quickly.
He's real pale.
Well, no, what's that got to do with anything?
There's something weird about his skin don't fit. Y'all know that.
Right.
Hey, some gun breeds like a mink.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
All right, Greg. Thank you for all that.
Thank you.
He does.
That's one
That's
Elon
part of
Musk.
that
makes him alien right
yeah,
there.
it's part of the alien thing.
There have been people making comments and done all sorts of documentaries on Elon Musk. You will not find one, not one paper, not one documentary,
not even a paragraph or
not
a tweet.
a paragraph where one of the attributes they attribute to Elon Musk is he breeds like a mink.
No.
How many kids he got?
Okay, right.
We got
Let me see that coffee cup.
that's what I
tilt
just
it my way.
You ain't been in
Look, y'all didn't get y'all are scared. Look, I'm just putting it out there.
No, Greg, are we just going to gloss over what that just said? I mean,
yeah.
So what I take away from that is whoever this person is, this Israeli, that was the former space security chief, is mentally ill. I mean, is he okay?
Yeah, that's
so
bizarre.
What are you saying? That the Israelis and the Americans have been talking with aliens for years, and you know how sometimes we've said on the show we're always on the forefront of being tired of things.
Right.
This thing of
legend killers.
This thing of the excuse that we don't know is because we can't handle it. Are you tired of that yet?
Well,
the reason why we're not
there's probably some truth.
The reason why we're not
there.
telling is because mass hysteria.
I used to didn't think that.
But they didn't seem to care about that in the pandemic.
I used to not think that until I saw the way people acted in the pandemic, and now I question their civility in anything. But the one thing about that story that to me says it is absolutely not true is that Donald Trump knew about it. And he was about to tell it, and then decided not to.
I picked up on that.
When he was not being reelected, I think he would have gone to the microphone and says, "Hey, there's a lot of things y'all need to know about, and this is one of them. That's why I need to be."
Let me tell you why I was all about this Space Force.
Unless he's one of them.
Yeah.
Oh, he was all about Space Force.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. Well, he knew that needs to evolve into that.
But what I'm
because of
saying
what
is,
the
governments,
other countries were doing.
Governments have never honestly cared. The pandemic, a great example. They love for there to be hysteria. They love for the people to be terrified and look to them as the only answer.
Because
love that.
always have the answer, and that is take more power and more money.
They did it with the pandemic. They're doing it with climate change. They want to. Climate change is a cult. It has become a false religion. It really is. This climate change
and it
bunch,
grows and grows and grows.
They love hysteria because then what they can say is, because you're so afraid, you'll be glad to know that we have the solutions.
Right.
Yeah. True. So if they had the solutions to keep aliens off of us, they'd let us know.
Oh, yeah.
Or if they thought they
well,
had the
they would be a tax with it.
Yeah.
And you'd have to give up some rights.
Stupid
but other than
ET
that,
tax.
Yeah, that's right.
The UAP hearings have started.
Oh, boy.
Representative Tim Burchett has made some comments, as well as Representative Anna Paulina Luna. I've got those if you guys want them, but I understand if you don't, because politicians are boring.
You already,
guys?
you already got the clips this morning?
I don't want to hear it just to hear it. Is it any good? Does it say anything?
Here's a minute and a half of just the intro.
I'm dying on that
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being
We
here.
can come out anytime.
I want to thank everybody for making this happen today, and I want to remind everybody this is a nonpartisan issue. This has nothing to do with party politics. I think
that's a lizard guy, no
the
doubt.
cover-up goes a lot deeper than that. I also want to thank my colleagues, Representative Anna Paulina Luna, sitting beside me here.
Luna means moon.
Jared Moskowitz.
Moskowitz
friend
means
across
Mars.
the aisle. He has an incredible mind, and I'm anxious to hear his questions. My buddy Eric Burles.
You talking about his alien mind?
And it's not in my notes here, but Matt Gates. If it hadn't been for Matt Gates, myself, him, and Luna would still be down at
his
Eglin
head
Air Force
definitely
Base
oddly
trying to
shaped.
get some
Yes,
answers.
yes,
He's definitely
triangle
one ear lower.
Y'all be
Crazy
nice.
legal
Be
mind.
nice.
Also,
He's trying
I
to
know
let
I
y'all
saw
know
it in the
what's
crowd
up.
there, George
He's
Knapp,
just running a list of
buddy
people.
Jeremy
Yeah.
Corbell.
George now.
Great, we got to go to break.
Skip it forward.
Defense Intelligence.
We'll pick that up.
Okay, intelligence. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, thanks.
It was good. It was.
You're right. It was boring.
Well,
Basically, he was calling roll.
We'll be able to edit it up for tomorrow.
Yeah, the sound bites are going to be flying.
They're going to be crazy tomorrow.
They're going to be flying around like little people getting punched, just flying around.
Phone calls are next.
Look at that one.
866 We Be Big. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
be the most passing. I don't think I'll ever think of it. I'm glad it'll be lost in Saturday's abnormal routine.
Yeah.
Because you don't do the normal stuff on the weekends you do during the week. And I'll be so glad because I really will avoid Groundhog Day completely tomorrow. It'll never enter my life. Rick, you're not going to get up and watch it? No. I'm about to
What? You ain't gonna watch the guy with the top hat?
No. Hey, Rick, are you familiar with deep what? What's it called?
Well, it's being referred to as deep fake videos.
Deep fake.
Yes, F-A-K-E. And it actually was brought to my attention by my kids saying, have you seen this technology? And it has been around for a long time. We've seen it in the movies, but it is becoming more and more accessible to the general public. And it's created some concern now because, we use pictures and videos as evidence of what you're doing and not doing. But you know how what Photoshop has done to pictures, this is doing to video. And our ability to manipulate the frames and the pictures and have the video look just seamless is now at an all-time high. And there's some video out that we can show you part of this, but this technology is becoming more and more available now, not just to Hollywood icons, but to everyday people. Rick, pot this up and look at this right here.
Yeah,
okay?
I know that actor. I can't say his last name.
I just like...
It's actually Jennifer Lawrence
this was very
giving a speech at the Golden Globe Awards, but they have superimposed...
Yeah. I was just really surprised.
An actor's name is Steve, and I can't say his last name
That
either.
guy's in all the Billy Madison movies.
He's in a million movies.
B-U-S-C-E-M-I.
Yeah,
but look how seamless it looks. His face is actually talking.
My favorite is probably Lisa Vanderpump.
That's weird.
It
is.
My least favorite, I don't want to have to say. I mean, I don't want to have to say, because who knows when you're going to run into these people,
Huh.
Jennifer, over here to your right.
I hope I don't. I hope I'm never in that situation.
But how
Like,
it
all
can
the housewives are
manipulate
here.
their face to
Anyway.
move
Actually,
with
I take that back. I do
the
want to be in
audio.
that situation.
Yeah.
Now, if you're listening on the radio, you're only hearing Jennifer Lawrence give a speech.
Wow.
So you'll need to check it out on Blaze TV or look it up for yourself. But
That's
do
who it really was here.
Do you realize? Yeah, that's the face that was put over Jennifer Lawrence. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
How these altered videos, how good they look, and how this could be used to frame people. I mean, that's really the bottom line.
See,
right?
guys, you realize, and I know we've talked about this a lot, as our society claims, we put claims up because that's important to get that, as our society claims that it's moving into a love of reality, it's creating a reality that is not reality at all. And that's the scary part, because think about it. It used to be if somebody said, well, I'll tell you one thing, Rick Burgess did so-and-so, so-and-so, and said so-and-so, so-and-so, and used to you'd go, by the way, that's not true. And then somebody says, well, you really shouldn't say things if you can't prove it. Then all of a sudden they produce a video of which looks like me, exactly like me, doing something. Think about it. You could take my face. It's funny to put a man's face on a woman, but you could take my face and put it on a man that has the same kind of similar body type.
Yeah. And you can't tell the
and you could say, well, there's Rick right there. Is that not you?
Yeah.
And
I think that's
I'm like,
why
I don't know how you did that, but that's not me.
I think
it is. We're looking at it.
Yeah.
That's why that video, I think, is so disturbing, because they take a man's face that looks nothing like Jennifer Lawrence and puts it on there, and it is seamless. If you did not know, or you were just listening, you go, wow, that's kind of a homely woman giving a speech there,
Right, yeah.
I just think that's unbelievable how good that technology's got. And, of course, these kind of things have been around for a while, and they appear in different places, right, Adler?
Yes. The first time I saw it, it was with the Snapchat filters laying over like a celebrity's face over your face. It's just getting better and better and better. What they're doing now, a lot of times, to see if a photo has been doctored, they'll run it through a computer program that will look through each pixel for irregular patterns that will show where you've edited a pixel here and changed up a pattern that would naturally occur in a photo. That pattern is gone, and you can see those things. Those things really stand out when you run the right computer program through that. So it's going to get to the point where we have to then run our videos that we're using as evidence. We're going to have to run our videos through that software program to scan each frame and look for doctored pixels.
Here we go, 35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls. Your time to call up, make a comment, ask a question, bring something to the table. If you've got something you'd like to say or talk with the guys or a question you want to ask, it is time to go. We've got Cam Solo taking your phone calls right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. As you are dialing, I do want to point you to mypillow.com/Bubba. You go right there. We've really simplified this. If you just go to mypillow.com/Bubba, you'll be there. And you'll see all the different specials that are available. Right now, you get My Coffee at 50% off. They'll even send you a Go Anywhere My Pillow for free with the purchase of My Coffee. There is a 6-piece luxury towel set, all sorts of colors. $29.98. $29.88. I'm sorry. Okay. And then all season slippers are $25. Giza bed sheets. They rival the same level of comfort and quality you'd expect in a luxury hotel. They're as low as $29.98 right now. Summer beach blankets and beach towels are 60% off. And also a four-pack, hear this, a 4-pack of the all-new MyPillow 2.0, 4 of them. They come in 4 loft levels, $99.98. And we love this. It's got that temperature controlling technology where you're always laying on something that's cool. We just talked about that. You also find that link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. Everything you need to know is right there. To the phones we go. Let's start with Palmer. He's in Cullman, Alabama, listening to us on ZZK. Palmer, go ahead.
Hey, boys. How y'all doing this morning? Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Palmer. Go ahead.
Listen, I got to tell you all about a terrible thing that happened to me yesterday. I'm from Cullman, Alabama. I live in Cullman. I work at Cullman Liquidation, selling used homes. Oh, yeah. I'm in sales. After lunch, or at lunch, I went to the All Steak and had a big lunch. Ate a bunch of orange rolls and had a mess of sweet tea. And Belk's was having a sale on khakis yesterday, so I went in there after lunch. My boss, Robert Lee, I knew he was going to be hacked if I didn't get right back, so I was just going to go in real quick, try on a few khakis and get out of there. And so I go into the men's dressing room, and I'm in there, and I'm trying on some khakis, and I hear these 2 loud, obnoxious women coming in, bringing a passel of poorly behaved children into the men's dressing room. I peeked out through the door. I saw they had a handful of clothes, just piles of clothes, girls' clothes, and 2 women in the dang men's dressing room. And so I just decided I'd just stay there quietly and just wait because surely they'd leave. They stayed in there over an hour. And I'll tell you, I don't know if you've ever eaten at the All Steak, but I started to get the pressure building. Yes. I had way too many orange rolls, way too much sweet tea, and the pressure was just building. I felt like I was a balloon. I was about to pop. I just felt terrible. You know, this exact same thing happened to me this weekend when I went to go see Oppenheimer at the theater in Birmingham, and I really embarrassed myself in the men's room there. But that's a different story. Anyway,
he's tying in a couple of stories.
Yes, okay.
We'll move on.
All right, so
Coleman Liquidation. This is Robert Lee from Coleman Liquidation. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. If you don't like them, you can quit listening. Won't hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Got all about that.
You remember that, Ron?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Josh, South Alabama. Josh, go ahead.
Morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
Green Acres.
Hey, thank you for the call. What's on your mind?
This goes to climate control. Me and my wife was in an antique store yesterday in Dothan. We found a bunch of postcards, some of them being from the early 1900s to the mid-1900s. I come across 2 different postcards related to someone talking about weather. The first one was from 1913, and it talked about up in St. Louis it being 114 degrees. And the second one was actually from where you boys are up in Birmingham, and it talked about it being 110 degrees. So I just thought that's something you boys
Isn't that
might
interesting?
add to your little
I wish you'd have bought those. I'd love to put them in a frame. Show everybody.
And you could put them right next to the. Yeah, you did? Okay.
I will say, how about I email
Yeah.
Got pictures of them.
Yeah, send us that. That'd be great. And Bubba can put it right next to the Time magazine cover that was predicting the coming ice age in the 70s.
I got that in my office right next to the door.
Yeah. So we'll just build a little montage of climate versus weather. This stuff's not unprecedented, like you're being led to believe. Wes, is that Sax? Out of Sax, Alabama. Wes, go ahead.
Sax, the cats are back.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I just wanted to let Helmsley know that Greg texted me earlier and said that he really wants Helmsley to stop by, but he's just too proud to say so.
Yeah, I heard it on the kickoff hour.
I'm not letting Helms leave.
But you realize, Helmsley, that what you've done, and I was saying it to myself in the truck listening to the kickoff hour, as all people should. And I don't think you've understood. Greg has to adjust that someone has pierced the wall.
I know.
When he gets on the other side of that wall, his connection to all of us is completely severed.
I've called several times and he wouldn't answer. The only time I visited, I did a cold call.
That's not true.
Yeah.
And he woke up. He'd been asleep, which I understand.
Yeah. But then over there, see, the valley, he's built another life there.
Yeah.
And it does not include us. And when you go through that wall,
that's not true.
he's got to get adjusted to you being over there. And I think he might adjust to it, but it's
going to take time.
Understand the adjustment.
Yeah.
You've gone through the wall.
I know.
And I think a lot of times you could probably grab dinner with him on your way back home.
That's kind of my thought, Bubba. Thought my buddy would want to do that. And I see things like when I'm driving, I see things I want to call him about. I saw something Monday, and I was like, man, I need to call Greg and ask him about this.
Yeah.
And I didn't because I felt like, well, I'm bothering him.
No. So now you're
he's on that wall. He's on this side.
Can I just tell you something? And I love you, man. And Greg, he likes you as much as he can.
He don't love me. He likes me a little bit.
Greg can't give himself to too many people.
I know.
Right. And so I just want you to know that you are bothering him.
Yeah,
that's not true.
I think I needed that.
Right.
I wish he would just say it.
That's
Rick.
not true.
Right. I wish he would just say
not
it.
true.
He'll tell
never
you in action.
Yeah, right. He'll never say it. You'll just live it.
Yeah.
You know what? But look, it's just
Hams, don't listen to that.
that's his refuge over there, and he don't want us in it. I get it. I understand it.
Yeah, and Little Lee, Hubbard, and Cates, and they're all in because that's where they've been. They've been on that side.
I know.
But
I want to hang out.
Limited.
I want to hang out with Little Lee Hubbard too.
Yeah.
Oh, never.
But I probably never be able
to.
to.
Yesterday.
That'll never happen.
Well, Greg, we could have. We probably could have.
Did you deliver what you needed to deliver?
I did.
Greg, spend a little time with him.
I
mean, he's over there.
I'm just playing.
He's over there by himself. He's got this job. I mean,
he can meet you out at Edward.
I mean, doesn't it feel good when you're in a community? You went to school there. That's one thing. But Greg, he's been there. I mean, he is that place.
Yeah.
And for you to be there, it's also reassuring them. Greg's not far from me.
It is.
You're
it's
right.
in my mind.
Well, if you get mine, I'll come bail you out.
Did you agree with my assessment that he won't come out and say no, but he'll give tons of reasons?
No.
Like Bubba said, he'll live a no.
Yeah.
Action.
There's an action no.
Actions speak louder than words.
Yeah.
I wonder if Riley will hang out with me.
And Hams, what I would do now, I'd start working him for a few acres to build your house out there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's true too.
Yeah, that would be a good point.
Well,
see, and that's another thing. I know that's probably going to happen at some point. So I'm trying to make some steps because I want us to be buddies when that happens.
I'll send
Sorry,
you,
man.
I had you a nice place picked out.
I'll send you a few, unfortunately, references of people who moved there and thought when they moved there that their friendship with Greg would go to another place. And then I want you to talk to him how it went.
Okay.
Your best just to go down that driveway and just knock on the door.
Yeah. And you'll see his truck around back because he's going to hide it from you.
I'm going to have to use Amanda. I might have to let Amanda get to Lisa.
There you go.
That's what I'm going to have to do.
I'm going to send you. That's your only way.
That is.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah. I do this all the time, don't y'all? When like your guy friends will start saying we don't get together or whatever, you go, well, just put the wives together.
Yeah.
And then they'll tell us where we're going.
Yeah,
because that's not our thing. Come on, and we'll get plans.
I'm gonna start pulling up in the driveway just far enough so where they can see me, and I'm gonna honk, and then I'm gonna leave. Yeah. I'm gonna give them time to see me sitting there and
start cleaning up.
But he'll let me know you're there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. He starts barking the minute he sees one at the end of the
driveway.
Well,
he won't attack me, will he?
He'll act like he is, but he's not.
See,
I may take some selfies with him.
Yeah, he'll
and then,
act like
and then
he's gonna
text
take
y'all.
Just text it, yes.
Yeah.
See, Greg,
just leave him alone.
The closest
How about Millie? You can spend some time with her.
The closest anybody ever came to getting to Greg, but it worked out perfect because they were just like Greg on as far as socially.
Yeah.
And that was Coach Greg Stewart, Stacks.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They never did anything together, but that's the way Stacks preferred it as well.
And we lived less than a mile from each other.
Right. So
we went fishing twice a year.
The amount of time they both spent together was what they both desire. So I'm afraid you're a little too social for this.
Mm-hmm.
Probably
he
so.
moved away. Didn't even tell me he was moving.
No.
Yeah.
No. Stacks openly said he's not that crazy about people.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
At one point, so he was the perfect Greg friend.
At one point, he was buying some land and was going to retire there. And the next thing I knew, he was gone.
Yeah.
And I'm coming in too hot with a couple people over
big
there.
Mistake.
Yeah. And I need to settle that down too.
You know what you did yesterday? You looking at Greenfield, there was a deer out there, and she was grazing. And you thought, well, if I'll just be quiet, then I'll see the rest of the deer come in.
Right.
You spooked Greg out of that Greenfield yesterday. He has run up in them woods. You know it.
Yeah. I don't think he's quit running.
What do you mean yesterday?
Well, he acted like he tried to
Monday.
hang with
It was Monday.
Was it Monday?
Yeah.
Whatever day you did
was.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
Jewel out of Pensacola, Florida. Jewel, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are y'all?
Fantastic.
Wanted to wish my husband, Robert Webb, happy anniversary. We have been married 20 years
20
today.
years. Hey. Robert and Jewel, what? Two. Happy anniversary, baby. I got you on my mind. Thank you, Jewel.
Wow.
Hope y'all have a big day today. We'll come back. Jewel. We'll wrap up the hour with anything that we may have missed.
Got a couple of headlines here. Adler says he does have a 1 minute clip for us.
Oh, gosh.
Hope it's as exciting as that last one.
Yeah. I know you're excited about it, Adler. I got it. We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Of course, the only problem is when we finally get to a courtroom to defend yourself, which has cost you an amount of money, by the time you finally show that the pixels prove that was fake, your life's already ruined.
Right. It's around the world.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Because think about this: how video will get out on social media, and it's gone, buddy. I mean, it's out. There's 1 million views, and there is no retraction.
No,
you know,
we couldn't reel Big Boy back in right now if we needed to.
No.
But you're right. Hey, Adler, can I ask you one more question about that? And I was telling Bubba this. You may not know this. If you don't, then say I don't know. But isn't this that same technology? Because I remember watching when the DreamWorks and the Pixar and all of those animated movies started just getting better and better, and you couldn't believe the quality of them. And what they said they would do is whatever actor or person is voicing, they would actually use a little bit of that person's real face and mouth movement. So when that voice is on that character, there's just a hint of the human who did it there, so it looks like it's more believable.
For sure. You see those pictures with the people with the dots all over their faces and lips and nose and even on their hands and stuff. That's motion tracking. So this is kind of like, they're in a studio with the perfect lighting and all that, so they can lay their computer images over those motion tracked dots, essentially.
That way the voice fits that animated character better.
Yeah, there you go. Right. And this is just a kind of, now let's do this in a sneaky way kind of thing, overlaying your images on top of
Well, you
what's
can see how
happening.
it could be fun, but you also see the danger of it.
Imagine a security camera, like you were saying.
Oh, man.
And it's got your face on it, just plain as day.
Is that not you stealing that right there?
Right.
Yeah. Well, it looks like it's me, but I'm telling you, I wasn't there.
And you might have mentioned this, but one of the scary, crazy things about these deep fake videos is that they're actually just taking a collection of images of Steve Buscemi. It's not like
Is that how you say his name, Buscemi?
Something like that. I don't know. But like they're taking a collection of images to then overlay that on Jennifer Lawrence's face. It's not like Buscemi had to act all this out. He didn't even provide the stuff to put on the face.
Now that's what's got to worry you right there.
Yeah.
So you can be unwilling in this. They can grab pictures off the internet or social media and put it in there and put it to use somewhere.
If you don't believe
else.
that, I'm sure Buscemi had nothing to do with what we just saw.
Right. You've heard of fake news. Get ready for deep fake. Deep fake.
Rick, now we have on the line a man they just called Bruce.
Bruce, they're not booing. They're simply saying Bruce.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
To the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is the number. All right, so we're stories that we still need to hit on before our time together is done. I know we have this 1 minute. Do you want to do that first before we do these other headlines?
Let's just mention these right quick. Kevin Spacey has been found innocent in the sexual assault trial against 4 other men in Britain. So that
clears one case against him. He's probably got about 6 or 7 more.
Also, there was a story we didn't get to. The Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg.
Speaking of Kevin Spacey.
Yes.
Said, you know, our airlines have just been terrible this year. You know,
my goodness.
Covered that.
Tell me about it.
He is saying that the aviation industry is 32,000 pilots, mechanics, and air traffic controllers short.
I'll give it a shot.
And it will be 10 years before we can correct this problem.
I'm going to put in for a pilot job.
So what he's saying is it's not my fault.
Yeah.
By the time this gets resolved, I'll already be gone. But just know that never blame me. As many times I can end up in this situation and stay here, it's not on me.
If it was a 10-year problem, I think I would have skipped his his parental leave and got on the job. Got it done.
Right. I think
knocked a year or 2 off of that.
I think Pistol Pete has just informed me that Rick, it's not going to get any better.
Yeah, I think
it's a mess, and it's going to stay that way.
And he's pushing back from the whole thing. No. All right, Adler, you said you had another clip from the UFO hearings. Hopefully better than the last one.
Yes. Here's Miss Moon, Representative Luna, and this is 45 seconds long.
The attention of the American people for decades, ingrained in even the minds of our nation's leaders from Jimmy Carter to Barack Obama, Hillary Clinton to Donald Trump, Marco Rubio to Chuck Schumer, John Radcliffe to National Security Council officials. Yet from Roswell, New Mexico to the coast of Jacksonville, Florida, the sightings of UAPs have rarely been explained by the people who have firsthand accounts of these situations. This is largely due to the lack of transparency by our own government and the failure of our elected leaders to make good on their promises to release explanations and footage and mountains of overclassified documents that continue to be hidden from the American people. This isn't just how I feel. In fact, the American people largely believe that the government has actively covered up the truth about UAPs.
The government has actively whatever she said. UAP.
I don't like the UAP thing. We've talked about it.
I'm with y'all.
I just will stay with UFO.
Well, here's the thing.
So it drives it home.
If you want us to switch, think how hopeless it is. Bubba and I we never even moved from college football, being Division One, 1AA, 2, and 3.
Yeah.
And it'll always be that to me, and I'm never changing.
Rick, I stayed at DWI instead of DUI. You remember for years when it was DWI?
Right.
And then now it's DUI.
I'm not making this move I'm so confused by the move, and I think it's the point you're making, Greg, and Bubba, you too, is that when I'm hearing them talk about it, it's not getting my attention because I don't think they're talking about what I think they're talking about.
I don't think alien. I don't think space.
You know the guy who coined that phrase too? He was Travis Taylor's buddy that was on Skinwalker Ranch, who was his boss. His friend that came in, it was his boss, actually called the terminology. Coined the phrase.
You want to jump all over.
What?
Greg's talking about how you love Skinwalker.
It always comes back to Travis.
Well, no,
Travis Taylor talked to him once.
We're talking about that term. I thought it was important to point out where it came from.
Bubba, I got it.
I hope Travis's brake lights are working. That's all I'm saying.
I wish I could see your brake lights.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't know what that means. He's leaving.
No,
Getting
out
of
here.
here.
Why'd you say tail lights?
Tail lights.
He's pulling out.
Tail lights.
Tail lights.
Yeah, I guess so.
You guys want another clip from that lady?
Nah.
Okay.
No, not really.
Not really.
Considering the thousands of testimonies.
Oh, sorry.
She gets stung by a bee on the lip.
All right. What do you? But
that's one of those things that women go and do, and I'm like, do y'all think that looks good?
Too much.
Yeah. Bubba, here was a flying object that has been identified, and I'd never thought of this, but very, very possible. Ohio amusement park guest hit by flying cell phone on a roller coaster going 70 miles per hour.
I'm amazed we don't hear more of those
shooting
stories
out of people's
because
pockets
every single person on there has a cell phone.
And you know they're trying to take a selfie.
Oh, yeah. So it says that the injury left an open head wound, which bled for over an hour, and of course, no shocker here, has been diagnosed with a concussion.
Well, yeah.
And but they're saying,
on that.
but they're saying that you're not supposed to have them on the roller coasters. They're supposed to be secure
for that very reason.
Yeah, and they're saying that it out of the pocket, just what I thought, and it said
I had it in the front shirt pocket probably.
Yeah, this says pocket, so
pants.
Yeah, from a pocket. But think about that. I'm like you, Bubba. I can't believe we haven't heard more of that.
Ooh, we cut him good too. Right there, right on the head, right on the noggin.
Oh man!
You guys ever lose anything on a roller coaster? I lost my favorite hat on the Rattler.
Yeah, I think I've lost a hat on one.
I lost a comb one time.
I think I have lost some. I think I lost some sunglasses, and I feel because I bet that
one
hurt.
used to go in my back pocket.
Oh,
we
used to carry it.
1980.
Yes, different colors. Hey, different colors.
I had that bright green one.
That's great.
Yeah, and we had some Hunter Biden. We had some.
That thing had teeth on it so long you could comb a sheep out.
Oh yeah, looked like a hay rake.
Yep.
Bubba, headlines today with Hunter Biden. Looks like he's going to plead guilty to 2 misdemeanor tax charges and what they're calling a sweetheart deal.
I bet. As opposed to,
they said that his counsel faces possible sanctions after the accusations of actually lying in the criminal tax case. I bet so. But to me, this is almost like UFOs or whatever they're calling them now. UPS. But this thing of everybody always says, you realize that they lied under oath. Has anybody ever got in trouble for lying under oath anymore?
You just don't see.
What if you hung people if they lied under oath? That'll get everybody.
Does anybody get in trouble for that anymore? And then, Bubba, the one we've been watching, Travis King. State Department says we have no more any new communication of any kind between North Korea and soldier Travis King.
Travis, probably not a good idea.
Travis King, as he laughed to the crowd as he went into North Korea.
What did he think was going to happen?
Well,
this guy's
obviously
not right. Do we even want him back? No offense to his family.
He's got some issues.
Rick, just because say no offense doesn't mean it's not offensive.
Right. Pretty much told him to keep him.
But don't you think?
I don't know that we'll ever hear from him again because I don't know that there's any negotiating will to do that right now.
No, he's got big problems. Was he Caucasian? And was he male?
No.
He is male and African American.
Is he heterosexual?
That we're not sure.
We're not sure.
Okay. If he is, he's got no hope. Because he got one card that's pretty good, but He needs more. But you're right, North Korea, there's no telling when we'll hear about that again.
Yeah, when they interrogate you, you can't speak when it's over.
Yeah, that guy took that poster down. My goodness, look what they did to him.
That was bad.
Top of the hour. If you leave us, have a great day.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hunter said the only thing you said to him was, quote, I hope you know what you're doing.
That's exactly right. He's a grown man. What I meant by that is, I hope you've thought this through. I hope you know exactly what you're doing here.
Meaning what?
That's all I meant. Nothing more than that, because I've never discussed my business or their business, my sons or daughters, and I've never discussed them because they know where I have to do my job and that's it, and they have to make their own judgments.
But you understand people say, Joe Biden, he's an experienced politician, statesman, knows the issues of Ukraine. Why didn't he just say to his son, this is one to take a pass on, it may not look good?
He was already on the board, and he's a grown man. And it turns out he did not do a single thing wrong, as everybody's investigated.